The World Athletics Relays has journeyed from its birth in the Bahamas in 2014 to Japan, to Poland, and now for the first time to China, as over 700 athletes from across the globe have gathered here in Guangzhou on the Pearl River to try and qualify their nations for the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo in September. We also see the premiere of a thrilling new event, the mixed 4x100 meters relay, never before seen on the major global stage. Throw in prize pots, prestige, a few ponchos as well, and no shortage of power and precision, and you're in the right place to watch the drama unfold. Hello from myself, Chris Temple. Welcome to live coverage of day one from the Chane Stadium, alongside Jess Silver. And as the public file in, Jess, we are absolutely ready for this one, aren't we?
Aren't we just? And what a setting we've got here. You can see the rain is somewhat pounding down. It has been a wet afternoon here in southeastern China, but it may be humid and it may be hot, but these athletes are absolutely up for this couple of days of competition. The relays are fun, they're fierce. It's an opportunity to see where the athletes are at the very start of the season.
We will be getting underway just after 7 o'clock local time, which is just under 20 minutes from now. But we have our opening ceremony coming on the way to officially open the World Athletics Relays Guangzhou 2025. The weather may not be on our side at the moment, but that will not dampen the spirits of the crowd inside this stadium. We're underway. We've got 20 races coming up over the course of the next couple of hours. Wherever you're joining us from around the world, you are very welcome to the coverage as the opening ceremony gets ready to launch the World Athletics Relays Guangzhou 2025. The local fans have come in expectation, hoping for some strong Chinese performances entered across all of the events. Some impressive performers, some impressive individuals, some hometown heroes from here in Guangzhou as well. And those are the prime seats, Jess, are those ones under the roof.
Aren't they just? And we can see there the Canton Tower, which is a bit of an icon of the city of Guangzhou. And across the next couple of days, we have got 6 events coming up. As we already mentioned, we have got the world global debut of the mixed 4x100 meter relay. Never been done before on the international stage. We're absolutely pumped for that, alongside the men's and women's 4x1 and the 4x4, as well as the mixed 4x4. It really is an exciting event and couple of days, and the crowd are standing for the Chinese national anthem.
To the man of Guangzhou, Sun Yang, to the people of Guangzhou, our gracious hosts, our sponsors, our partners, our stakeholders, our athletes, of course, many of whom have come from far and wide to join us in the celebrations of the 7th edition of the World Athletics Relays. Welcome each and every one of you to this historic city. This is an exciting journey for World Athletics. In the next 3 years, many of our great events that we stage are being held in China. Just a few weeks ago, we had the World Indoor Championships in Nanjing. We're here, of course, today for the World Relays. And in 2027, the jewel in the crown, our World Athletics Championships, will be taking place in Beijing. Today, we are celebrating a great athletics event. 700 of the world's top sprinters are here to book their tickets and their team's presence in the World Athletics Championships later this year in Tokyo. But we're also making a little bit of history in this historic city. This is the first time that we will be introducing to a global audience and a global competition the mixed 4x100 meter relay. It now sits alongside the staples of our 4x1 and our 4x400 meter relay. Relays are unpredictable, they're marginal, the tiniest errors are punished, and unexpected individuals and champions will emerge over the course of the next 48 hours. My appreciation goes to the local organising committee, who we have worked closely and tirelessly with over the months in the preparation of these championships. To, of course, the city of Guangzhou, to the Guangdong province, and of course, our friends at the Chinese Athletics Association. Thank you, each and every one of you, for your tireless work, your professionalism, your passion and your purpose. I would, of course, like to wish the athletes the very, very best of luck over the next 48 hours. Thank you all for joining us here this evening.
尊敬的塞巴斯蒂安·科主席、各国各地区运动员、各位来宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家晚上好。今夜的天体焕然一新，飞人云集。很高兴世界田联接力赛首次走进中国，来到广州。我代表广州市人民政府、赛事组织委员会和全市人民，向远道而来的各国运动员、各位嘉宾朋友表示热烈欢迎，对国家体育总局、世界田联、中国田协给予的信任和支持表示衷心感谢。广州是中国重要的中心城市，国家历史文化名城，是生产生活生态融合发展的门户型城市。承担着国际商贸中心、全国先进制造业基地、国际科创中心重要承载地等核心功能，具有承办亚运会、国际篮联篮球世界杯、世界羽联世界巡回赛总决赛等办赛经验。当前正以筹办15运会和残特奥会为契机，深入实施全民健身升级、体育赛事提质、竞技体育优才、体育产业优化、数字体育赋能、体育文化发展等6大行动，全力打造国际赛事中心。我们有能力、有决心，以专业的赛事组织、一流的硬件设施、周到的服务保障，努力呈现一场高规格、高水准的田径盛会，回报世界田联、中国田协的信任，不负大家的期盼。 衷心祝愿各国各地区运动员以接力棒传递信念与力量，在赛场上超越自我，勇创佳绩，增进友谊。真诚邀请各位嘉宾朋友感受活力广州的蓬勃生机，体验人文广州的独特魅力，品鉴实在广州的味蕾盛宴，留下难忘的广州记忆。诚挚希望世界田联、中国田协引荐更多的顶级赛事落户广州，共同培育国际体育知名 IP， 携手打造更多世界榜样赛事。最后，预祝世界田联接力赛圆满成功，祝各国运动员赛出成绩、赛出水平，祝各国运动员、各位嘉宾朋友在广州度过一段美好时光。
So if you are just joining us, here's what is coming up over the course of the next couple of hours. We get underway in just a few minutes' time, but under 10 minutes now until the global premiere of the mixed 4x100 metres relay. Some headline names listed for that one, and we go right through as we see some of the pictures from the warm-up track a little bit earlier on. Jess, we can tell you, being here in Guangzhou, we can confirm it is very warm rain, so it's not particularly unpleasant in terms of temperatures, but unfortunately it is a bit slippery on the track for those athletes. But thankfully the team here have been doing a magnificent job in getting conditions ready. The warm-up area here just adjacent to the main stadium, but it has been a pretty wet last couple of hours, hasn't it?
It certainly has, and if things were looking up, we didn't think it was going to rain much, but here we are. Athletes will have been warming up in that weather, but they'll be all right. They've dealt with a lot worse. Oh, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, she is here, and we are absolutely pumped to see her run. Unfortunately, we don't think she's necessarily going to run in this first heat, but we will see her take to the track. Did you see the social media clip of her recently at her son's school sports day, where she absolutely tore the field apart, showed no mercy?
It's interesting because she's been named in the squad officially for the mixed 4x100 metres, but she's not, as you say, named in the Jamaican quartet, which, as you can see from the countdown clock on the right-hand side. But Joanne Blake also is here, another superstar who, well, championed in 2011, 14 years ago. Neither of those scheduled to compete in the mixed 4x1, which begs the question, Jess, will we see Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce in the women's 4x1, which comes up just after 8 o'clock local time in just over an hour?
Well, let's hope so. I mean, it would be an absolute treat to see her run.
Kenny Benarek, the two-time Olympic silver medalist, another of the headline names here as well in Guangzhou. As we see the cultural performance that is going on live in the stadium right now, right in amongst the athletes who are set in their blocks, ready for our mixed 4x100 metres. The athlete in lane 6 has got some sort of huge pink dragon just off out of shot, literally stood next to her as she's setting her blocks up. The Swiss athlete Lena Weiss getting ready for her first leg.
It really is an unbelievable atmosphere here in China. They're putting on a right show. The organisation has been second to none. The ambiance feels really special. Don't know how impressed Weiss is by the various dragons.
look how much in amongst it she is in lane 6. When they laid out this performance, I think they'd forgotten to include the athlete that would be getting ready in lane 6. But hey, it's different. The relays are fun. We're expecting lots of energy and lots of smiles over the course of the next couple of hours. We know people are joining us all the time from around the world. So welcome to Guangzhou and the Tianhe Stadium here, where the Canadian men's Olympic 4x100 metres team are here in full force. Possibly slightly surprise winners with the demise of other teams, but you can only get the baton round and beat the teams that complete the race, Jess, and a few others didn't, and Canada made sure that they did.
You certainly can, and this is one of the biggest competitions since the Paris Olympics last summer, and it's a real chance for countries to test the mettle of some athletes, maybe bring on some young guns. South Africa have got a pretty strong team here. Simbini there, he is absolutely flying so far this season. He's got a couple of unbelievable wins so far in the Diamond League, and so he is set to do some fantastic performances.
Yeah, we just got a little shot of Bayanda Balassa as well, there, the up-and-coming South African talent too. The Jamaican team are strong. There's the Nielsen twins. Now I'm not without their names. Just going to try and tell them apart because I've got it wrong before. Lavia and Lena. Lena has been named the team captain for Great Britain and Northern Ireland for this one. Kenya have got a big squad here as well. Ferdinand Omanyala, the headline name in their squad. It's lovely to see them socialising with Kenya. We've got France there as well.
Yeah, it all seems like a pretty jovial atmosphere, and the relays we're very early in the season here, so it is a real chance for, oh look, the Italian team just warming up, making sure they can get that baton through. And one of the things about the relays is that you might see some teams who don't have necessarily the fastest individual sprinters in the team, but a well-drilled team, a team that has absolutely nailed that baton exchange, may do better than you expect. Oh, but not if you drop it like that, they won't. We heard the Japan team yesterday, Sani Brown, talk in the press conference about how they might not be the fastest team, but they have been practicing so much that they can make up for what they lack in speed in transition. And there he is. There he is, absolutely, the headline name. Of course, Japan, the host of the World Championships in Tokyo, for which these athletes are trying to qualify. Look how busy the warm-up area is. Over 700 athletes. 734, I think, was the initial number. There have been a few withdrawals, some travel issues for a couple of teams as well. But most of them are here. Most of them are ready. It's still very early in the season, of course, Jess, as well. We're still in, the early part of May. So a lot of athletes' outdoor season hasn't been going for that long, particularly the European-based ones will only have been in action for a couple of weeks. It is time for the global premiere of the mixed 4x100 metres relay, which will be contested at the World Athletics Ultimate Championship in Budapest next year and at the LA Olympics in 2028. And these are the first athletes, and the winners of this will be the first winners there has ever been on a global stage. As we see Kennedy Blackman, who will be taking on the first leg for the USA. They have Samuel Ceccarelli on the final leg. And the running order for the mixed 4x100 metres is woman, woman, man, man, which is different to the mixed 4x4, which is run man, woman, man, woman. It's decisions that have been made with a bit of research from the participants, a decision made by the World Athletics Council as to what order these athletes should run in. And I guess just as we look forward to this first event, the biggest question mark here is, I guess, that second to third leg changeover. A woman handing on to a man, coming in at a different speed. The check marks, the baton shouts, everything is all a bit different than they're used to. Yeah, but that's what we like here at the World Relays. We like a bit different. We like to shake things up and see how things can be done. And these athletes, it'll be the first time that they will ever have competed in this event. It's the first time it's been done internationally, and we're going to see how it works out. Who knows? Maybe after this, the positions changed from woman, woman, man, man, but that's what it's all about, and we're here to start. Everyone will be learning from this first mixed 4x100 metres relay as we meet the teams. First of all, on the outside, Italy, who'll be led off by Anna Pagliarani. And there are the three other athletes, Gaia Botello, Andrea Federici and Samuele Ceccarelli, the European indoor champion from 23. France are in 7. They have Lucia Jean-Charles letting them off. Naomi Denon, Dylan Vermont and Antoine Toraval. There they are, who are seeing themselves on the big screen in the arena here. Lovely little tri-split screen there to get everybody a little mention. Switzerland are in 6, led off by Lena Weiss to Becerra, and then Chevre and Gomez on the final leg for them. The overwhelming favourites in this will be the United States, of course, as they will be in most of the events here. Kennedy Blackman has the opening leg for them. 11.02 runner, Jada Mowat, an 11.04 runner will go on the second leg. Then we've got 2 sub-10 runners, Kendall Williams to PJ Austin, a PB of 9.89 on the final leg. And for Poland, it's Karolina Lazowska who will lead them off. They have Monika Romaszko, Adrian Brzezinski and Marek Zajewski to complete their quartet. Standing by them, absolutely nobody in the world of athletics knows how this is going to go. Nobody's ever seen it before. This, at the World Athletics Relays Guangzhou 25, is the debut of the mixed 4x100 metres relay. Qualification rules confirmed. Remember, this is not a qualifying event for the World Championships. It won't be in Tokyo, but the opportunity to win themselves thousands of dollars in prize money in tomorrow's final. There are 3 heats on the way. The top 2 automatically make tomorrow's final, and 2 time qualifiers across the 3 heats that are coming. The athletes settle down. The rain has just relented right on time here in Guangzhou. It's nearly stopped. Kennedy Blackman
for the USA in 5. Reminder of that lineup: Italy right on the outside, France in 7, Switzerland in 6. That's the hand of Kennedy Blackman for the USA in lane 5, and Poland are in 4. Not happy the starter with our very first start. Didn't see any athletes raising their hand, but there was an issue down there. Maybe a little bit of noise in the arena. Anticipation, nerves, bit of edginess around Jess, of course.
Absolutely. I mean, this will be the first event many of these athletes have done so far this year. And there's still a lot of people coming in. It's a green card, which means no one has done a penalty there, which means it's a clean, fresh start here for the start of the 4x1 mixed relay.
If the US get this right, they could be quick here. They have got 4 very quick performers. Blackman to lead them off. She'll be handing on to Jada Mowat, Kendall Williams and PJ Austin, their quartet. The athletes settle down to launch the World Athletics Relays, Guangzhou 2025. We are away and running in Guangzhou 2025. A slippery bend for these athletes to negotiate. France have gone out very strongly, one from the outside. Relatively safe change from all of the teams. France just having the edge at the moment. Switzerland on their inside. USA into their running now as well, with Jada Mowat, who will hand on to Kendall Williams for the USA. Italy going strongly right on the outside. USA, I think, have got that all wrong. USA have gone. There's the drama in the very first heat. It's Italy and France on the outside. France just about get the baton, but it's the European indoor champion previously, Samuel Ceccarelli, chasing down Antoine Tharaval of France. Italy and France battle to the line, and Italy have the honours of becoming the first ever winners of the mixed 4x100 metres relay. USA, overwhelming favourites on paper, didn't get the baton round. We thought about drama, Jess. And look, they are going to get the baton round in the end. PJ Austin, they have recovered the baton, which you are allowed to do. So they have made sure they are at least going to claim it. And that will go down as a national record probably for the USA. Although they do compete in different types of relays in the USA. But Italy are the ones who take the headlines. It was a right battle, a European battle down the outside. But we talked about that woman-to-man changeover, Jess, and that was the one that went wrong. Yeah, and I mean, we've also spoken about USA changeovers. They haven't exactly got the best record, and this will not help with that storyline, will it? But what a final 50 metres there. We love a battle. The Italians, the Swiss. Oh, it was tasty, wasn't it, Chris? It was. And the USA with Kendall Williams, well, they won't want to see it back. But for those watching on who wanted to see a few thrills and spills, and just to work out new territory, as you said, nobody knew how it was going to go. And unfortunately for that US quartet, Jada Mowat there handing the baton on to Kendall Williams. They will have practiced very hard, but it didn't go as it probably has done in practice. So it is the top 2 that will go through to the final here in Guangzhou tomorrow. And here is a replay. Let's take a look at the Americans trying to pass on that baton. Well, Yaps is reaching, he's desperately reaching. As we see the Italians on the outside. France had run very strongly. This is a better look at it. Just missed with the first one as you try and place it between the fingers and the thumb. You're looking to slam it down into the athlete's hand, not gently caress it into their hand. You've got to snap it into their hand, and it didn't happen. And ultimately, as we say, the rules are you can go and get the baton. You have to go back to where you dropped it, even if it rolled into another lane, as long as you don't impede anybody else. But here, Ceccarelli with that sort of unique style, very, very wide arm action. Compare the physique and the style to that of Tharaval next to him. And Ceccarelli, experienced campaigner, seeing Italy over the line. Great start for them. France running strongly as well. Fresh off some good performances at the Olympic Games on home territory as well. Oh, we love it, Jess. What a start to the World Athletics Relays. We do love it. What a start indeed. It's great to be here. The crowd is absolutely loving that. We've got more and more people coming in all the time, braving the rain, but the rain is actually getting lighter. Yeah, French and Italian, love it. European camaraderie there. Job done for some of the Europeans so far, and they seem pretty happy with that, don't they? They do, and they will, of course, their national record will go into the books as well. In terms of world records, Jess, the records are going to be ratified in this event from the 1st of January 2026, so it will be known as a world best mark up until the end of 2025, and whatever that time is, performances from the 1st of January 26 that supersede that will become the official world record. So that is, the Italians might think they've just set a world record, but they haven't yet. It's a world best at the moment. If that is indeed the fastest time, we haven't actually seen the actual confirmed result of that heat as yet, but we'll confirm that as and when that information becomes available, as we see the athletes getting ready for heat number 2.
Yeah, we've got a packed schedule here in Guangzhou, and as we said, these athletes will not be going through to the World Champs in Tokyo, but it's all about the World Ultimate Championships next year in Budapest, which pits the Olympic champions against the best in the world.
So let's pick up the teams. There again are 5 of them chasing those 2 spots in the final in China. The first look for them, and a roar from the China Stadium here as Huang prepares to send them on the way. Huang Zhuping will be handing on to Kong Ling Zhao, Chen Jingfen and Chen Guangfen, their quartet. Great Britain and Northern Ireland have sent a youthful squad, certainly in the 4x1s. Naya Wedderburn-Goodison, the former European under-18 champion, will lead them off. Kisiwa Mensah on the second leg, Jareel Quainu and Joe Ferguson complete their lineup. 20 and 19, the female athletes in the British squad, compared to the 32-year-old multiple major relay medalist Natasha Morrison, who will run the first leg for Jamaica. Crystal Slowly, Javari Thomas and Rashid Foster make up the Jamaican quartet. For Germany, good performers at European level over the relay. They have Sina Meyer on the first leg for them, not to be confused with a sprinter of the same name, Lisa Meyer. Sina Kammerschmidt, Alexander Askovic and Chidera Onwua are the German quartet. And finally on the inside, we meet Spain, who have Esperanza Cledera leading them off. Their most experienced athlete, JL Bestue, will be on the second leg. There she is, Andrea Alfonso and Ricardo Sanchez. So Italy from France taking the first 2 automatic spots through to tomorrow evening's final, heat 2 of 3. Will we see all 5 teams get the baton round successfully on this occasion? Jamaica will be the favourites. The stadium will roar China. And what can this young, inexperienced Great Britain quartet, led off by Naya Wedderburn-Goodison, produce? Confirmation, the graphics that we'll see throughout the course of the event, the capital Q means an automatic qualifier, and that lowercase q will be against the teams who go through on time. There are only 2 of them. As we fall quiet here in the China Stadium, where more and more people have come in since the start. Natasha Morrison has seen all of this and done all of this before, except that she hasn't, because this is the mixed 4x1, and even someone as decorated as her, Relay CV, is heading into new territory here. Big responsibility the first leg for Wedderburn-Goodison. Confident character, as mentioned, big major performer at youth level, European under-18 champion. You can imagine what the Chinese athletes are feeling like as well here. As we see Chen Jingfen. Slight delay here to the start of this second heat, as the athletes send some messages of good luck. The old-fashioned long-range fist pump there, Jess, we saw from Team Germany.
We love a fist pump. Who doesn't, you know? Hype up the crowd, and the crowd here are absolutely buzzed to see China in action. China, who we know want to make athletics even more popular. Just waiting here, Jamaica ready to get underway. The nerves will be setting in. There's nothing like standing on the start line on an athletics track. Those butterflies really can't be beat. Absolute focus here from the Spaniard. The baton, it's all about the baton. How fast can you get it round? How good are your exchanges? But it is the torso of the leading athlete that counts rather than the baton going over that finish line. There's always some some discussion around that. Is it the fastest person to get the baton around? But no, it is the torso. That's why we always see the athletes leaning forward. Doesn't actually matter if the baton's flailing behind them in their hand. And as you said earlier, Chris, if you drop the baton, it doesn't mean absolute disaster. You can go back and get it. Unlikely you're going to be doing well, but it's an option.
I'm gonna stick my neck out, Jess, and say that USA baton in the mixed 4x4 won't be the first one that we see hit the deck, or sorry, won't be the last one that we see hit the deck here in the Stadium of the Sea. Let's wish all teams good wishes, but I think it's inevitable that, particularly in these conditions where the baton, of course, will be getting a little bit slippery if the rain continues to fall. It's just lightly raining ever so slightly here in the stadium with that spectacular backdrop as we see some of the athletes lining up in the warm, ready for our next event. That will be the mixed 4x4. That's the Italian team for the 4x4 getting ready. We have one more heat to come after this one in the mixed 4x1. Remember, the mixed 4x1 is the only event where there aren't World Championship qualifying places up for grabs. We'll talk you through the exact procedure, how these athletes, including Rashida Adelecki, there for Ireland, running in the mixed 4x4. Ireland been very successful in the major championships, just edged out in the Olympic Games. There's the US team as well, who will be running the 4x4. The teams just declared half an hour before. They've got a very strong mixed 4x4 team, the US. Blockberger, Okolo, Chris Robinson and Lina Irby-Jackson, therefore, would have been declared for the mixed 4x4. The call room, the final place to get those strides in, to hand your kit in. Brazil, they could be strong in the mixed 4x4 as well. Brazil, they've got a talented squad here. And it's been interesting to see the sort of approach from the athletes, from the teams in terms of who they've selected. For example, the Netherlands, who have got a skinny team here, just a slimmed down version. Some of their globally dominating women's and mixed 4x4 teams are not here. They've sent some younger athletes to gain the experience. And there'll be a young team in the Great Britain and Northern Ireland quartet as well, who will go in the third heat of the mixed 4x4. It's just been announced. Folds Newnham, the debutant Sam Lunt and Nicole Yergin are the four who will go for Great Britain as we see Italy. But that's what it's like, Jess. That's what it's like down there in the when you've got a 4x4 and you've suddenly got 20, 24 athletes at times all pacing around.
Trying to say dry as we are here in the commentary box, but I think we're about to get underway for heat 2 of 3 of the mixed 4x100 meters in Guangzhou for the World Relays. See the Chinese athlete on the left of your screen. Everyone in this stadium will basically be rooting for them. Top 2 qualify for not only tomorrow's final, but of course for the World Championships in Tokyo later this year.
I'm not sure, we haven't had it confirmed yet, but I'm not sure if the delay here is due to some of the timing equipment, because certainly the computer that you'll often hear athletics commentators talk about that has the results and things coming through hasn't got any results from the first heat still. So I just wonder if this delay is connected to that, and why we obviously don't want the athletes standing around in the rain, particularly here. But now the starter and his team are on the podium. It looks like, I think we are ready to go in heat 2 of 3. The mixed 4x100 meters relay. We saw drama in the first of the heats with the United States having a baton fumble in their first ever on a major stage woman-to-man changeover. Remember, it's woman-woman, man-man in this brand new event. China on the outside, Great Britain in 7, Jamaica there in 6 with Natasha Morrison, Germany and there is Spain on the inside in 4. Heat 2 of 3, top 2 automatically reach tomorrow's final. Away we go after the delay then. These athletes, Naya Wedderburn Goodison, has started well for Great Britain with Natasha Morrison of Jamaica on her tail as we look at the first all-female changeovers, and they've all gone well. Jamaica, Great Britain, probably out in front at the moment. Spain are going well on the inside as well. Here comes the woman-to-man changeover for the first time, and this time it's Germany who haven't gone well. Jamaica and Great Britain, everyone is still, Spain have gone as well in fact. Jamaica and Great Britain as they hand on to the final changeover now. Batons in hand, Jamaica, not quite right, but they're still in the lead. Jamaica charging away with Rashid Foster. Joe Ferguson of Great Britain trying to charge him down. It's going to be close. We might need a photo for that one. It possibly just Jamaica on the line who held on Rashid Foster, but Joe Ferguson was flying down the outside. The desperate dip, but Jamaica 41.04. And again, drama, an incident. Spain and Germany got it all wrong.
Goodness me, this event is not disappointing, is it? Woo, blimey. It's hot in Guangzhou, made even hotter by races like that. But Spain, it all went wrong at that third exchange. It really did. We'll see a replay, I'm sure. But Jamaica, Great Britain, they'll be pretty happy with that. And China, not far behind at all. And considering the pedigree of athletes we've got here from Great Britain and Jamaica, China should be very happy with that. And it looks like they are.
41.30 for China in third position. They'll have to wait and see if that is fast enough as one of the two automatic qualifiers. So Jamaica given the edge despite the best efforts of Joe Ferguson, who ran a brilliant final leg there. Jamaica didn't get their last changeover right either. There was a delayed baton in hand there, surfing very close to the edge of that changeover zone. Rashid Foster, though, has seen confirmation on the screen that Jamaica have that capital Q next to their name. Let's have a look at some of these changes in a little bit more detail. They were nice from Great Britain. And we're going to, there'll be coaches who'll go, well, technically not quite perfect. I think we're taking a success here as we watch Germany's runner go out pretty early. And let's have a look here. They're stretching for the baton, Germany. Spain have dropped it. See, Germany got it all wrong as well. They did manage to rescue it in the end and finish. But have a look at this last change from Thomas to Foster for Jamaica as well. Missed again, and eventually third, probably the fourth time of asking. And that gave Great Britain a metre. They made up on them really there, Jess. And look at Joe Ferguson. But Foster will just have been pleased to get that baton safe in his hand. The dip from Ferguson, watch that on the line as well as he lunges forward. Not quite enough.
Yeah, photo finish indeed, but goodness me, watching those exchanges back, it gets me all jittery. Squeaky bum time indeed, the slow-mo, the fumbling. It's all so dramatic here at the World Relays. Look, falling over as we reach the finish line for Germany, but they did get a time. So, well, it's not disappointing so far, is it? The rain, we've got thrills, we've got spills, we've got everything all over the place.
That was Chidera Onua of Germany who went crashing to the turf, thankfully after the finish line. I hope he's okay. He got up and walked away fine from that one as the Australians go through some final preparations. And of course, as well, we're talking about the woman-to-man changeover because that is the unknown of this. That's, we're talking to some teams about the technical changes they have to make there. They say that the shout of hand or whatever teams use is going to be a little bit later. The check marks will be slightly different because the athlete is coming in slower than a male athlete would be used to. But of course, the male athletes and the female athletes may not have run together that much either because there are a lot of changed teams here. So all of these changeovers actually are going to be, a bit dicey at times. That's the nature of it. But China are absolutely thrilled with that look.
Aren't they just? And so they should be. But with the changeover, it's also between the man and the woman, it's the height difference also. So the hand will be a lot lower or higher compared to if you're doing woman to woman, man to man. So that's why we're looking at that. And that's why we're seeing how it works here at the global debut of the 4x1 mixed. We've got one more heat coming up. Heat 3 of 3 in the mixed 4x1 meters relay, and we have got 4 teams in this next heat, and that is confirmation on your screen that Great Britain are through to tomorrow's final in a time of 41.05.
So Jamaica and Great Britain confirmed as those top two. We still don't have the official results, by the way, from the first heat, which is making obviously the two time qualifier positions a little bit difficult to give information on at the moment. So those who finished outside the top two in that first race, waiting to see if their times are fast enough, as are the likes of China, who are waiting to see if their time will get them through, 41.30. Spain, of course, didn't get round. Germany, as we said, did get round, so managing to just about keep alive their hopes of making the final.
Beautiful shots here of the Tianhe Stadium in Guangzhou. The Canton Tower in the background. We are lit up and we are ready to go for heat 3 of 3 for the mixed 4x100 meter relay. And this is how we line up on the outside. Lane 8, Australia. We have Dodds leading us off. Handing over to Carla Bull, then on to Connor Bond and Josiah John. There they are, looking pretty serious. Ready for this. Lane 7, we have got the Netherlands. Van den Wildenberg will lead them out, followed by Achterberg, Spearing and O'Mala. They haven't got the most athletes that we'd expect, the Netherlands team here, but still, this mixed 4x1, we're wanting to show what they're made of. Lane 6, Canada, led out by Gabrielle Cole. All of the starters here are actually really young. Everyone is under 25. Jacqueline Madogo, the most experienced runner, followed by Asamoto and Ad GB. And then finally, lane 5, Denayer for Belgium leads them out, followed by Van Lent, who will hand over to Torfs, and then Vermeulen with the anchor leg. Nigeria aren't here with us, so it's a 4-horse race. So, outside, right of your screen, in the green and gold, lane 8, it is Australia. Lane 7, in the orange and blue, Netherlands. Lane 6, Canada, in the red, led out by Cole. Belgium on the inside, with Denayer taking the baton first. 23 years old. It's a real chance for the youngsters to come through now. A right changing of the guard at the start of an Olympic cycle. There'll be a lot of athletes really trying to vie for positions for teams later in the year. Some deep inhales and exhales as the rain falls here in Guangzhou. And we get underway for heat 3 of 3 of the mixed 4x100 meters. Wiping the hands there, slippery work, baton passing on in the rain. Lane 5, Belgium on the inside, Canada in 6. And we are off cleanly. The women have the baton first, and Australia on the outside. Pretty fast from there from Dodds. First exchange looks pretty clean, and they're all away, quite evenly matched. And look at the inside, Belgium on the right-hand side of your screen, going so well there as we go into the female-to-male changeover. Oh, and Belgium are right away, and Netherlands have had a bit of a mare. But look on the outside, on the left-hand side of the screen, Australia absolutely storming it. Final exchange, can it be clean? And here we are down the home straight. We've got Australia in 1, Belgium in 2, Canada in 3. Oh, and look at Canada coming through, absolutely smashing it. Look at that, Canada take it. Followed by Australia, then Belgium. Oof, I'm out of breath, that's for sure. What a start, what a start.
Brilliant finish, and the first time we've had 3 teams in a line coming down the home straight. We know Canada have got the big names here. They want many of them in this team, but it's a GB taking his chance. They're coming from behind, 3rd at the final baton change, and absolutely storming through there to take it for Canada, 40.90, which is the fastest time that we've had confirmed so far.
The other times there, though, a little bit slower, I think. So if from the last heat, whoever had the next best time is probably more likely to be going through to tomorrow's final. We'll wait for confirmation of that, but it's definitely Canada, definitely Australia. And again, another, baton mishap going on. And we're sure to get a replay of that shortly. But I am absolutely loving this mixed 4x1. I mean, what it's really good for is that teams, potentially smaller nations, who don't have 4 exceptional 100-meter runners, either male or female, who can't field a brilliant team, this gives them the opportunity. They've got 2x2. Right, first exchange here. Australia, lovely, clean, exceptional on the outside lane there. Go, she shouts. And go they did. And here we go, second exchange. Just look for the Netherlands here in orange. Grimacing on the face, just can't get there, just can't reach it, and it really slows it down. But Australia on the right of your screen, powering down towards the final exchange. And here we go. This was the final exchange. Belgium pretty clean there. Canada a little bit sticky, but again, we're at the start of the season. Australia, left-hand side looking cool and collected. Beautiful shot here as the 3 men storm down the home straight. But Canada absolutely storm it. A GB, show us what he's made of. Arms pumping as he crosses the line with ease.
Brilliant race, and that fumble by the Netherlands on that second to third leg from afterbird to spearing is actually going to cost them, because that means their time won't be fast enough to take them through to the final, as you say, Jess. China at the moment, pending on results of that first heat that we don't have, China are in one of those 2-time qualifier spots at the moment, which will go down well with the locals here in Guangzhou. But Canada confirmed the fastest of the qualifiers for which we have time so far. They were faster than both Jamaica and Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and Australia very happy as well with their 41.15, which takes them through. They've got a full complement of teams here, Australia. It's the first time that they have sent in every single event to a World Relays. And Belgium are just waiting to see if their time is going to be fast enough to take them through. Of course, what they don't know at the minute is that the results from the first heat are still pending. So therefore, the overall correlation that we would normally be able to bring at the end of all 3 heats to confirm who's gone through, at the moment it's not available, but we will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we have it. Welcome if you're just joining us. This is the World Athletics Relays in Guangzhou, day 1 of 2, with myself, Chris Temple, alongside Jess Silver. And now we stay on a mixed theme, but now, Jess, for the first time, we're into World Championship qualifying, because there are automatic places up for grabs in Tokyo in every single race that we will see from now on, as we see actually confirmation of that result from the previous heat, Canada from Australia.
Yeah, the Netherlands will be bitterly disappointed with that, actually. They've got a very good track record in relays, and although they're not fielding the strongest team here across all events, they would have hoped for better than that. But we are on to the 4x4 mix, something that has given us so much drama and excitement over the last couple of years. And we're talking about Tokyo, we're talking about the World Champs, because that is the biggest event of the year. That is what these athletes want to go to. And we might not see the strongest athletes here, but they're going to want to be at the final.
Let's bring you the teams in for this mixed 4x400 metres. A slightly weakened Botswana team with some of their stars pulling out late in the day, but Moningatipo will lead them off to Baseli, to Rankwe and Ranti. Remember, we're back to man-woman order in the mixed 4x4. Italy, led off by Lapo Bianciardi. European silver medalists with albeit a different team. Boga, Raimondi and Troiani complete their quartet. Kenya, the 4th placers from the African champions, with their big names. Kevin Kip-Korea is one of them. He takes the first leg. Mercy Chebet, David Caparanti and Mercy Okech will be their lineup. They have Mary Mora, the world 800-metre champion, entered here in their team as well. Damar Francis for Jamaica, who were 5th in the mixed final in Paris in the Olympics. To Nisha Berger, to Delano Kennedy and to Kellyanne Beckford. Belgium are very strong here in Guangzhou, and this quartet is no different. Led off by Jonathan Sakur. They were 4th in the Olympic final. They have Imke Vervet, Daniel Sagers and Helena Ponnet. Australia looking to be boosted, I guess, by the team that we've just seen. Their number 1 male 400-metre runner, Cooper Sherman, will lead them off. He'll hand on to their top 400-metre runner, female, Ellie Beer, and then Reese Holder and Alana Jukic. And Uganda, it's their only team that they've got entered here. Godfrey Chanwego, Moran Banura, Haranadoli on the 3rd leg, and then it will be Lenny Shida to bring them home. So Uganda flying the flag for their nation in this mixed 4x400 metres. We would certainly expect less changeover drama here, but there is still sure to be the kind of drama that we've come to expect from relays. The first of our 3 heats with 2 automatic spots in the World Championships up for grabs. Teams looking to get the job done on day 1. It's a tactical team selection. Do you load it on the first day and get the team, the qualification done, so you can compete tomorrow with just the prize money and a bit of lane seeding for the World Championships up for grabs? Or do you try and spread it out, save some of your best runners? What you don't want to do is leave World Championship qualification for tomorrow. That is not on anybody's agenda. Heat 1 of the mixed 4x400. Off and running then. Would expect Italy, albeit they do have different personnel, to be running strongly here. Botswana, as we mentioned, the late withdrawal of Tabogo and Ndori and Kebanat-Shipi from their team weakened it on paper, but certainly they've gone out very hard on the opening leg through Tabang Mongatipa, right on the outside in the sky blue. Also Kenya with Kevin Kip-Korea there through the first 200 metres, who's already taken out the stagger of Lapo Bianciardi. 4x400 metre relays are a 3-bend stagger, so these first changeovers will remain in lanes until they enter the back straight. So Botswana, Kenya possibly just have the advantage. It's going to be very close between those two. In fact, Botswana probably just going to get to the first change. Jamaica have finished strongly in the second half as Botswana started to fade, and Belgium also. So Belgium, Kenya and Botswana as the baton moves into the hand for Belgium of Imke Vervet on the inside there in the white and black. Kenya have Mercy Chebet on the second leg, and Jamaica have made up some ground at that changeover as well with Nisha Berger as they break from the lanes on the back straight. And Belgium and Australia will tussle for that inside line, and Vervet just gets there ahead of the second leg Australian runner Ellie Beer. Botswana just starting to go backwards with Tompang Basele as Kenya move past with Mercy Chebet. Italy in 5, and then Jamaica and Uganda at the moment in the final 2 positions. Botswana went out too hard, it would appear, and others are flooding past them in the home straight here. Uganda are finishing strongly as well as the athletes ready themselves to take over as we move back to a male third leg.
Absolutely, and it is Belgium who have that handover clean, fast, and Australia absolutely on the shoulder there as well. You can really see some of the athletes tiring at the end of that 400 metres as Australia overtake on the outside. You can hear the roars of the crowd here. Beautiful running down the back straight there by Australia. So it's Australia 1, Belgium 2, Kenya 3 at the moment as we come around the bend into the home straight. One more changeover. The athletes will be getting ready for the next one, but Australia making short work of this. Belgium slightly gaining now, though. Just tying up maybe slightly. It's the first time these athletes would have maybe had an international outing this year, and Australia come in first to the final leg.
Well, they're all strung out, and there are only 2 places automatically available in Tokyo. And at the moment, Australia and Belgium fans are starting to look up how much flights cost to Tokyo, because they are away. Kenya, can they possibly bridge the gap with Mercy Okech in 3rd position? She's had to run the first 150 strongly, Okech, but it's Belgium. The baton in the hand of Helena Ponnet, who's now just chipping away at that lead of Australia, held by Alana Jukic, and Kenya are closing as well. 200 metres to go in heat 1 of the mixed 4x4. Only 2 places available in Tokyo. Australia, Belgium, and here come Kenya sizing up a challenge, but Belgium with Helena Bonnet move into the lead. Can Australia hang on for second? Mercy Okech is not making any further inroads into that second place held by Australia. And book your tickets to Tokyo if you are fans of Belgium or Australia. You're on the plane to the World Championships. Kenya will have to come back tomorrow. What a brilliant first 4x400 metres mixed. And Belgium, they had the experience, they went strong, and that experience has delivered a great performance. And Australia have delivered an Oceania record in 2nd place.
Outstanding. And as we just had the 4x1 mix, that was a bit more for fun, whereas this is serious, because this does mean they are going to the World Champs. You can see how much it means to the Belgian team here, who are usually exceptional in this discipline. Australians very happy. Look at those records though. Kenya, I mean, we are at the start of the season, so season's best, SB and national records. National record though for Uganda. And Botswana down there with the season's best, but they really did go out too fast, too hard, and they just couldn't maintain that.
Yeah, they front-loaded the team, Botswana. As you see that national record for Australia confirmed, there is the victorious Belgian Quartet Segers, the newest name of those. The other 3 are seasoned individual and relay performers at major championships. And Belgium, well, they will race tomorrow for $40,000 in first prize, the World Athletics Relays title as well. As we see the changeovers, and you can just see the athletes, they're just sizing up. You might have just seen the Belgium athlete had a little look round there to see what was going on outside. Where will the threats come as they broke from the lanes down the back straight? And these athletes, just that slight side-on technique there. They've got the 20-metre zone either side of the start-finish line there to take the baton. And in the end, Uganda got themselves in a bad position actually on the inside. But Belgium, it was a really well contested first 2 out front, wasn't it? Belgium and Australia flip-flopping positions. And you can see there, cutting him up almost there. It was the Australian athlete who just came right across. And you know, in relay running, there is a bit of argy-bargy, a few elbows are out. I think that will be okay. I think they'll just about say that the running line was there for Australia, but wouldn't have wanted to cut that off for too much more.
No, definitely not. Elbows were out. You can see it does mean a lot to them. They want to get those positions. They want to qualify. They want to get the job done early here, whereas Kenya are going to have to try and come back tomorrow and get that qualifying spot.
Well, we do have, of course, 2-time qualifier spots in the mixed 4x400. In fact, we don't have 2-time qualifier spots, sorry. That's one of our later events. The World Championship qualifying, the main aim for all of our athletes who are here. And just double checking that, because the actual qualification rules may have changed, because there actually was a redraw of these heats very late on this afternoon. Because of Nigeria's withdrawal, there were originally going to be 4 heats, and the numbers all became a bit imbalanced when Nigeria withdrew, and as a result the heats were all redrawn, So the opportunity for Kenya to qualify may still be there as one of the 2 time qualifiers. They'll have to wait and see as we look at those spectacular sights above the Chané Stadium here in Guangzhou.
Absolutely beautiful shots here in Guangzhou. The stadium is lit up for some electric competition as we go in to heat 2 of the mixed 4x4 100-meter relay.
Just to confirm, Jess, there are 2 time qualifier spots now actually in this event as well. So the top 2 in each of the 3 heats. So in that case, it was Belgium and Australia, and 2 time qualifiers across the 3 heats. So at the moment, Kenya and Italy would be in those 2 positions. As we see the athletes there on screen, they are those waiting inside for the 3rd of the mixed relay heats.
Yep, this is the cool room. These athletes will be in the 3rd heat though, because the next heat, they are already lined up on track, ready to go. I can confirm that the rain is almost stopped here in Guangzhou. Got the Sri Lankan team there. Brilliant to see them here. We've got a French, Spanish team behind. Plenty of Chinese fans here in this 60,000 capacity stadium, all with their ponchos on, of course. They're used to a bit of heat, humidity and rain, shall we say. There's the German. We'll be going in lane 8 of this heat 2 in the 4x400 meter relay. And China, again, we're going to be hearing, yeah, if you can hear that, China are in the house. They're going on the inside in lane 3. Hello to Team China. Yu, Mo, Zheng and Liu.
I thought you were going to say hello Mo there for a minute as she came onto the screen. I love the different colour coordinated, not to make it look blanket blue, blanket yellow, blanket purple. We've got different coloured ponchos as well dotted around, but the Chinese athletes certainly here. We're waiting to hear if their team will go through in the mixed 4x1 to the World Athletics Relay final. There are large areas of open air seating, as you can see there. If you're on one of the bends, you are out in the elements here, but we're ready for heat 2.
And on the outside, we have got Brazil in lane 9, set off by Soares Lima. Then we've got Barbosa, Oliveira and Cassia Ferreira. There they are. Goes man, woman, man, woman. In lane 8, Germany, led out by Manuel Sanders, handing over to Hoven. Then Agiakum. And finally Lackner. In lane 7, they are ones to watch, of course, the Olympic champions, Olympic silver medalists in the 4x400 meters. Blockberg will lead them out, followed by Okolo, Robinson and Irby Jackson. They are going to be wanting to do well here. Look out for them. Lane 7. Lane 6, never discount the Irish. Kelly would lead them out, followed by the brilliant Adeleke, who came 4th at the Olympics. Cillian Green and Maudsley, also 4th in the 4x400 meters at the Olympics. Poland, lane 5. Szwed, Bukovica, Dushinsky and Shveti Ersetic in the Poland team, lane 5. In lane 4, Petrucciani, followed by Wernley, Gendra and Farr for the Swiss team. They look serious, they mean business. And on the inside lane, lane 3, listen to that roar. We've got Yu, we're passing on to Mo, followed by Zheng, and finally Liu with the anchor leg. They are happy to be here, feeding off this brilliant crowd. So the favourites are lane 7, United States, the Irish in lane 6, and the Polish in lane 5. It's those middle 3 lanes you're going to want to take a look at. USA there. Blockberger ready to lead them out as they go. On your marks. Mixed 4x400 meter relay, heat 2 of 3 here at the World Relays in Guangzhou, China. silence asked for here in the stadium, as fans got a bit excited. And we are off clearly, and you can see 3 from left. USA have got a good start there in lane 7, being led out by Blockberger, but also Ireland, Cillian Kelly there in lane 6, not doing badly at all, coming round this first bend, but it is the USA who are already gaining on Germany in lane 8. Very strong bend here from them as they come down into the home straight. They will be passing on to a woman as Germany overtake Brazil here on the outside. Ireland going strong, but it will be USA who pass over in first place as we see the first changeover. Yeah, good transition there for USA, not bad from Germany either, as we see Switzerland come through as well, but USA absolutely storming round this first bend of the second leg. Germans on the outside having a very good run there from Hoven, and the Swiss athlete in lane 5 coming through. The cheers you're getting out for China as the stagger breaks, and we all merge into one lane here. Poland going strong there at the front, taken the lead. Beautiful running there round this bend as we come in to the home straight. It is Poland 1, USA 2, and Ireland, that tall figure of Adeleke, who had an exceptional season last year, is just gaining on the American athletes. Brazil bringing up the rear there, China just in front, but it's Poland, followed by Ireland, Adeleke passing over, and USA in third.
Well, you'd have expected the USA to be a little bit further forward here. It's Poland who head out on the third leg with Kejan Dushinsky, who's got a 6 or 7 metre lead here over the USA. Their third leg runner, Chris Robinson, making his US debut. He's a hurdler. He's been in action in the Grand Slam track before making the journey over here to China. Cillian Green is running well in third place for Ireland as well, who have Charlene Maudsley, almost an expert anchor leg runner these days. And back in fourth place at the moment come Germany with Emil Adjikun. But USA have trimmed a bit out of Poland's lead here. Poland led by 6 or 7 metres. But Robinson has run a good leg. He will hand over for the final leg for the USA to Lina Irby-Jackson, another very experienced runner. Sviti Esetic takes the baton for Poland, and Maudsley for Ireland.
And USA absolutely storming it, and listen to the cheers of the crowd as well. Irby-Jackson absolutely flying around that bend, but it is Poland in hot pursuit as well as Ireland. And look at the move as well. You can just see the German athlete absolutely trying to storm past Maudsley from Ireland on the right-hand side. And that is Lankner from Germany. But look at Irby-Jackson. They got silver in Paris. They're wanting to do one better here, set their intention for the season ahead as Irby-Jackson comes tearing around the home straight. But it is an absolute fight for second, third and fourth. Who is going to get the automatic qualifying stop for Tokyo? Maudsley absolutely grinding it through. She wants to go to Tokyo, but it is America who take first place. Ireland come in second and Poland in third, followed by the Germans. Goodness me. Well, we expected USA to win, and win they did. Didn't make it easy for themselves, but Irby-Jackson did make that last leg look like a walk in the park.
A smile from Charlene Maudsley. You can see how the positions outside the top 2 are evolving on the right-hand side of your screen with that brilliant live graphic there to show you that Poland, despite being outrun in that home straight by Maudsley's finish, have moved into one of the 2 top time qualifier spots now with 1 heat still to come. Well, USA at the halfway stage, Jess, to be honest with you, I expected them to be a lot closer. Obviously, Poland were front-loaded with Szwed himself, an individual medalist in the indoors, and Natalia Bukowiecka, herself a global medalist as well in the individual 400. So they were front-loaded, even with the revitalised Sviti Esetic, who's had some injury problems in the last couple of years. And in the end, the way they ran through the first half, it's taken a very good second half from the Irish runners, Cillian Green and Charlene Maudsley there, to overhaul Poland in the second half of the race. So Poland at the moment and Kenya are the 2 with 1 heat to come who are in the time qualifier spots. Italy will not make it through today.
I know we're not supposed to have favourites as commentators, but I love watching the Irish run the 400. I really do. They always have exceptional talent in those squads, but the USA team there, job done.
I thought you were going to say that Johnny Blockberger was your favourite name, because he started in the blocks as well. So Johnny Blockberger in the blocks. Just it feels like some sort of, you know, superhero name, doesn't it?
Have you been waiting to say that one there?
It just flew into my mind there as we see the changeovers there, and Adeleke, who, and again, the Irish have got a decision to make here. How much do they use the likes of Adeleke here in the mixed? And they've, you know, Adeleke and Maudsley, their top 2 individual female runners. They put them in on day 1. But Chris Robinson, who's had a great performances over the barriers, second to Dos Santos in the 400 hurdles in Grand Slam track, and then a lot of travel over here from last weekend. A lot of these athletes have been out training in here in Asia, in Hong Kong, for well over a week, 10 days now to acclimatise. Brazil were disappointing in that one, I must say.
They were indeed. They would have hoped to have done better there. It was quite a stacked field with 7 teams taking part in that one. As we look ahead to our final round of the mixed 4x400 metre relay, we have 7 teams coming up, hoping for qualification, as we see Charlene Maudsley take home in quite a relaxed fashion there as she crosses the line and secures Ireland a qualification spot at Tokyo. I know she was bitterly disappointed with 4th place at Paris last year, but you have to pick yourselves up from these things, and look at that smile there. She's going to Tokyo, World Champs medal maybe on the cards.
It's hard to know that. It's a great smile from Charlene Maudsley. We've seen it many times. Job done. I didn't think she was moving that freely there from that head-on shot. And she's another one who's had some early season injury problems, but she certainly didn't run like she had an injury there. But whether that was just a bit of lactic in the legs in the closing stages, I hope it's not any kind of recurrence of a problem. But USA, with that strong team and that fastest time in the world this year, as I've heard many of our colleagues say, just covering athletics early in May, that world leads outdoors are still pretty early. But the World Championships will have a mixed 4x4 in. Connor Kelly on the ground.
He's had enough.
He ran the first leg. He's had the most recovery time, but the most inexperienced of that quartet. What a great experience for him. Maybe not right this second, but
he'll look back on it as a great experience anyway. Once he's caught his breath down there, his teammates just surrounding him. Yeah, a little shake of the legs there from Maudsley. Oh, water going flying.
Oh, the lactic's burning for Connor Kelly. But the good news is that they will come back and contest the final tomorrow. They can make team changes tomorrow, and now it's all about $40,000 of US prize money. And we should say as well, lane seeding for the World Championships in Tokyo, and what that means is that the better performers here will get better seeding in terms of they'll avoid some of the other strong performing nations in the early rounds and the heats of the World Championship relays. So there is a knock-on advantage as well as the prize money and the qualification. You can actually qualify and give yourself theoretically a potentially smoother path when you get to Tokyo, which is about 3,000 kilometers east from here. And one of the reasons that Japan are quite lightly represented here is because they do have automatic rights to qualify for Tokyo as host nation.
Poland looking pretty disappointed there. Generally pretty strong across the relay disciplines, but wasn't to be for automatic qualification spot. We'll have to wait and see what their time was compared to others, but it's looking pretty strong at the moment, and they are tipped to be one of the fastest out of the ones who don't automatically qualify, so hopefully we will be seeing them in Tokyo.
Yeah, that's why they're hanging around, loitering at trackside. They want to see if any of the teams coming up in this final heat outside the top 2 will run faster than their 3:12.7. Let's meet the teams then. There are 7 of them lining up here. India on the outside, who again have got a small team here in Guangzhou. They've got this and the men's 4x4, and they'll be led off on the outside by Jay Kumar to Kaleri to Chowdhury, and then to Rupal. It's a pretty inexperienced Ireland team. Canada have Austin Cole on the first leg. Alyssa Marsh, another one of their successful major championship performers. Nathan George and Deanna Proctor make up their quartet. Here are Great Britain and Northern Ireland with Josh Folds on the first leg. He will hand on to one of the European indoor medalists for Great Britain, Emily Newnham. Sam Lunt is a hurdler making his debut for Great Britain at 19 years of age, and Nicole Yegin anchored GB in the Olympics. France are strong here. This is a good French quartet. Gilles Biron will lead them off. Estelle Raffailly, Théo Andon and Alexa De. South Africa, we're going to be keeping an eye on them throughout this competition. They have Shazy on the opening legs, and Van der Vault, as it's listed on the start list here. She's been known as Kelvin Hayes in the early part of the season. There's a couple of Garcias for Spain. They've got David and Samuel, interspersed with Carmen Aviles and Berta Segura on the final leg in this man-woman formation On the inside, Sri Lanka. As I mentioned, this is their only team they've got entered here in Guangzhou. Darshana, Ramanaika, Kumaraga and Fernando lining up for them. So teams in this third and final heat, if they don't finish in the top two, they're looking for faster than 3:14.42. In fact, correction, they're not. They're looking for faster than Kenya's time of 3:13.41 from the first heat, which would get them into one of the top two qualifying spots. Emily Newnham, I think, is happier than she looks there with the arms folded, the sort of double teapot on. She's ready. It's warm in the arena. It might look damp, and there might be one or two spots still falling, but it's very pleasant temperatures. We're up in the mid to high 20s here. Humidity is high. But for these athletes, with the rain stopped now, they're really good running conditions, avoiding any problems underfoot. The last of our heats in the mixed 4x400 meters, top two automatically reach the World Championships. So where we go. South Africa are well loaded across this event. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, led by Martin Rooney. Great Britain, of course, the only country to take a full complement of relay medals in all 5 events at the Paris Olympics. It was a really successful Paris Games. Pretty even through the outside lane. South Africa have gone off strongly with Tumisang Shezi in the dark green and yellow. There they are in lane 5. On the inside of France and Gilles Biron in 6. Pretty even through this first 300 meters or so. Josh Folds is running a good second half of the leg for Great Britain. Just coming up onto the shoulder of Austin Cole of Canada. Inside him as Biron of France starts to fade. First change coming up. Great Britain and Northern Ireland and South Africa pretty much handing over together there, just ahead of France, and right on the inside Spain also closed that opening leg pretty well as well. The baton in the hand of Emily Newnham as they run this bend in lanes and will break when they go through the cones at the entrance to the back straight. The stagger unwinding in the favour of South Africa with Shirley Nekuburi, who comes through on the inside of Great Britain and Emily Newnham. For Canada, it's Alyssa Marsh, and Spain with Carmen Aviles. Those are the top 4 at the moment, with France and India completing the 6-runner field at the moment. 2 automatic spots, remember, up for grabs in Tokyo. So Newnham will hand on to Sam Lunt, those final nerves for the 19-year-old debutant as he prepares, and he sees Emily Newnham straighten up for home here, and Newnham finishing strongly here, and will hand the baton over in front for Great Britain ahead of South Africa and Spain.
And Lunt takes that, heads down, arms pumping, as Great Britain are in the lead as we come around this first bend of this third leg. South Africa in 2, Spain in 3, but Spain just overtaking Garcia on the outside of Kokomoa from South Africa, and he's on the hunt for Great Britain. India, France, Canada bringing up the rear there. What happened there? We will find out, but Great Britain just hanging on is Lunt as we come round the bend into the home straight for the final leg passover. Look at South Africa. Look at Kumar. Look at him coming through. This is not quite the final, but it feels like it. And we hand over to the final leg with South Africa in the lead, closely followed by Great Britain.
This is going to be a brilliant battle. The Olympic bronze medalist and the World Championship silver medalist, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with Nicole Yeargin on the final leg. The hurdler, Zene van der Walt, for them. The African champions, South Africa, and Spain at the moment just out of shot in third. The only team still in the hunt, it would appear, for those top 2 automatic spots, although France are desperately trying to bridge the gap back to the top couple of places. Still, as they have been almost all the way round, Yeargin. Van der Walt has run a wider course, almost on the outside of lane 1, those extra few metres, and now Yeargin just ushers her a little bit wider as she runs wider on the lane. Only 2 of these will automatically make Tokyo. Great Britain from South Africa, and Spain with Segura taking South Africa out by every stride, coming down the home straight, but the hurdler's stamina of Van der Walt will see them home. It's Yeargin for Great Britain and South Africa on their way to Tokyo, and Spain will have to wait and see if that time is fast enough as one of the time qualifiers. Wait to see and compare it to that on the right-hand side. It's not going to be fast enough for Spain. They will have to come back tomorrow. But Great Britain and South Africa get the job done.
What a brilliant end to that race. Great Britain, job done. Newman looking a lot happier now. Yeargin, She anchored that beautifully. Thought she was in danger at one point, but no, she stayed calm, she brought it home. South Africa, happy with that as well. A slower heat, though, than we saw in the previous one. Spain, though, aren't necessarily known for their relay running, but very solid there, especially that final leg by Segura. Be gutted to miss out just on the automatic qualification, but they should be pretty happy with that.
That's a really good result for the Great Britain quartet there, led by Nicole Jürgen. They had the most experienced athlete on the anchor leg there, and Jürgen stayed calm. She had South Africa pretty much in her rear the whole way round there, but didn't panic. And of course, to use the screen in the arena here. There actually isn't a screen on the home bend here in the arena. There's only one on the first bend, which means the athletes coming around the home turn, they can't use, as athletes often do, that screen as a bit of a wing mirror to see what's happening behind them. But as we see the final, the second changes rather here, onto the second leg. Great performances from Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who of course have used the likes of Lavia Nielsen and Alex Haydock-Wilson, who unfortunately had to pull out of this with injury. Hannah Kelly, these kind of runners, have used them in the mixed before, but they will go a little bit later on in the competition this evening.
But that concludes our 4x400 metres mixed. We're now going to go on to the single-sex events, and it is the women's 4x100 metre relay coming up. Here are the slow-mos of those exchanges. Not as high pressured as the 4x1 exchanges, but that was a brilliant acceleration there from South Africa. Van der Voort absolutely thumping the arms as you come down there, but Jürgen not to be phased.
A little bit of contact in the home straight. Van der Voort, having run a wide course all the way around, it almost looks like she's trying to run the shortest possible court down the home straight as she came into it there. Obviously, once you're on the straight, how wide you are doesn't particularly matter, but Jürgen stayed calm, had relaxation in her face there, and wasn't to be denied on the line. This is actually a little bit before the finish straight there, in fact, which is why we saw Van der Voort trying to make the most use of getting across to the inside. And this is where Van der Voort, you can see her starting to paddle ever so slightly there as the lactate builds, and she'll have just seen Spain, who got within half a metre and then just couldn't make it any further past them.
And you saw Jürgen look up to the screen just to check how she was doing in that previous shot, and she knew she had it. Smile on the face of Jürgen. A breath out from Van der Voort. Smiles, she's done it. Oh, little lick of the lips. South Africa are going to Tokyo.
What were you worried about? I think that lick of the lips says, as we see Josh Fultz and Sam Lunt celebrating. Again, Great Britain are a team with a lot of new names in here in Guangzhou, as many of the major nations have. USA have got a lot of new names. But there's Nicole Jürgen. They are obviously seeing themselves on the screen here in the arena as well. I didn't see if there was a bench there earlier, but look, there is only one bench, and Great Britain have found it. And Spain are celebrating.
Yes.
Just having a look why.
Does that mean they have made it through?
Well, not on our computer in front of us. We'll confirm all of this very shortly with the time qualifiers, but on the computer in front of us, we've got Poland and Kenya as the two time qualifiers through to Tokyo and through to tomorrow's final. So we'll wrap all of that up very shortly, but as you say, Jess, that is the last of the three mixed 4x400 metre heats. We move on now to single-sex races all the way through. We go women's event, men's event, men's event, and it'll be the 4x100s next, as we confirm there. Those are the 8 teams who are through to the World Athletics Championships in the mixed 4x4 and to tomorrow's World Athletics Relay Final to contest $40,000 and lane seeding for Tokyo. Poland and Kenya through on time.
Yep. Brilliant job there. You can see that last heat, though, was the slowest. But job done from South Africa. Doesn't matter what your time is, as long as you come in the top 2.
And of course, if you know you're going to be in the top 2, then the time almost becomes irrelevant, doesn't it? You're not chasing that qualifying time. They knew they were, I say they knew they were in the top 2. South Africa did eventually. As we see the Spanish 4x100 metres quartet getting ready. So we're back to fast and furious again, Jess. Not saying that the 4x400 is by any means anything other than fast, because it is. But we are now back to the drama of the 4x1s. We've seen baton disasters so far, thrills and spills. You can do all the drills, you can do all the practice, but the pressure of the live performance out there in the arena with other athletes around you who are trying to beat you always makes it that little bit more difficult. You see athletes coming out with tape across their name, by the way. We saw it quite a lot in Paris, actually. They were coming out of the gate with, it's almost not to hide their identity, but that is the check mark tape that they will put on the track to show them where to take off from It's not that they are trying to disguise their name or they've got somebody else's bib on. So 3 heats on the way of this women's 4x1. I can tell you that Great Britain will go in the first of them, Jamaica will go in the second of them, and the USA will go in the third of them in terms of 3 of the big nations.
We're seeing on the screen now some beautiful shots of Guangzhou, largest city in southern China. About 19 million people live here on the Pearl River. And what a sight it is for the World Athletics Relays. Been brilliant so far. I'm absolutely loving it. And we have got one heck of a schedule as we move in to the women's 4x1s.
Oh, we saw earlier on some shots of Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price. I can tell you she is in the Jamaica team for this women's 4x100 metres. They go in the second of the heats, alongside Germany, the Olympic bronze medalists actually as well. So tough second heat for them, but the 6 teams are standing by. The qualifying rules are the same here. There are 2 automatic spots and 2 teams who will go through on time to Tokyo and to tomorrow's final. As you see the live clock on the tower just outside the stadium, that's very helpful. 8 o'clock exactly, local time here. Wherever you're watching around the world, it is the World Athletics Relays. Guangzhou 25, where beautiful sprinting conditions.
Beautiful nails as well.
Asher Phillip. The nails of Asher Phillip, and Asher wristband, or a little bracelet there as well. And one of a handful of athletes, Asher Phillip, who actually competed in the very first World Athletics Relays back in 2014. In fact, Great Britain have 3 of their 4 athletes in this field, this one coming up, who competed 11 years ago in the inaugural World Relays. But first of all, from the outside, we meet the team from Belgium, which is, again, pretty strong. Rani Vinke will run the first leg to Rani Rosius, to Leon Torfs and Delphine and Kanza. France go in lane 8. Their big hitters are on the 3rd and 4th leg. They've got Rimliger to Sarah Richard, to Hélène Parisot and Chloe Gallet, who ran the 3rd and 4th leg for them in the Olympic Games. Here is Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the European champions, the Olympic silver medalists. The only one of the Olympic final quartet to be in this one is Amy Hunt there, who runs the 2nd leg interestingly down the back straight, often runs the 3rd leg. Bianca Williams and Desiree Henry complete the quartet. For Australia, Georgia Harris will lead them out. They have Brie Rizzo, as she's now known, formerly Brie Masters. Since her marriage, now Brie Rizzo, Christy Edwards, and Tubella Philp on the final leg for them. 2 of their Olympic quartet lining up there. Côte d'Ivoire, who haven't had a great time of it recently. They were disqualified in Paris and they didn't finish in the World Championships in Budapest. They have Mamoudou Kone, their strongest runner, on the 2nd leg, down the back. And in 4, we have Chile, who have never qualified for a World Championships in this event. Anaïs Hernandez, Maria Montt, who is their South American bronze medalist over 100 metres. She also goes on the 2nd leg. And Isidora Jimenez and Antonia Ramirez complete their lineup. 6 teams, 6 strong teams. Teams meaning business here in heat 1 of 3 in the 4x100 metres for women. 2 automatic places in the World Championships and 2 teams on time across the 3 heats. Belgium on the outside, France in 8, Great Britain and Northern Ireland next to Australia, Côte d'Ivoire and Chile. Smoothly away. Asher Phillip of Great Britain knows exactly what it takes to run a first leg of a relay. Pretty even through the first leg. Côte d'Ivoire, the one team just off the pace at the moment through the first leg. Changeovers seem to have gone pretty well. Down the back straight, Amy Hunt is making up ground on France. Outside her has run a terrific straight. She's been in great form. Amy Hunt, good change on for Great Britain. Onto the 3rd leg, Bianca Williams has the baton in hand. Run on the outside, Belgium, Australia coming on the inside of Great Britain as well. Bianca Williams will hand on to Desiree Henry for the final change. It's a decent enough one. Australia had a good change. Belgium outside them as well, and Chile on the inside. France finishing strongly. Great Britain coming under pressure from Belgium here, all the way up to the line, and Belgium come through. Brilliant final leg from Delphine and Kanza to come through and win it for Belgium in 42.80. Desiree Henry brings Great Britain home in 2nd position for that automatic quad spot in Tokyo, and the rest will have to wait and see if they've done enough.
Oh, we like it fiery here in Guangzhou, and that delivered. Women's 4x100 meter heat one. That is what it means to the Belgian team. They kind of went under the radar for the first part of that heat and absolutely smashed it. They're going to the World Champs. Look at what it means. First race here, job done for Belgium.
Well, there were some eye-catching legs in that, not more so than Amy Hunt of Great Britain down the back straight, who's been in brilliant form. 5th placer in the World Indoor Championships, of course, over 60 metres, and eventually she's been getting used to, as I say, often runs the 3rd leg in this due to her proficiency as a 200-metre runner, but Bianca Williams is a decent 200-metre runner as well, so Great Britain deciding to put Hunt on the 2nd leg, and that was paying off. But Belgium, as you say, these athletes, there aren't enough individual places for all of these athletes to go. Some of these athletes don't qualify as individuals, as we see Desiree Henry just about managing to find a smile. Looking for a replay, I think, of her final. Oh, that's a much better smile, Desiree.
Oh, here we go. And Amy Hunt, never one to miss a photo op there. But the Belgians, yeah, I don't think they quite believe that either. Because, you know, Great Britain, they were the silver medalists in the 4x1. So, but not to be. They did not win it, but they are through safely. Job done. And as we say, it might not be this 4 that run tomorrow in the final here. It might not be that 4 that go to the World Champs. Going to see some replays here. Chile, happy to be here.
Yeah, let's have a look at this 2nd leg down the back here from Amy Hunt, who is picking it up there off Asher Phillip. And Hunt, well, if you measure her certainly against the French athlete outside, Australia ran really well down the back as well. Brie Rizzo ran a brilliant 2nd leg for them too, but the Great Britain handovers were slick on the bend. Belgium's hand there, it was late, but it was efficient enough. And Belgium from right on the outside as well, we should say. The outside lane, that's a slick final change from most of the teams there. Desiree Henry, powerful, but look at Kanza taking that ground out of her coming down the home straight. One going away, Jessica.
Yeah, and Kanza just looking calm, determined, but the French team going to be pretty disappointed there. A bit of a grimace on Gallet's face. They would have hoped for better than that.
Well, they were backloaded, weren't they? 2 of the Olympic quartet, Hélène Parisot and Chloé Gallet on legs 3 and 4, but they just had too much to do in the end in that 2nd half of the race. There's so many things that go into the melting pot here, aren't there? Not just choosing the athletes. Who runs in which order? Who hands to who? Because some athletes will have handed to another athlete so many times they've got it absolutely nailed down. Who do you save for the next round? There's so many, you know, the intricacies of relay selection and tactics and preparation is a fascinating extra facet to our sport that we only see in relay events. As Akani Sambini described it yesterday in the press conference, he said it's a team sport and an individual sport.
Absolutely. I mean, you're telling me there's a lot that goes into a relay. Commentating on it, there's a heck of a lot that goes into it too, Chris. But there we go. Belgium with the season's best. We are right at the start of the season, as we know. So not too much to take from those things that come up there. But very happy with that, Belgium. They're going to Tokyo. Woohoo! Yes, indeed. And Great Britain will be there too. Hunt, I've loved watching her over the last couple of years. Exceptional. 5th at the indoors 60 metres earlier. Again, another season's best, so they'll be pretty happy with that. And they're set to do good things at the World Champs later in Tokyo. They came silver at the Olympics last year. They're going to hope to do one better and beat USA at that World Champs come September.
And as we said, 3 of that team, Phillip, Williams and Henry, you know, they competed in the World Relays in 2014. But there are so many good athletes, you know, you think immediately of Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl Nita, who will come into that team, that they really have good strength in depth. And we saw some of the young up-and-coming female athletes like Mensah and Wedderburn Goodison in the mixed 4x1 as well. So great news for Great Britain. They've got a lot of their products of their UK Futures programme here. But talking of futures, here is one who has most of her career behind her at the moment, but the future is still a little bit unknown.
Absolute superstar. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce is in the house, everyone. And this Jamaica team is absolutely stacked. We'll get to that in a second, because lane 9, it's China. Listen to that, and that entry. Wow, Chen shooting away the competition, followed by Li, then Liang, passing on to Ji for the final anchor leg. They are loving it. Exceptional reception here in Guangzhou. Poland will go in lane 8. Piotrowska, Niemczyk, Stefanovic and Simonouskaya is their quartet. Lane 7, it's Spain. Cladera will lead them out. followed by Bestu, Sevilla, and bringing it home is Perez. And here we go then, the Olympic bronze medalists, Germany. Junk would lead them out, followed by Jaworski. In the third leg, Wasoli and Olympic bronze medalist Haas, bringing them home. And here we are. Tina Clayton leads out this exceptionally strong Jamaica team. You can hear the reception here in China. They love to see it on that second leg. It is the absolute iconic Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, followed by Tia Clayton, and 200-meter world champion Shericka Jackson goes on that anchor leg. Liberia are in lane 4. Morrison, followed by Davies, then Darius, and Smith Barnett will anchor them home. That's how we line up for heat 2 of 3 here of the women's 4x100 meter relay. 6 teams. You want to keep your eyes on lane 5 there of Jamaica, and lane 6 on the outside of them, Germany. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, who absolutely tore away the competition recently at her son's school sports day. Will she do the same here? She means business, that's for sure. Hands must go behind the white line. Baton can be over it. As Clayton from Jamaica. And we are away here. The roars go up in Guangzhou, China, as Jamaica have a beautiful first leg. Quite clean changeovers, we think. But it is Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce storming down that back straight, overtaking Germany. Absolute stormer there. And is it a clean change? It is. Germany also doing well. Spain towards the outside. Second from your left, doing well as well. Germany fading a bit. It will be Spain and Jamaica in the lead here. Spain exceptional as we come down the hand straight. Jackson has got a lot to do for Jamaica. It is Spain leading at the moment, but Shericka Jackson, can she do it? No, she can't. It's going to be Spain take it. First, Jamaica 2, Germany 3. Oh, I don't think we were expecting that, were we? Hello, Spain.
That is a great performance from Spain. At least one of their athletes has already run this evening, Bestue. There's a lot to look back on in that heat, Jess. Not least Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce getting the baton. I'm not sure that went particularly well. There was some disasters on the outside. China, the roar in the arena is because they dropped the baton in the last change, and they've just managed to rescue it and go back and finish. It all went wrong on the outside. Poland had a nightmare final change as well. We'll have a look back at that in a minute. So Fraser-Pryce made up the ground on the back straight, but I'll be fascinated to see that change involving her when she received the baton. Good news for Germany, as you can see on the right there, have leapt into one of the 2-time qualifier spots.
Yeah, so it was a faster heat, and there's so much going on in a relay. It's hard to know what changeover goes well. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, not used to coming in second place, is she? She's got plenty of Olympic medals. There we go, smile for the camera. Plenty of world championships to her name. In her late 30s now, she is still on the scene, doing exceptionally well. But Spain, my God, they have had an absolute world-class start here in Guangzhou. They're going to Tokyo. Jamaica, Shericka Jackson. Not quite what we expected from her, maybe in that final home straight. She was injured last year at the Olympics. She didn't make the 200-meter final, and she pulled out of the 100 meters as well. But she is the world champion 200 meters, not looking happy. I
was going to say, I've seen her looking happier, Jess. I've seen Shericka looking happier. Imagine that you're the Clayton twins, by the way, Tina and Tia, and you're in your team is Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce and Shericka Jackson. What a team! I
know, and you'd have thought you'd have beat the Spanish team, who are somewhat less known, but relays, anything can happen. And look at them, they snuck onto the radar coming into this. Look at them, they can barely believe it. Absolutely outstanding. I am loving watching this. And look, hands over mouth, crouching down. They're going to Tokyo. They are going to the world champs in a particularly good time as well. And here, let's take a look at some of these replays. This is the first exchange. Jamaica, look, as they pass on, seconds from your right.
Wasn't as bad as I thought, but they were very much alongside each other nearly when Fraser-Pryce got it.
It's because she's so fast, Chris. Germany, not quite as strong as they would have liked in that either. Here we go, this is the final exchange. And look at Spain on the left-hand side. And Poland, absolutely nowhere near it. She's running too fast, Poland, there, but Spain, absolutely story. And China, far on the left, they fall. They drop the baton, but here it's all about Perez from Spain. That was exceptional. I can't wait to see her split, because that was fast. A slightly unusual running technique, their feet almost out in front as she leans backwards, as the powerful figure of Jackson on the right-hand side of the screen doesn't quite do enough. And Germany there, Huss from the Olympic team, not enough this time.
Yeah, I think I might have been slightly deceived in terms of the Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price handle by the angle there from behind. Like they were right next to each other. Obviously, you want to have a straight arm when you are, so you want to have that little bit of distance. You want, what's that, half a metre to a metre's distance between the two. They were pretty much alongside each other, the Jamaican athletes, when they handed over. So they've lost a little bit of time there, which ultimately, when you've lost the actual race by 0.3 of a second, there or thereabouts, those little things can be a difference. The Reens in Spain are so happy, by the way, as you can see on there, Jess, because it's a national record.
Look at me. I'm very excited about that for them. Go there. Also, I could be wrong, but I think Cladera, who did the first leg there, was also in the mixed earlier tonight. So she's had a busy evening. Not much time, not much of a turnaround there. Absolutely stoked, aren't they? Oh, my goodness. Guangzhou delivering the goods for Spain. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, she's still smiling. You know, they still qualified. They're still going to the World Champs. She's like, we don't need to stress. We got tomorrow. We got the final.
She will, I'm sure, be back tomorrow in one form or the other to be here. We may see her in the mixed 4x1. With that job done today, qualifying-wise, we may see her in the mixed 4x1. We'll wait and see. I'm sure she'd like to have a go. If this is going to be her final year, she would want to have a go at it. Of course, it's going to be in action next year for the first time as we see the athletes for our final heat here. Heat number 3 of 3. Netherlands are on the outside. Van der Wiel, Van Hoenenstein, Bishops and De Blauw. Pretty strong quartet for the Netherlands, who, as we said, have got a smaller team than usual here. Switzerland, they have Goodschmidt, Bergy, Van Kamp and Leonie Pointe. Canada with Sadie McCreath, Marie-Eloise Leclerc, Catherine Leger and Audrey Leduc. Keep an eye out for them here. Canada 6th in the Olympic final with 3 of that quartet. In lane 6 are Italy, the European silver medalists, with Fontana, Kadari, Siragusa and Pavesi. There are 2 of the World Championship quartet that finished 4th in Budapest there, Kadari and Pavesi. USA, they've got the debutant Kaiser Chandler on the second leg, the world indoor medalist Michaela Briscoe on the inside, and TT Terry, who has run a leg in each of the last major gold medal winning teams that US have fielded in the Olympics and in the World Championships. And Portugal, who are looking to qualify for World Championships for the first time, with Andrade Bazzolo, who's their top individual performer, Gandula and Iris Silva. So USA again will be big favourites here. Canada should be strong, Italy as well. Probably, you would think, the battle for second behind the USA should all go well for the USA, which, if you weren't with us at the top of the programme, it didn't in the mixed 4x1 when the baton hit the ground. TT Terry often runs the second leg for the USA. She's on the anchor here. She ran the second leg in the Olympics and in the World Championships. When you've got the likes of Sha'Carri Richardson and Gabby Thomas in your team, sometimes you don't get the first pick. Other athletes watch on, those who are waiting to see if their time will be fast enough to get them through to Tokyo. But these 6 teams contest the 2 automatic spots finally available in Heat 3 of 3. No problems with the starts. Canada out strongly, already a metre or so up on Italy. And USA with Briscoe as well. He's about to hand on to the debutant Kaiser Chandler. Safe enough down the back straight for the USA. All teams still running. Canada ahead of USA at the moment. Italy coming back into it, right on the outside. Netherlands as well. Good change from the USA there. Netherlands also looking pretty slick. Italy coming up between USA and Canada. Switzerland trying to get involved as well. USA hand the baton to TT Terry. It wasn't that smooth for the USA, and Netherlands are challenging on the outside. Here come Italy. Canada desperately chasing that top 2. Canada overtaking the Netherlands. Are they on the line? It's USA, and I think the momentum was with Canada. Audrey Leduc may well have got them through in the second spot. USA were far from fluent, but got the job done over the line, and Canada with Leduc on the charge. tip the Netherlands on the line.
So much drama. How much drama can we take for one evening? We've still got so much coming up, but Netherlands are looking to be in the next best qualifying spot as the 43.13 time will nab them the final spot for Tokyo automatic qualification later this year, the World Champs, and also into the final for tomorrow. So that is Germany and the Netherlands, because that was the final heat of the women's 4x100 meters here in Guangzhou.
And they won't know that yet because that's come up on the screen here. So you at home are seeing that information. The athletes haven't yet seen that on the screen here. So at the moment, Netherlands might have got word from their team around the track there. And I think probably they have, as we see Minka Bishop's on the screen. TT Terry. Again, that last pattern change, we had a great angle of it from side on, a brilliant camera work right on the edge of that changeover zone, which is giving us some brilliant angles of the changeovers as we, again, try and bring athletics to life here, get you right down in amongst these changes rather than seeing the race from one big wide shot. We're trying to get you right out there to see sometimes the intricacies, which, as commentators, we're desperately doing our best to keep our eyes on, but with 5-6 teams and 8 lanes and lots happening across the arena, sometimes every single change you don't quite get the best view of. But TT Terry, they're over the line, and if you ask any team about the ultimate end result, the end result, as you said earlier, Jess, is get to Tokyo, don't worry about the time. TT says, I'm not too worried about the final change, as we see Mikaya Briscoe, who led them off, and again, a proven 60-meter performer, so they've got a very good starter on the first leg. So this was the first leg, Briscoe to the debutant Kaiser Chandler on the second leg. Italy were pretty smooth. Keep your eye on the changes here as well. Netherlands going very well on the outside at this stage. Netherlands pretty well drilled. They weren't that clean, actually, in the Netherlands, right on the outside. Have a look at this one. White to Terry, missed again. Literally hold your hand and give you the baton.
Oof.
I think we described it as not that smooth. Now we've seen that again. Kayla White having to grab TT Terry's hand. I mean, that is extreme action, isn't it?
Wasn't it? But Terry's face was just so kind of chilled throughout that. Oh, I mean, who knows what's going on inside her mind? You know, it's like that duck analogy with the legs going under the water. But, I mean, they got it done, didn't they? They got it done. Exceptional final fight here for Canada. Leduc, part of that Olympic team as well, bringing home the bacon. And the fine margins, the fine margins there. Netherlands, one of the changes that we saw just wasn't quite right. Might make a few tenths of a second difference, and that's what they've lost by. They've been beaten by 2/100ths of a second there. They have ultimately gone through, but if it was a medal decisive performance or a qualification performance there, Britt de Vrouw on the final leg was doing her best. But TT Terry, she was very relaxed facially down the home straight, wasn't she? She's quite the character, is TT Terry. And if anyone could handle some kind of baton chaos at the end, I think TT Terry was probably the one. Yep, she was 5th at the Olympics in the women's 100-meter final. And she was also part of that exceptional win for the women's 4x100 meter team. So she's got a gold medal. She's maybe after a World Champs one later this year as well. Yeah, another gold medal will be right on the agenda of TT Terry. We move on to the men's 4x100 meters now. There are 4 heats to come in this one. We have the most number of teams in any of the events we've got going on this evening, as we see the victorious US quartet with that 42.86. And again, that's a pretty experienced quartet. Yes, Chandler's a debutant, but the other 3 are seasoned international performers. So while there are a lot of new names in the USA team, those are not some of them. There's the US again with Kadari and Pavesi, 2 regulars for them at the top level as well. Quite like these sort of celebratory qualifiers, little shots we get there, the old team photos. Here's confirmation then of the women's 4x100 meters. The capital cues, those who finished in the first 2. And Germany and Netherlands go through to Tokyo and tomorrow's final on time. Right, we are on to the men's 4x100 meter relays then here in Guangzhou. Lane 9, Poland, led out by Krupa, passing on to Vodvik, Zak and Kopech. There they are. Lane 8, we see Ghana, Aguirre, Amoa, Safo Antwi and Fusaini. Lane 7, we've got France, they were 6th at Paris Olympics. Pablo Matteo will lead them out. Arias, Zeze and Priam will lead them home. and they are going to be battling in this heat against Great Britain. The bronze Olympic medalist, Glaive, to Mitchell Blake, who was part of that final quartet in Paris, Efaloko and Amo Dadze. Having a bit of a dance there on the right of your screen. Loving this split screen work. And then lane 5, Colombia. They've actually got the world leading time in this event so far, led out by Reteria Jimenez. Handing over to Palacios, Abello, and then Flores to finish. Korea, lane 4, Seo, Nuamadi, Lee and Co. So you want to keep your eyes on lanes 7 and 6 here. 7 is France in the blue kit. Great Britain just inside of them. Led out by Glaive. They're going to want a nice, easy 4x100 metre here. Both France and Great Britain expected to go through automatically to Tokyo later this year. But what's meant to happen doesn't always happen. As we get ready for our first men's 4x100 metre relay. Heat 1 in Guangzhou. And we are go in Guangzhou for the men's 4x100 metres. Great Britain have got away very well there as we come into the first exchange. It is Great Britain. Ghana are also doing quite well on the outside. France going strong as well. Look at Ghana, but look at Great Britain making some ends. Oh, lovely changeovers there from both Great Britain and France. Great Britain absolutely tearing around into the home straight. They were going to come through in first position if they can get this clean exchange here. Passing over, beautiful transition. France in second, Poland in third. Great Britain absolutely tearing down this home straight. It's going to be an easy win, slowing down as he crosses the line. Poland in second, I think might have been Ghana in third there. A walk in the park for the British team, and that's how you do it. Season's best for Poland, automatic qualification, 38.43 for them. Ghana in third, they'll be happy with that. Great Britain, woof, job done. Men's 4x100 metre, heat 1.
We went from Eugene Amo Dad dancing to Eugene Amo Dad easy does it at the end there, because some lovely moves before the start from Eugene Amo Dadzi, who was confident. Korea, 4th place. That's a great run for them, though. They last qualified about 12 years ago for a World Champs. France were well positioned coming into the home straight, faded badly. Ghana ran a very good all-round race. But the automatic qualifiers, as you can see, Eugene gets the job done.
Certainly does. He even slowed down there in the last 10 metres or so. Didn't need to put in all the effort. Going to save a bit of that for tomorrow. They'll be happy with that. They looked like absolute class changeovers as well. I can't wait to see the replays. Poland absolutely stoked with that result, aren't they? Look, and Korea in the background. I mean, they might make it through. They might make it through automatically. We're going to have to wait and see. We've got 4 heats. So, but it is a season's best for Poland. Great Britain through smoothly. Those are the best battered exchanges we have seen so far, I have to say. I can't wait to see the slow-mos of them, but oof, they looked tasty to me, Chris. They really did. Ghana in third, though. Exceptional performance from them. Went under the radar a little bit, but just, you know, clean, easy. Yeah, let's wait and see if they qualify.
Yeah, Great Britain showing no ill effects of the late withdrawal through injury of the world indoor champion Jeremiah Azu, who would have been in this quartet, but again, seasoned performers at major championships. As we look at these changes, this is leg 1 onto 2 on the back straight there. Glaive to Mitchell Blake. Mitchell Blake won our world title with Great Britain back in 2017 at London. You might remember ran a brilliant final leg of that one. Here's Jonah Efaloko coming round the bend for them. And France at this stage, when the stagger unwinds coming into the home straight here, Jess, France were very well positioned, but unfortunately for them, their final leg runner just wasn't able to keep pace. Poland right on the outside finished really strongly.
And I think Zizi from France was just tying up in the last 5 metres there of his leg as well, which meant that didn't give Priam the best entrance into his final leg. But yeah, disappointing for France. Brilliant jubilation for Great Britain and Poland, and Ghana, bit of squeaky bum time as they wait and see if they are through. And Korea, on the far side of your screen had a really exceptional run, actually, especially that final leg. Look at Great Britain. Time to enjoy it, time to celebrate. Amo Dadzi dancing all the way to the end.
And we've got a slight soft spot for Colombia, Jess, haven't we? Because when we arrived at the airport, they had come from Bogota to Madrid to Doha to Guangzhou, and we're waiting for their bus, the Colombian 4x100 metre team. So we sort of made friends as much as you can when you don't speak the same language, and it's good to see them have a decent run out there as well, because it's a hell of a journey from Bogota to Guangzhou.
Certainly is. There's confirmation of season's best there for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And of course we are at the start of the season, so we don't take too much stock in those, but it's good to lock them in. Before this, it was Colombia who had a world lead in this event at 38.48. That has now gone. As we go into Heat 2, the men's 4x1.
There are some big names in this heat, let me tell you. Belgium on the outside, first of all, in lane 9. They have Jordan Paco on the first leg. Antoine Snijders, Kobe Vlemmings and Simon Verhestaten will go on the anchor for them in 9. European Championship 4th places. 1 place ahead of them in Rome were Germany, who have Kevin Krantz, Owen Anser, Yannick Wolf and Lucas Anser Pepra. That is pretty much a full-strength team for them. Near enough. What about this Jamaican quartet? Lining up, led off by Rowan Watson, Julian Fort, Johan Blake, the 2011 world champion, and Kashane Thompson, the recent world the Olympic silver medalist over 100 metres there, will run the anchor. Johan Blake, another of those athletes who took part in the very first World Relays in 2011. What a team. South Africa, the World Under-20 champion, Bayanda Walaza, will lead them off to Dambile, Bradney Kwana and Akani Simbine, who's been in terrific form and actually beat Kashane Thompson in the Diamond League here in China last weekend. They will go head-to-head on the last leg. Kenya have Boniface Mureza leading them off. The African champions, Ferdinand Omanyala, is on the second leg for them this time around. They have Babu and Odihambo to bring them home. In 4, Thailand, last qualified for the World Championships back in 2011. Puripol Boonson is their #1 individual athlete. He will run the anchor leg. And we will stay on an Asian theme for our final team, which is Chinese Taipei. Good reception here, of course, in the arena. This is their only event, the only team they have lined up. It is Lei, then Chen, then Huang and Wei. But the build-up for this one, lanes 6 and 7, I cannot wait for Simbine and Kashane Thompson, South Africa and Jamaica. Will they be fighting it out on the home straight? There are 3 legs that have to come together before we get as far as that. One of them is Johan Blake, who will be handing the baton on from leg 3 there to Kashane Thompson on the anchor. This is set to be an absolute thriller. Germany, Kenya, the African champions as well, either side of the big hitters in this one. There is Walaza. 3 of their 4 Olympic silver medal winning team are in this lineup for South Africa. Heat 2 of 4. Away we go. So Walaza, the youngster for South Africa, has Rowan Watson outside him for Jamaica. Germany have started very starkly with Kevin Krantz as well. Down the back straight, Germany going well, right on the outside, coming up on Belgium. Jamaica and South Africa inside them as the experienced figure of Julian Fort hands on to Johan Blake. Didn't go that well, Jamaica are gone. South Africa then with Simbine to come on the final leg. Ahead of Germany, Belgium on the outside and Kenya. 2 places up for grabs in Tokyo. Akani Simbine has clear water that he probably didn't expect. Kenya and Germany battling for the 2nd place. Germany flying and get there on the line. What a finish. Simbine, in the end, it was a comfortable progression for them as Jamaica unravelled on the final bend. And what a finish in the end, down the home straight by Germany. Their anchor leg runner, Lucas Anser Pepra, overhauling Kenya's Steve Odihambo as they wait for confirmation on the big screen.
For the photo finish to come through, absolutely gutting there for Jamaica. We didn't even get to see Kashane Thompson match up against Simbine as he's been doing so far in the Diamond League. We'll see a replay of that, but gutting for them. It is the world has not been in their favour recently when it comes to relays and at the Olympics, but look at the Germans there. They are absolutely,
Never got the back.
No, didn't even get to touch it. Shane Thompson there looking gutted. He's going to have to go run to get rid of some of that energy he was about to expend. But look at the amount of world lead, season best and national records coming up.
What did I say at the start there, Jess? I said I can't wait for Simbini against Thompson, but there are 3 other legs that have got to go right to get that head-to-head. And we didn't get it. Jamaica didn't get it. The South Africans did. And again, 3 of their Olympic silver medal winning team there. The new name is Dambile, who's the one who didn't run in the Olympic silver medal winning performance. But Thompson in the middle of that never got the baton. Fort and Blake ran their legs well until until they tried to hand the baton on. Let's have a look as we come round to see that Jamaican disaster.
Yeah, well, this is leg 1, and it was all going well for Jamaica to begin with Watson. And here we go. Look towards the middle of your screen. South Africa is on your right in the green, and Jamaica, and look, the hand is, that's fine from Jamaica. That's absolutely fine. Germany are well on the outside, left-hand side of the screen. Belgium not going so well. But Germany strong there. Fort for Jamaica. Yep, breathing steadily. South Africa will be the first to exchange here in the green. And Kenya on the right-hand side having a bit of a messy one. Oh, look, it's just shaking around. He just doesn't get it, just doesn't got his hand on it. And it almost looks like they give up. You see, pink baton, hand out, doesn't go in, floating around for it, can't get it, and it drops. And it's all over. And that's it. And that's where South Africa can take the lead smoothly, calmly. I say smoothly, calmly. That doesn't look like it, does it? But Simbini, never in doubt. Hand there, steady as it goes. Nkawana passing over. Simbini doing what he does best, down that home straight, bringing it home for South Africa. What a force this season.
And again, that's a great example there that we just saw, that the best athletes will find a way. It may not be textbook, but Simbini's experience there, stay calm. He's not looking around, he's not flailing. Nkawana had a couple of goes to get it in there. They were a bit close in the end, but there's that brilliant photo finish that we have. But Germany, we've seen it 2 or 3 times now where the team on the charge, Jess, in every one of those photos has got there every single time. The momentum coming down the home straight, and I guess the other athlete will be tightening up, knowing that somebody is coming usually. And Germany showing the reaction. But that was a great example from the South Africans there of dealing with adversity, staying calm, and not doing what Jamaica did, which is see the baton hit the floor. Jamaica had a nightmare in the Bahamas last year. Nearly everything went wrong for them. Some of their teams didn't even qualify for the Olympic Games as a result of it. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price and the team got the job done earlier on.
And that is a world-leading time for South Africa, 37.84. But we're going to probably see that fall again as the weekend continues. But it's not all over for Jamaica. They do have a chance of qualifying tomorrow for the Tokyo World Champs, but they don't have a chance of competing in the final here tomorrow. The Belgian team there, not their best run.
Well, it's a good point you make. There will be two places available from each of the sort of the B finals, if you like. I think it's officially called World Championship Qualification Round 2, so everyone gets a second opportunity tomorrow to qualify, but they won't get a chance to run in the final.
And here we go then. Heat 3 of 4 of the men's 4x100 metre relay. Denmark in lane 9, led out by Jensen, followed by Musa, Hansen and Schroe Nielsen. Netherlands, lane 8, Cooling, Adigida for the first leg, followed by Burnett, Moajok, Afrifa. In the orange, lane 8, Netherlands. Lane 7, led out by Sani Brown, the big star of the Japanese team, followed by Atago, Yuzawa and Inoue. Sani Brown speaking very highly of the relays yesterday, saying it's an absolutely brilliant opportunity to bring team into an individual sport. And Lachlan Kennedy leads out Australia. Silver medal 60 metre indoor. Very strong starter, followed by Azapadi, Uys and Jackson. Australia will be the ones to look for, and Canada, they are the reigning 4x100 metre champions. They led out by Brown, followed by Blake, then Rodney, then De Grasse. Goodness me, they have brought out the big guns for this one, haven't they? Looking like De Grasse on the right of the screen is always looking cool as ever. They are the ones to beat. Switzerland, lane 4, inside lane, Bachmann, Mumenthaler, Lestrade and Go Gomez. But it is all about Canada in this one. But look at the start between Canada of Brown and Kennedy in Australia, because that is going to be a storming first 100 meters. But Canada, they want to get the job done here. They got it done. Olympic champions. Can they do it here in Guangzhou? Heat 3 of the men's 4x100 meter relay. The scene is set. Olympic champions racing for the first time since. Let's see what they're made of. And we are way in Guangzhou. Lane 6, Australia in the green and gold, going well, followed by Canada. And it looks like a pretty clean exchange there. Japan also running well, but on the outside, Netherlands, look at that, absolutely storming down that back straight. Australia there, strong handover. Canada, not quite as strong as we thought. It is Netherlands, Japan, Australia, look at them as they come round the bend. Japan in the lead at the moment, absolutely sterling performance there. Japan absolutely tearing away from it. But de Grasse of Canada, look at him on the right-hand side, in the red, but Japan are going to take it, they're going to take it. First qualifying spot, there we go, followed by Canada, then Netherlands in third. Goodness me, Japan laying down the gauntlet here. This might be the only event they're entered into, actually. Goodness me, I got very excited there, slamming my hand onto the desk if you could hear that. De Grasse, not 100% happy. World-leading time from Japan. Wow, what a race.
The Olympic champions Canada were under pressure for a long way there. They were down on the final bend, and de Grasse, it was an excellent penultimate leg actually run by Canada, by Brendan Rodney to get the baton to de Grasse. The cheers around the arena. I'm trying to work out what that's for. It probably is for China coming out onto the track for the next heat, I think. But Japan, you're right, this is their only team they've got here. They have automatic spots as the host nation. But Sani Brown, again, a relatively new team for them, so that is an eye-catching performance from Japan, who didn't have to be here, don't have to qualify, but they've done so anyway. What that does mean, by the way, is there's not an extra place that rolls over here, because Japan have taken one of them. There isn't an extra place added to the field.
Cheeky of them then, really, you know, to steal one of those. How dare they, some of the other teams? How greedy of them. But greed doesn't matter to Canada. They might have thought they were going to win that one. I thought they were going to win that one. It wasn't to be, but they have qualified safely and they go through to tomorrow's final. It just didn't quite look like they really got going, Canada. You know, like, it was solid, but it wasn't explosive. But Sani Brown led the Japanese team out on that first leg to a solid start. We'll see some replays in a second. Ooh, and if you can hear that in the background, Guangzhou being chanted. Here we go. Look at Japan. They are doing pretty well there, but also Australia. I mean, pretty seamless. We couldn't see exactly what happened there. Australia was still in the mix here. Oh, not the best exchange for Australia, but no. Oh, and the Swiss team there took a little bit of a while to get it through. Oh yes, for Australia there, shouting hand, ready to pass it over. Yeah, not too much trouble there. And de Grasse on the right-hand side, we couldn't see the exact changeover, but he did have a stormer of the final leg. Japan, though, just out in front, and look at this from Inui. Look at those arms pumping, breath coming out, and he absolutely, look at that long stride, a big kick up there. De Grasse on the right of your screen, not the most comfortable looking, but absolutely exceptional from the Japanese team. All credit to them. They blew the competition away, they got the job done, and well, they're going to be waiting for an electric atmosphere in Tokyo come September for the World Championships. Well done, Japan. Netherlands, just in a very close third there, by a Frifa bringing it home, waiting to see if they make it as one of the fastest extra qualifiers. Rodney shaking hands there. They look pretty cool. But I mean, the Japanese thinking that they just beat the Olympic champions. The Japanese, they came 5th in the Olympics in Paris last year. There we go, 37.84. That is very close to what they ran the Olympics, actually, 37.81. They're happy with that. Canada laughing and joking. They're like, we didn't need that. We didn't need it. You know, we're good enough as it is.
They very rarely change the team, Canada, and in fact when they did change the team, they didn't have De Grasse at the World Championships, they didn't make the World Final, in fact, and they actually only were down the field in their heat actually in the Olympics, and then came through to win the gold with USA bumbling a change in the final. We're about to see the USA, who've got a strong quartet lined up here for this final event, by the way. China are in there as well, and that is a picture of Xi, who will run the first leg for them. Stand by for that reception. They're in lane 6. We've got a couple of intros to go. The last of the heats are the men's 4x100 metres relay. The last of the automatic qualification spots up for grabs today for Tokyo. 14 teams will qualify in each event across the weekend, plus a couple more from the world rankings later on in the year. Brazil on the outside of the South American silver medalists. Their entire quartet that won that silver medal are here. Rocha Moraes, Dos Santos, Cardoso and Bardi, the South American champion over 100 metres. In 8 is Italy, who were 4th in Paris in the Olympic Games in the final. 3 of that quartet are here. The one who wasn't in it was De Salu, who will lead them on the opening leg to Maluzzo to Pata and their trademark last leg runner, Filippo Tortu. Here is a powerful US quartet. Courtney Lindsay will lead them off. Kenny Benarek, the 2-time world 200-metre silver medalist, will go on the second leg. Then they've got Kyrie King, part of their Olympic squad, and Brandon Hicklin on the last. And in case you hadn't guessed, here's China. Xi Zhenzhe, Zheng Qili, Wang Shenji and Chen Jiaping. China Olympic finalists. Xi was 4th in the world indoors 60-metre final, the athlete on the first leg for them. In 5 is Botswana, who've never qualified for the World Championships in this event. Motibi Mayana, Lobat Lamang and Van Wyk. Botswana, of course, the next hosts in Gaborone of the World Relays in 2026. Spain have had a good evening so far. Rueda, Castillo, Afonso and Sanchez will go for them. Again, a couple of those athletes, Afonso and Sanchez, have already been in action here this evening. And on the inside, we welcome Paraguay. They have Volk, Salazar, Maidana, and on the inside, the South American champion over 200 metres on the final leg there on the right-hand side, Almiron. I like the very casual Paraguayan kit. Paraguay on the inside. I've got it all on here. Fascinated in what happens, though, in the outer 4 lanes here, particularly. USA in 7. It's a really strong quartet. Brandon Hicklin on debut will bring them home. There's Kung Fu Kenny Benarek, who's been running big sub-10-second times in Grand Slam track. Sub-20 times as well. He's been in fantastic form. Courtney Lindsay to lead them off. They've got Arian Knighton in their squad here as well, if they need to use him. Brazil on the outside, Italy, USA, China, Botswana, Spain and Paraguay. So Courtney Lindsay for the USA with the responsibility on this first leg of getting the baton to Kenny Benarek, and he's already right up on Italy. Outside them, smooth enough change from the US. Italy had a good change on the outside, and Meluzzo for them with Kung Fu Kenny Benarek in pursuit, taking meters out of him. USA changes an excellent one. Italy weren't so smooth. Brazil on the outside going well, and China's trying to get into it too. Standing by on the final leg for the USA is Brandon Hicklin, who goes quite early, has to slow down, but does get the baton. The roar for China as they try and overhaul Italy, but Filippo Tortu has been there and done it. It's USA and Italy who booked their places at the Tokyo World Championships, and China will have to wait and see if that's fast enough. The Tianhe Stadium hope that it is.
Absolutely electric here for that one. The crowd loved it. They were cheering home China into 3rd place. My goodness, the crowd love it. United States, they were some of the best changes I've seen from the 4x100 metre men's team for some time.
The good news is that I think that is going to be enough for China, so you wait for the roar when that is confirmed here. Netherlands and China at the moment unofficially look like the two who are going to go through on time to the final and to the World Champs.
That will absolutely lift the roof off here, if there was a roof actually, because we are of course open air here in a somewhat muggy but wonderful Guangzhou. Look at that, United States, job done, unlike it was in the Olympic final where they had a messy time of it, shall we say. Italy second, Very nice from them. And China in third. Let's wait and see if that definitely is enough.
I'll be interested to see that final change to the USA as well, because Brandon Hicklin was really having to put the brakes on to make sure that baton change happened inside the changeover zone. We'll see that through in a minute, but Lindsay got off to a great start. He'd taken meters out of Italy on the first leg. First change from Lindsay to Bednarek, actually. It wasn't quite perfect, but he did enough. A slight miss with the first attempt. But Bednarek down the back straight. Again, that great form. No sign of the legs in his legs of the travel across from Miami to here over the course of the last week. Again, safe enough to Kyrie King. Brazil weren't that smooth on the outside. Now have a look at this one. Hicklin went earlier. He's got the brakes on there already. He's got the baton now, and he's okay. I think he's well inside that yellow line there. The baton has to stay in the zone until the outgoing athlete is the only one with his hand on it. And Hicklin, but the roar for China as they came down the home straight. But Tortu was not to be affected. The one thing Tortu will have known is that China were coming, judging on the noise.
China are coming. Goodness me, weren't they just? But Tortu, leaning for the line, experience there, was in the Olympic squad for Italy as well. But all about the USA who got that done, and China look to the screen to see if they've done enough.
So we'll confirm all those qualifiers for you very shortly indeed. That is the men's 4x100 meters round one done. So just to confirm, there's lots going on here, making sure you've got the whole story behind everything. There is a second chance for all of these teams to qualify tomorrow. 2 more places available in round 2 of world qualifying. All the teams that have qualified today, they go straight into the final tomorrow to try and win the title, to win $40,000 and to get themselves a better lane seeding for the World Championships in Tokyo in the end of, or the middle of September. So that is what these athletes are all contesting for. So every team will run twice in a competitive environment. There are no sort of, B finals or consolation prizes here. Everyone gets at least 2 runs in a competitive race.
And it is also winning here. It's not just about the Tokyo World Champs, but it's, bragging rights. It's to see where these athletes and these teams are at the start of the season. It's at the start of a new Olympic cycle, having had the Paris Olympics last summer, as we look towards some major competitions, the first of which is the Tokyo World Championships this September. Then next year we have the World Ultimate Championships taking place in Budapest. And here we go. Let's look at the qualifying.
These are actually the leg split times here. Kenny Bednarek down the back straight, 8.91. Of course, it's running a shorter leg and he's in motion. In fact, he's running sometimes a longer leg down the back straight. But either way, as you can see there, the athlete's already in motion. Kenny Bednarek an 8.91. That will show you the kind of form he's in. Okay, we move to the women's 4x400 meters. Australia on the outside of this one. They have Gemma Pollard on the first leg. Haven't qualified since 1999. Carla Bull, Amelia Rowe and Laura McShane are looking to change that one. For France, who are 5th in the final in Paris, one of that quartet, Louise Maraval, is on the final leg. They'll be led off by Fonny Pelletier. US have some debutants in this particular lineup. Maya Singletary will lead them off. Karima Davis, Paris Peoples making her international debut. And Bailey Lear, who was part of their World Indoor gold medal winning team here in China, in Nanjing, a couple of months ago. Norway have Josephine Eriksson. Their star name is Henrietta Jaeger on the final leg, the World Indoor bronze medalist, over 400 meters at the back of that line there. They've only qualified twice in their history. Canada are strong. They were 3rd in this last year. Jasnet Nijar will hand on to Zoe Shearer, Lauren Gale and Madeline Price for Canada, looking to improve on that bronze medal here last time. Zambia have never qualified in a relay to the World Championships. Nidi Mingalishi, Rodan Jobvu, Christabel Kunda and Abigail Sepiso lead the Zambian hopes of changing that record. And here are China. Kong Yingying, Li Fengdan, Huang Xiao and Lian Ji will carry the Chinese hopes from lane 3. So USA, it's a pretty unfamiliar 4x400 meters team for the Olympic champions, the defending champions, the world indoor champions. So we get a little bit of rain starting to fall now here. It absolutely pelted down in the couple of hours before the programme started. It's been pretty much dry throughout, which has been good for the athletes here who have to stand and watch. Some of them standing and watching for 2.5 minutes or so from the start of the race. Those out in the open air seats dive for the umbrellas. Let me tell you, everyone in Guangzhou owns an umbrella, judging by the weather that we've seen in the last few days since we've been here. Heat 1 of the women's 4x4. So again, for the inexperienced athletes, those who haven't had the pressure of representing their nation in a major event before, this is a real good test, and it's a pretty even race through the early stages. Zambia are the ones actually who've gone off very strongly, but the USA looking strong with Maya Singletary. Zambia towards the right of the picture there in lane 4, just coming up on the inside of Canada, and one from the outside, France, with Fanny Peltier as well moving strongly. Norway looking good too in the white, just on the inside of the USA. Josephine Eriksson bringing them through, but again, it's all about measuring the effort over the full 400 meters. The first bend of this second leg will be run in lanes, and they will break from the lanes as they enter the back straight. Australia rallying towards the end. Norway, Zambia have run an absolute flyer on the first leg, and USA a little bit down at this stage as the baton is taken for them by Karima Davis. France on the right of your picture with Diana Iskay taking the baton. Looking at the break at the back straight, Norway in the white and blue, USA moving strongly through the second leg and up into contention. France not quite coming across and shutting the door there as they might have been able to, and letting the US through on the inside. So USA from France from Australia. This one is evenly contested with Canada and Norway also in that lead pack of 5, coming towards the halfway point with only 2 automatic spots in Tokyo available. Kamira Davis for USA. Amalie Yule finishing strongly for Norway as the athletes get themselves organised to take the baton on leg 3. There's a lot of moving around and shuffling there, which caused some chaos for Zambia and for Canada.
But it is Peoples of the USA who takes the baton and extends their lead out the front as the rain absolutely hammers down here in Guangzhou. France in second place at the moment. That is Montoya of France. But look at Canada. Look at Gale overtaking France on the outside. Wonderful leg down the back straight from her, and she is gaining on Peoples of the USA. As we come round the bend, we'll be coming into the home straight for one more leg of this Heat 1 of the women's 4x400 metre relay. Peoples from USA looking calm out front, but Gale of Canada is there in second. France, Montoya hanging on the right-hand side. Who's going to pass out? Yes, USA quite comfortably in the lead, but only by a couple of metres. Then it's going to be Canada, then it's going to be France.
USA take the baton. It's Bailey Lear on the final leg for them. The roar is for China, who are at the moment right at the back of the field, one from the back. They are battling in this penultimate heat for 6th and 7th place. That's what the roar was for. USA, Canada and France. Maraval, one of very few athletes who run in spectacles, and it's not ideal conditions, hammering down with rain for Maraval in those glasses with 200 metres to go. But she's now chipping away at Canada's advantage. Henrietta Jaeger, the world indoor bronze medalist, over 400 metres. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with the USA out front with Bailey Lear. 2 of these teams will go to Tokyo. USA looking good at the moment, but it's absolutely anybody's in behind. Canada, France moving into advantage. Here comes Jaeger for Norway, battling all the way to the line. USA will get there, and France hang on. Louise Maraval seeing them all the way to the line under intense pressure, and a huge roar for China as they come home as the penultimate of the finishers just ahead of Zambia.
They get the job done, don't they, the USA? And France hang on there. But exceptional run from Norway to get a season's best in 3:26.61. We'll have to wait and see if that is good enough to qualify them for Tokyo later this year. USA looking very cash, you know, walk in the park, job done for them. They are the reigning Olympic champions. Canada not quite happy with that. They were having such a good look. Yeah, shake of the head there. What went wrong for Canada? I'm sure we're going to see some replays.
I don't think they were helped, Jess, by a changeover. I think it was the second to the third leg, possibly, where Zambia were moving around the order. And you can't do that. You just have to stay in position. And I think they impeded Canada. We may see that again. You have to stay in the order from the inside to the out that your athletes are in with 200 metres to go. I think Zambia maybe didn't quite know the rules. There was a bit of movement, and it didn't help Canada, who I think was slightly balked. I'm not saying that was the difference between those positions. Some impressive splits, by the way. Norway with Henriette Jaeger on the final leg was the only athlete to split sub 50 in that race. She split 49.79. It wasn't quite enough to get them there at the moment, but that is only heat 1 of 3 for one of those automatic spots. But 3:26.61. The USA, their fastest split was Bailey Lear on the final leg, 50.47. I mentioned Maraval being one of the few athletes to run in spectacles. Montoya, her teammate, does as well. As we see the changeovers coming here, this is the changeover to the final leg as Bailey Lear gets it. Look at the weather conditions out there. This is the worst it's been for our athletes in this heat 1 of the 4x4. But USA and France confirmed as the winners. It was a good final leg by Maraval, who was under real pressure from Jaeger coming down the home straight. Look how wide Jaeger's had to run. But the prize on the prize, Jessica, for a position in Tokyo.
Always eyes on the prize over here, Chris. Tokyo is the big prize in September this year, the World Championships. And look at Jaeger there, really reaching for the line. Almost gets it, but not this time. Will they get a qualification spot? Will they have to try and do it tomorrow? We'll wait and see. France there, they were 5th at the Olympics. Norway not in that Olympic final, so that was really an exceptional run from them. France pretty happy with that. Rain or no rain, they got through. And the USA too. Smooth as you like it for the USA. Job done, going to Tokyo. And look, the Chinese team there on local television. Superstars here in Guangzhou, so they should be. And the umbrellas are up. The ponchos are out. The rain is coming down as we head into heat 2 of the women's 4x4 100-meter relay here in Guangzhou, China. We have got 7 teams coming up in this heat 2 of 3. First 2 will get automatic qualification through to Tokyo World Champs. Really has been an exceptional evening so far. I mean, we've barely come up for breath. There has been action after action as we line up here for our second out of 3 heats. Women's, we can see Great Britain there, Ohorogu. She is no stranger to events like this. Belgium also go 7th at Paris with Belgium. Great Britain are the bronze medalists from the Olympics in Paris. They are the ones to beat, but Belgium will run them tight. They're having a pretty good outing here in Guangzhou so far. They mean business. And here we go then. On the outside, Brazil, do not discount them. They will be led out by De Bassi, followed by Marino, Dos Santos Barreto and Lima. There they are in lane 9, ones to watch. Inside of them, lane 8, Italy, being led out by Akami, followed by Polinari, Bonora and Mangione. Looking ready, looking excited. Inside of them, lane 7. Brilliant outing for Spain so far. Sevilla will lead them out, followed by Sandidrian, Fra and Hervez. The Belgians, lane 6, they were 7th at Paris, led out by Van den Broek. Leg 2 is Hansens, then Schumacher and Laus. Now let's see what the bronze medalists are made of. Great Britain with a strong team here, led out by the very experienced Victoria Ohorogu. Hannah Kelly takes leg 2 and Lena Nilsson, followed by her twin sister Lavia Nilsson on the final leg. Lavia Nilsson was part of that bronze quartet, as was her Ohorogu. Switzerland, lane 4. Niederberger, Dish, Husler and Yule. And finally, final of the 7 teams taking part of this is in lane 3, Botswana, Kenake, Kambaruka, Morocco and Chikani will anchor Botswana home. It is the second heat of the women's 4x400 meter relay here in Guangzhou, China, for the World Athletics Relays. And the women get down to business. Watch out for Great Britain in lane 5, Belgium in lane 6. There's a Horogu. You can see the water, just how much there is on this track. Goodness me. Quiet in the stadium. And we're off clearly in a damp and drizzly Guangzhou. In the middle of your screen there, Horogu running rather well in lane 5. We've got Belgium as well. Just in the white top there, gaining both Horogu and Belgium gaining very strong there from Horogu, overtaking the Belgian, just showing what her metal is made of. And on the outside, left-hand side of your screen, just going out of shot, Brazil having an exceptional run there in lane 9. Italy holding peace, but it is Spain on the inside of that who's also going well, but down that back straight. Dabassi for Brazil, grimacing. They are going to exchange about the same time as Italy on the inside of it. Spain are the first to exchange. Then Belgium also. Great Britain, not the best leg there. They're not out in the lead as we might expect. Botswana the last there. Spain just throwing the hair away from her. It is Santandrian for Spain who leads us as we break the stagger. We see where they're definitely at, and we have got Spain in first place. Santandrian followed by Belgium, Italy. Oh, brilliant run here from Polinari of Italy. Great Britain, Kelly doing bits on the outside, coming round the outside of Italy and Belgium as we calm down into the home straight and we pass over into the third leg. But it is Santandrian of Spain who's going to pass over quickly. But look at Italy. Polinari, brilliant second leg from her as we go into Spain leading third leg.
Daniela Fra has the baton for Spain from Italy, who now have Alessandra Bonora. They have 3 of their Olympic quartet here in this field. Lena Nielsen, the Great Britain team captain, has the baton, is already coming past Belgium, who have Liefde Schumacher on this third leg. In fact, Schumacher responding and not allowing Lena Nielsen past on that back straight. So Spain and Italy, now Great Britain have managed to get themselves up into third position. Then it's Belgium, and then come Brazil. It's their full South America Championship silver quartet that are running for Brazil here in 5th position. But its leading 5 are strung out as we prepare to hand on to the final leg. Spain on the final leg will have their #1 individual runner, Blanca Hervas. Great Britain and Northern Ireland will be handing from twin to twin, Lena to Lavia, and Italy have Alice Mangione on the final leg for the 2 places in Tokyo.
And brilliant running here from the Spaniards. Mangione off to an absolute flyer, and Lavia Nielsen, experienced relay runner here for Great Britain, coming round the outside of Italy there. Goodness me though, Spain out in front. Brilliant run for Hervas, streaking ahead. Italy holding on to second place. That's Mangione. Nielsen biding her time on the outside in third place. But Spain, that lead is being shrunk up, and it is Italy coming through. Mangione making strides, and Nielsen on the outside just hanging on. They're going to go past Hervas. It's going to be Mangione who's going to take it. Is she got enough? Has Hervas got enough for the tag? Nielsen in third place. It's only the top 2 that qualify. It's Spain so far. She's hanging on. It's Hervas. They're going to make it. They're going to qualify. It's going to be Italy in second place and Great Britain in third. Olympic bronze medalists don't automatically qualify for the world champs.
Spain's euphoria and Italy's joy is offset by Great Britain's disappointment. As you say, that is a surprise for them with the quartet that they fielded here. But Spain, all athletes contributing there. We'll get the split times very shortly for those final performances from the athletes. But just when you thought Spain were coming under pressure in the home straight, the response was there. Lavia Nielsen was digging in for Great Britain, but just couldn't chip away at that advantage in the end that they held. Just looking at some of the split times as they come through here the fastest, or very even. Every single Spanish athlete ran a 51 split there, including the athlete from the blocks, Paula Sevilla, who got them off to a great start. A 51-17 split for Mangione. The fastest of the Great Britain athletes was Lena Nielsen. Sorry, the two Nielsens actually were the fastest, 51-37 and 51-39.
Just looking at those times, well, Great Britain, 3:27.47. That is, it's more than 3 seconds off their season's best so far. They're not going to be happy with that. We're going to have to wait and see if that's fast enough to automatically qualify them for the world champs. Swiss team here, shots of, and look at that water that we saw in the first start here.
Well, we can already see actually, Jess, that Great Britain's time at the moment will not go through. They are not in the two fastest times. Norway and Canada hold those spots, so Great Britain will have to come back tomorrow, the Olympic bronze medalists, to try and qualify for Tokyo.
Not what they would have wanted, but here we go. Seeing athletes coming here, this is the second leg.
Look at Polinari boxing for room here, first with Brazil and then with Hannah Kelly of Great Britain. She got clipped actually there by possibly Hannah Kelly from behind, and that's when they come across to break from lanes. Those kind of things can happen, but thankfully no incident as a result of it.
Yep, and this is going into the third leg. And Spain, they just look like they had it under control. And Italy there, brilliant run from Polinari and Bonora. Nielsen, they just didn't quite get going, it felt, the Brits. They'll be disappointed with this, and they're going to have to do it the hard way to qualify for the world champs. Yep, real intent there from the Spaniards as they set off on this final leg. Botswana coming in the pole ultimate, and the Swiss team last there to change over. Hervaz, brilliant. We thought she was coming under pressure. We thought she might be caught, but she wasn't. She had it all under control. Italy second, Great Britain third. And that is Belgium in fourth there.
There are some athletes doubling up out there, you know, some who are running their second 400 of the night already, having run the mixed earlier on, as well as teams target those places in Tokyo on day one at the first opportunity. You can see Lavia Nielsen's disappointment on her face there. Great Britain have been used to success, as we mentioned there, 5 out of 5 relay medals in Paris. But Spain, there's been some really good performances from Spain this evening. They probably have been the team that have caught the eye most, the ones who are maybe not decorated with major medals in recent championships, but the sum of your parts, the individual parts, the teamwork together. And Spain have had a great first day here in Guangzhou. We still have one more heat of the women's 4x4 to come, and then we are into 4 heats of the men's 4x4.
And here is confirmation of those leg times of that heat 2 of 3 of the 4x400 meter women's relay. Spain, leg 1, yep. And then Italy with Polinari taking a fast leg 2. You can see Great Britain just behind the pace there. But Nielsen, 51.39, got the fastest leg 3. And it was Italy, actually, who took the fastest fourth leg. But it's consistency from Spain there, all going sub 52 seconds each. Very impressive from them.
Time for heat 3 of the women's 4x400 meters for the final 2 automatic spots in Tokyo. The African Championship silver medalists, Kenya, are on the outside. And 2 of their team have already run this evening. Mercy Chebet and Mercy Okech ran in the mixed 4x4, turning it around quickly. What's that? Just over a couple of hours later. South Africa are the same. 2 of their team have already run tonight, including Shirley Nekubui on the opening leg. Zane van der Volt on the anchor has already anchored South Africa home once this evening. Ireland, well, they ran Rashida Adeleke and Charlie Maudsley in the mixed event. They don't run in this one. Sophie Becker, Lauren Cadden, Rachel McCann and Phil Healy do. Sophie Becker, part of the European silver medal winning team. Jamaica are strong, the World Championship silver medalists, Jadine Williams, Renisha McGregor, Kellyanne Beckford and Rhonda White. In the Olympics, they didn't finish. They lost the baton on the second leg, when obviously one of the medal contenders. Here are Poland with Alicia Wronek-Jepska on the opening leg, the world indoor silver medalist. They took second place here at the World Relays last year in Bahamas. Bartnowska, Palis and Formella complete their lineup. And on the inside, there is Germany's number 1 400-meter runner. That is Skadi Schier. 2, Johanna Martin Monameyer and Eileen Demes. They also have a couple of their Olympic relay squad here in Guangzhou. So not everything has gone to script so far. We've seen battens hit the floor. We've seen favourites not qualify. We've seen some of those maybe less fancied come through and put in the performance when it matters. What will Heat 3 serve up in the women's 4x4? Well, you'd expect Jamaica to be the favourites. So Ireland being led off by Sophie Becker. Jamaica have started extremely slowly with Jadine Williams. I wonder what's going on there. She doesn't look fully fit or fully at it anyway. So we'll just wait and see here if Jamaica are taking this seriously. It doesn't look like they are at the moment. But of course you do have to field the team if you have entered. So I'm not sure what's happening with Jamaica there, but Jadine Williams is just jogging round and their athletes are waiting on the second leg for her. But it's right on the outside at the moment. Ireland, Sophie Becker, who actually ran the Olympics with a broken foot, she later found out. South Africa just outside them with Shirley Nekabui. Also on the inside, Germany are running strongly with Shia. But this is extremely curious approach from Jamaica. Not sure what's behind it. As the changes are made on the outside. Ireland on the inside of South Africa. Then come Germany and then come Poland. And the second leg Jamaica runner is certainly having a bit more of an effort than Jadine Williams on the first leg. So Renisha McGregor is running a little bit stronger. But as we see the actual battle going on up front between South Africa and Ireland. The battle at the moment with Hannah van Niekerk for South Africa, who is no relation, by the way, to the men's 400-metre world record holder Wade van Niekerk, who's also on the squad here for South Africa. Ireland with Lauren Cadden on the second leg at the moment. Germany are taking some metres out of those leading pair at the moment with Joanna Martin. Then the battle between Poland and Kenya. It's Mercy Chebet on the second leg for Kenya, running her second leg of the evening as Poland take a real wide course there, coming into the home straight, out into lane 4. But it's South Africa with Germany now moving up into second place ahead of Ireland, as South Africa hand the baton on to Precious Malepo in the lead.
Yeah, that was a brilliant run from Martin of Germany to hand over to Maya in a good position. And look at Maya on the hunt right now for Malepo of South Africa. She means business, doesn't she? The German, goodness me. Then look at that intent from Maya of Germany. And in third place, we have got Ireland, McCann, making strides down that back straight as we come in to the corner. Germany still just behind Malepo of South Africa. Has Maya got enough to catch her on this home straight as we're about to hand over into the final leg of the women's 4x400 metre heat 3 of 3 here of the World Athletics Relays? But it is South Africa coming into this final leg. Malepo did a job. Germany second for Maya and South Africa third.
Well, 3 into 2 does not go on this final leg. 2 places up for grabs. A second leg of the night for Zene van der Walt, who has already got South Africa over the line and on the way to Tokyo earlier on in the mixed 4x4. In hot pursuit for Germany, we have Eileen Demes in second position. And for Ireland, the battle now with Phil Healy, their most experienced runner at a global level as well. Often runs the third leg of the Irish 4x4 team when they have the full complement, included the likes of Maudsley and Adelecki. But now Germany closing on South Africa. Can Phil Healy of Ireland possibly get back to these leading 2 coming into the home straight? Will van der Walt start to feel that leg from earlier on in the evening? She's certainly showing no signs of doing so at the moment. What an impressive night's work from Zene van der Walt, who brings South Africa home as comfortable winners of Heat 3, and Germany equally as comfortable in second position on the way to Tokyo. And Ireland are going to have to see if that time for them impacts those 2 times you can see on the right-hand side. It's going to be close. A national record for South Africa, 3:28.01, and in fact already we can see that time for Ireland is not going to be enough. They will have to come back tomorrow.
Well, South Africa are really putting on a show tonight. 3:28.01 national record. Outstanding athlete and run there from van der Walt. She should be very happy with that indeed. They are going to Tokyo. They've booked a ticket in the women's 4x400 metres. Germany absolutely chuffed with that as well. They've been putting in some really good performances of late. South Africa on the floor, job done. There we go.
Well, 2 of the 4 have already run tonight. Come back and run a national record.
I mean,
South Africa.
You wouldn't catch me running 1 400 metres, let alone 2.
Brilliant. I don't actually want to spend too much time reflecting on what Jamaica are up to there. I've got absolutely no idea what Jadine Williams was doing.
No.
I mean, the other 3 ran, you know, I wouldn't say full tilt, but certainly ran harder, but just jog round. What's the point? I just don't understand. There'll be some... They've got a big squad. They haven't just named 4 athletes. They've got a big pool of athletes here they could have chosen from. If Jadine Williams isn't fit, and she will have known that from her preparations and from warm-up, why is she run? Why have they not got somebody else out there? That is one of the big questions of the night, to be honest. But let's reflect on the good performances in difficult conditions from the athletes from South Africa and from Germany and from Ireland, who have a team through. They have the mixed team through. Their women's team, we'll have to wait and see tomorrow whether that is going to be enough. And as you saw from that graphic towards the end of the race earlier on, as we see the battle on the earlier legs there for the positions, good news for the teams from Norway and Canada, who will go through on time for the women's 4x400 metres relay, as we see the athletes handing on for the final legs here. Phil Healy, great relay performer for Ireland, just out of shot, but Zane van der Walt, brilliant effort from her. What a Saturday night's work on day 1 of the World Athletics relays here in Guangzhou. And Demes loving life for Germany, as you would be when you just secured your spot in Tokyo. Remember, 14 teams will qualify here in Guangzhou over the weekend. There will be 2 more spots available for those highest ranked teams in the world list at the closing of the qualification window a couple of weeks before the World Championships. So some of the teams that don't qualify here may still get in through the world rankings if they are positioned as the best of the rest, if you like, who haven't already qualified. But that won't be clear until the latter part of August, with only 16 places up for grabs in Tokyo, plus the host nation, Japan. South Africa are looking up down in the mixed zone area. As we see confirmation of the overall summary, those are the teams through to Tokyo and through to the final tomorrow night as well. Norway and Canada confirmed as those going through on time.
And the biggest surprise here is no Great Britain in that team. Bit of a shock, bit of a disappointment for sure.
And Jamaica, of course. You would have had them, Great Britain and Jamaica, you would have had on that list of 8. So Great Britain just didn't run fast enough, and Jamaica, we're not sure what happened there.
Who knows what happened there? But we now move on to the men's 4x400 metres relay. This is heat 1 of 4. And we will see 6 teams partake in this one, as we see some glorious shots there of Tianyi Stadium here in Guangzhou, China. Round 1, top 2 will automatically qualify for Tokyo later this year, and of course for the final tomorrow, for some glory, some silverware, and some money. And we have got China in this heat. They'll be running in lane 9. We'll hear the roars for them in a second. See the fans in the stadium with their phones ready. And here we go then. Men's 4x400 metre, heat 1. China! Liang leading them out, lane 9, followed by Li, Zhang and Fu. Brilliant reaction from the crowd here. Who knows what inspiration is doing for children like him. And then we've got South Africa, the favourites here, 5th at Paris, very strong. Muthimakulu, Ocon, Pillay and Nene. Lane 7, Spain, with the night they're having, they're ones to watch. Pozo, Arenas, Gujaro and Erta. There they are, vamos indeed. Germany, lane 6. They're having a great night so far as well, lit out by Klei. Then Rump from the second leg. Krapp and Dammerman. Jamaica, let's see if their men can fare better than the women. Brown will lead them out. Barnes, McDonald and Roden will bring them home. They were not in the final in Paris. Can they right that wrong and make the world champs here? Lane 4, Australia, inside lane. We've got Nikita Jr., Reynolds, Van Rinteng and Thorne. They're looking chilled. They're looking happy. Here we go then. 6 teams. Heat 1 of the men's 4x400 meter relay. We've had some thrills and spills so far. Let's see what this one delivers us, eh? Top teams to look out for here are South Africa towards the outside in lane 8 and Jamaica here, lane 5. Brown will lead out the Jamaicans. Let's see if he goes at more than just a jog. And away clearly, arms shooting behind them. Strong start on the left-hand side of your screen there for South Africa. Very strong indeed. Muthakamulu doing a job there on the Chinese athlete on the outside, almost overtaken them so far. He'll be passing on to Ocon at the end of this 400 meters. Also going strongly is Jamaica, and that roar you hear is as the Chinese athlete Liang rounds this corner, grimaces and hangs on to a bit of the lead as we're still absolutely fair play to Liang there, grimacing his way through it, not letting South Africa pass, but it will be South Africa that hand over in the lead here. At Jamaica would be a similar time as well. For Jamaica, it is Barnes who takes on the baton, and for South Africa we've got Ocon who now passes Lee from China, and where those cones signify that they can all go into one lane on the inside, so we can really see how they're spanning out now. And it's South Africa, Ocon leading the pack. Spain, who is having a brilliant evening so far. That is Arenas as Spain. We've got China in 3rd place, Jamaica in 4th. You can hear that roar to come into the home straight. China, Zhang from Lee from there, holding on as Jamaica. Barnes tears past the others, comes into 2nd place as we go into leg 3.
Don't often see a right-handed changeover, as we saw from Jamaica there as they take the baton in leg 3 with Rasheen McDonald, but South Africa out front with Live Pillay, part of the team that were just edged out by Botswana on the line in this event last year in Bahamas. Pillay using his nous, running a wide course down the back straight on the outer edge of lane 1 to make Jamaica on their shoulder run that little bit further. Spain at the moment in 3rd position with Guijaro, who are just chipping away at Jamaica, just out of picture. There we go, and China still in the hunt as well in 4th position at the moment on the 3rd leg. But it's Live Pillay who will hand on to Zakite Nene for the final leg. China are finishing strongly here as Jamaica starts to fade. Guijaro for Spain. So South Africa 1, Spain 2, and listen to the roar as China move up into 3rd.
And what a final leg we've got on our hands here. Nene from South Africa tearing round. China putting in an exceptional performance in 3rd place there. Fu has got the baton for them. In 2nd place, we have got Urta of Spain storming down the back straight. Got South Africa, Nene in his sights, but Fu of China hanging on to 3rd place. Jamaica sit back in 4th. Roden, who'd have thought it? China, Fu from China overtaking Spain. Urta doesn't know what's happening. The sound in this stadium is deafening. The arms of Fu start pumping. It is South Africa that would take the 1st qualifying spot with Nene, but my goodness, China are they going to do it? Can he hang on? Can Fu hang on? He's going to take it. He's going to qualify, and that is 2nd place for China. Absolute elation here at the Tiani Stadium. Oh, the fans don't know what to do with themselves. Absolute sensational from China. Oh my days, you can see what it means. They are going to Tokyo, and that is a national record. 3:01.87, men's 4x400 meter relay. Heat 1 did not disappoint.
It would have felt somewhat cruel to leave the China Stadium this evening in Guangzhou without some sort of reward for the enthusiastic Chinese support that we've had here. But what a performance from that crew to get China their 1st place at the World Athletics Relays in 2nd position. South Africa splitting 3 minutes dead, the fastest time that anyone's posted in the world this year. And to be truth, they weren't particularly challenged. They were the strongest quartet and they saw the job home. Jamaica disappointed, and Spain, you can see there one of their earlier runners. That's the final leg runner, Urta, who was working hard. But what a performance from China. the national record holders, and they are on their way to Tokyo. And you said about the roof coming off earlier on. Lou looks particularly unfazed on the right there, Jess.
Fu, my goodness, I mean, he had an absolute stormer of that final leg. He clung on. Yeah, the roof is well and truly off. That was absolutely brilliant. South Africa did a solid job, do what they came here to do, and here we go. Let's look at these changes. This is the first handover. And look, China are right in amongst it there. Basically, South Africa just have the edge, but China did a very good first 400 metres.
Yeah, Jamaica on the inside. It's not particularly outstanding split. Zandri and Barnes on the second leg for them with 45.09, their most impressive split. But South Africa here on the second leg with Ocon, a 44.69 for Ocon. That's an outstanding second leg for South Africa, which put them in a great position. Really impressive from Ocon. They closed with a 43.97 split from Nene, by the way, who's about to take the baton here from Lyth Pillay. So a sub-44 split from Nene is an absolutely sensational run. And Fu on the final leg for China, 44.65 as well, to get them past Spain, past Erta here. Look at Fu. He still looks pretty unfazed until the last few steps, to be honest with you. Oh, we're hearing from Fu, from the Chinese team in the stadium, which is why there's another roar. But Nene, I mean, he's just split sub-44. Look at his face. Look at him.
Oh, walk in the park. He's like, oh, I'm chilled, I'm chilled. Hands going, look at Fu. I thought Erta was going to do it. I thought Erta was going to have him, but it did not. Fu, eyes closed, grimace on, praying to the gods up there, the relay baton gods, as he crosses the line. He hears the roar of the crowd, and he knows that he is going, hopefully himself, after that performance, to the World Athletics Championships. Oh, look at that elation. Can you feel it? Oh, look at it. Look at the scenes here in Guangzhou. National record. This is what it means. Athletics is massively on the rise here in China, and with performances like that, you can see why. Love it.
So the bar has been set for the teams to come. They've got to run faster than 3:03.54 of Jamaica. So Jamaica, who have not had a good time of it in the World Relays, certainly some of the men's events in the past, didn't qualify for the Olympics. And they have got some work on here to qualify, coming home in 4th position. As we see the South Africans, the new world leaders, with that 3 minutes flat. And again, for them, a couple of experienced members of their team getting that job done. Mitim Kulu and Pillay and Nene. A strong team for them, and coming over the line in first position as we move on to the second of 4 heats, chasing those next 2 positions. And on the outside will be Ireland, who have 3 of the team that competed at the European Championships last year. Chris O'Donnell will lead them off. The other members of that team, Callum Baird and Jack Raftery, will run legs 2 and 4. And Marcus Lawler slots into the team there as well. Ireland out on the outside in lane 9. Botswana, well, they don't have Ndori and they don't have Kebenet Shipi, who pulled out late for personal reasons, but they do have their next best, the African Championship silver medalist, Lee Epi, on the first leg, and the extremely experienced Leongo Scotch takes anchor duties for Botswana. Netherlands, they have Marvin Bonavacia, the European bronze medalist, over 400 metres on their first leg, to Nick Smit, who's a hurdler, to Isaiah Kleinikink and Jonas Pfeiffers on the final leg for them. They didn't qualify for the Olympics, Netherlands. Brazil are the South American champions. They make one change to that team that won that title. Thiago Limes de Silva and Lucas Carvalho, their regular first couple of runners. Zambia, I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. They've never qualified a team for the World Championship relays. Patrick Nyambe to Lachembe, to Kakene and to Malenga. And on the inside, Portugal, European Championship finalists. Tavares on the first leg. Their #1 individual runner is João Coelho there, who will run the third leg. And Ricardo dos Santos, the UK-based Portuguese athlete, in 4th position, who saw his partner Bianca Williams run earlier on in the relay for Great Britain. This is the second of the 4 heats, the men's 4x400 metres. The Chinese team produced the roar from the fans inside the China Stadium here in Guangzhou. Who will it be with the shouts of joy in this second heat? Well, this is pretty open, this one. If Botswana had been at full tilt, you would have had them as clear favourites, and they are strong on the first leg with Lee Epi, who's absolutely gone motoring out down the back straight and already passing Chris O'Donnell of Ireland on the inside, as we see the Netherlands there with Bonavacia holding the stagger with Lucas Carvalho of, with Thiago Lemes de Silva of Brazil. But that's the battle out front in the outside lanes at the moment. Botswana, Netherlands moving strongly, pretty even as you can see though through the inside lanes. Also Portugal with Ericsson Tavares have run well through the first 300 metres. But Epi, who has been an impressive performer for Botswana, almost the next generation of stars for them, just starting to tie up as he comes into that change and hands the baton on for the second leg to Justus Orotile. Ireland now have the baton with Callum Baird on the outside. For Brazil, in lane 5, we have Lucas Carvalho now. Inside them, Zambia and Portugal. It's all got pretty tight up front all of a sudden. Now, you wouldn't say any team was out of this as we come through towards the halfway point of leg number 2. Probably the most open first leg and a half we've had so far. Botswana from Brazil and Zambia. Then Portugal, Netherlands and Ireland at the back of the field of 6 at the moment. Botswana have Victor Ntweng waiting on the third leg. Carvalho will hand on to Vinicius Moura. Netherlands looking to finish strongly down the home straight with Nick Smith, who has Isaiah Klein-Ickink on the next leg, but Netherlands starting to fade. It's Botswana, Brazil and Portugal, 1, 2, 3.
And Botswana absolutely smashed that first few metres of this third leg. Ntweng taking it away for Botswana. Second place there, absolutely storming it too. But look, Portugal here, Coelho, which actually means rabbit in Portuguese. Do you know? Are hanging on, trying to hang on to third place there. But it's all about Botswana out in front. Brazil in second with Moura having a good run. Portugal, Coelho, rabbit coming for it, absolutely storming it down. This home straight, catching Botswana, I think, as we go into the fourth leg. Outstanding run there for Coelho as they pass over first in this final leg.
Portugal making the most of having their strongest runner there, Coelho. He did the damage to Botswana's lead and got them into the lead for this final leg. So Ricardo dos Santos for Portugal out front with Botswana in pursuit with the very experienced Leongo Scotch. Is there anything that those chasing behind can do? Brazil have the final leg now with Mateus Lima, a very experienced hurdler. Top 4 Brazilian 400 metre on the flat as well, as Netherlands in 4th position at the moment as well with Jonas Pfeifers, but at the front 2 away at the moment. Dos Santos already gritting his teeth with 100 metres left to go. Scotch moving out for the pass. These 2 are away, and if Dos Santos can hold this together, although Brazil are finishing quite strongly, they won't be able to get back to Portugal, and it's Botswana and Portugal who booked their tickets to Tokyo in the World Championships. Brazil were too much to do in the home straight. Netherlands finished well but couldn't get there. 3:01.24. It's slower than the first heat, so those outside the first 2 have to wait and see. But Portugal, a rare qualification for a World Championship relay. Botswana didn't need their big stars, it turned out. They were good enough to win.
They certainly were. Botswana looked cool as cucumbers there. Brilliant run from Portugal, though, in a national record. They are going to be very happy with that in a time of 3:01.78. Look, Coelho pointing to the sky. They're pumped. They're excited. They deserved that. They had an outstanding run there. Automatically qualifying for the World Champs in Tokyo in September. That's what it's all about. Botswana looking very happy. They got the job done. Scotch there. Yeah, happy. They're going through. Season's best too. It is early in the season, as we said before, so we don't take much stock by those, but job done.
44.61 for Scotch on the final leg. Lima, exactly the same time as well for him. And Epi went out in 45.87 out of the blocks as well, which is a notable first leg from him. Shout out to Jonas Pfeifers, who ran a 44.9 on the final leg. Coelho for Portugal on that third leg here, 44.45 on the third leg, which is the fastest of any leg in that race. And I think he, in the end, really made the difference, gave Portugal that springboard for Dos Santos just to make sure that he could see the job through. When Dos Santos gets the baton, the target, of course, win if you can, but the main target is getting the top 2. And a good final leg from Dos Santos. He ran 45.62, but Scotch just staying on the shoulder of Portugal, round into the home straight, and then he moved himself. I had a little look at the screen there to check nothing else was coming behind, and then just eased himself out, despite Dos Santos running pretty wide there, forcing Scotch almost into lane 3. And Lima, despite himself splitting 44.61, not able to get back. And Dos Santos there, a smile. He knew the job was done. It was a smile of joy rather than a lactic smile, as it sometimes can be. That was a joyous smile from Dos Santos, particularly when they saw it was a national record as well.
Indeed, and that was heat 2 of 4 of this men's 4x400 metre relay in Guangzhou, China. We've got 2 races left this evening. It has raced by, indeed. You've got Jess Silver here and Chris Temple bringing you all the action from Guangzhou, China of the World Relays. Botswana there, they meant business. They got the job done. They are going to the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo. Portugal, happy lads. Job done. There we go. They're on a plane to Japan. National record. They're going to be very happy with that indeed. Heat 2 of 4 done and dusted. 2 heats left to go. If they don't qualify in these heats, they do have a chance to do it tomorrow as well. But those who automatically go through to the final here of the World Relays. Botswana in a time of a season's best performance, 3:01.23.
Just to say, Jess, that is the first time Portugal have ever made the World Championships in the men's 4x4. I was just double-checking that in the background while you were talking. What a performance from Portugal. We'll see some of those impressive split times that we just spoke about there. Epi with the best leg on leg 1, 45.87. Look at this brilliant information that we're able to bring you as part of this broadcast, bring it to life with the individual splits of the runners. The second leg, the fastest there, was Oritile, 44.70. Coelho, as you will see in a moment, getting Portugal right back in the mix with that 44.45, the fastest leg of the race by anybody. And then the final leg, 44.61 from Scotch with that well-timed pass on the home straight to get Botswana their second successive title in the men's 4x400 metres at the World Athletics Relays.
Well, here we go. It's evening here in Guangzhou, China, for heat 3 of 4 of the men's 4x400 metre relay. Guangzhou has really put on a show so far, and this next heat is another showstopper. We have got bronze medalists from Paris, Great Britain, going to be in lane 5. We've got Italy in lane 6, who are 7th, and Belgium line up in lane 7, who are 4th at Paris. But here we go. Lane 9, Mexico. This is the only event they're in. They are led off by Marírez, then Campos, Vargas, and Mendoza. They're going to be hoping to do well here, as are Qatar in lane 8. The only event they're also in, led by Samba, Hamida, Osman, and Yahya Ibrahim will lead them home. That's Qatar, lane 8. And in lane 7, Belgium, Iquiquel, Van der Bemden, Dylan Borlée and Alexander Dome, 2 very, very experienced runners there in the second half of this men's 4x400 metre for Belgium. They were 4th at Paris. Here we go, lane 6, Italy, 7th at Paris, led out by Scotti, Assetti, Melli and Bernati. They mean business here. They're going to want to do well. Great Britain, bronze at Paris. Okoro will lead them out. Toby Harry's second leg, Rio Mitchum third, and Charles Dobson, who anchored home that bronze medalist team in Paris, will do the same here. Senegal, lane 4, led out by Mendy. We'll pass on to Ndoye, then to Ndaye, and finally Diouf. So you want to look out for Great Britain, almost on the inside there in lane 5, followed by Italy in lane 6 and Belgium in lane 7. Only 2 of those can qualify automatically for the World Champs in Tokyo. There's the Canton Tower. It's a beacon here, an icon of the city of Guangzhou. The stadium goes quiet as we get underway with the men's heat 3 of 4, 4x400 metre relay in Guangzhou, China. And we are away cleanly. There on the right of your screen, 1 from the right. It is Great Britain away quite well. Italy on the inside of them. Here we go with as Scotty leading them out, doing a very good job, making inroads on Belgium, actually, who are not running quite so strongly. But on the outside of your screen, on the left-hand side, you can see Qatar overtaking Mexico. Very strong first leg there from the Qatari athlete. Samba having an absolute stormer as they come down the home straight. We're still in a stagger here until we get to the second leg, about 100 metres in. But Qatar, absolutely sterling first run. Great Britain maybe not quite as far ahead as they thought. But then we have Belgium passing over, and Great Britain have really got some work to do, as Senegal are at the back. But it's Qatar, Belgium, Italy. We won't know exactly where we're at until the line breaks in a second. But Belgium there having a stormer. Van der Bemden absolutely tearing it down. Now we really see where we're at as they come into one lane. Belgium lead us, then Qatar, then Italy, and Great Britain, the bronze medalist, back in fourth. Let's see how this goes now as we come down to the home straight of the second leg of this men's 4x400 metres. And it is Belgium in the lead. And they're going to hand over to a very experienced Borlée. But Qatar actually get there first.
Well, absolute flying second leg there by Bassem Hamida of Qatar. As Ashraf Osman has the battle for them, but look how tight this is. Great Britain have got themselves back on the back of this group as well after a good leg by Toby Harries, who hands on to Rio Mitchum. They've got Charlie Dobson on the final leg. Have Great Britain, the European silver medalist, and Mitchum moving out now. Dylan Borlée, Belgium nearly at full strength. Jonathan Sakor is a regular in their team. He ran in the mixed race to help Belgium qualify a little bit earlier on. But Belgium now with Dylan Borlée moving around on the shoulder of Qatar. Rio Mitchum has got himself past Italy, who sometimes have Scotty on the final leg, but they opted to open up with him in this race, and they're just starting to lose touch with the leading three. And it's going to be Great Britain and Belgium who are going to hand over side by side here. Alexander Dome against Charlie Dobson on the final leg.
Absolutely sterling stuff going into this final leg. We've got Great Britain, Charles Dobson, who led them to, oh my goodness, look at this. There's some argy-bargy there from the Qatari athlete. As Yahya Ibrahim, they mean business here for this 4x400 metres. The only race they're in. Absolutely neck and neck down the back straight between Belgium, Dome, Yahya Ibrahim of Qatar just fading slightly, and Dobson for Great Britain in second. It is Dome grimacing as it comes round the final bend into the home straight. Dome has it at the moment for Belgium. Dobson in second place for Great Britain. Dobson's going to take it. Is he good enough? Can he hold on? It's going to be so close on the line. Charles Dobson, no! Oh my goodness, it's too close to call. Photo finish. But Qatar in third place there, I think. My goodness, we're going to have to wait and see what happened there. Sterling run. Qatar. Oh, Yahya Ibrahim. What a performance from them. In pain there as he comes over the line. I need to catch my breath. What about that for a 4x400?
Well, the experienced campaigner stayed calm there. Alexander Dome, who was under a bit of pressure in the mix, and Charlie Dobson stayed really calm for Great Britain because he got bustled so much that the Qataris actually hurt himself with the amount of contact on the back straight. I think Yahya Ibrahim on the back straight. Charlie Dobson nearly got forced onto the inside. The door closed on him. He just about managed to stay on the inside despite the pressure from the Qatari. We might see a replay of that contact coming together. But Belgium have been given it by 3/100ths of a second in the end from Great Britain, and the two favourites on paper there. Italy, I think, will be a little bit disappointed there with that run. Scotty and Shetty, two of their, or in fact three of their European Championship silver winning team in that quartet, and Italy could only finish fourth in 3:04.01. And we'll just wait and see in a second if that's going to be enough to qualify them.
This was the first exchange though, and I mean from the off the Qatar athletes were absolutely hammering it, and here we go. This was an exceptional run by Belgium here, storming past Qatar, and then have this handover. Borlée for Belgium, but a really brilliant run from Osman there in third leg, and Yahya Ibrahim. Here we go. Look, you can see the argy-bargy between these three for first, second and third. Just trying to push his way through, and he can't make it. And Dobson on the inside, but Dome just strides past. Yahya Ibrahim stays upright, stays running, But, oof, that was a bit of tussle, wasn't it?
Well, I think you'd have to say that Yahya Ibrahim caused that. He just came across Charlie Dobson, but Dobson, you can see how calm he stayed there. We couldn't quite see if he had put a foot on the inside. It looked like he hadn't, but either way, I think under that kind of pressure there, I think the officials would look on that as a non-advantage gaining step on the inside if he did. But either way, Doom and Dobson, there was a little bit of individual sort of masculine pride here as to who was going to be the strongest down the home straight here. But Doom having a little look across. Ultimately, they don't really care, I wouldn't imagine. But as you can see there in the end, it was Doom who, when you look across like that and then you win that cozily,
cheeky.
That is a cheeky one from Alexander Doom, isn't it? Who's thankfully battled back from some of his injury problems, but all good-natured by the two. Smiles of qualification, a European domination of that particular heat.
Yes, indeed, and they have both booked their tickets. Great Britain here, the men's 4x4 faring somewhat better. But here we look at the Argentine Dome just catching him, and Qatar trying to go around the outside.
Well, I think Alexander Doom sort of looking across going, what are you doing? This was very early on. This is in the first bend, actually, of that particular leg. And then Ibrahim's going through an invisible gap there as well. You've just got to play it a bit smarter than that. The gap was not there for him to go through. And ultimately, I mean, I hope he's OK. He seems to have got up off the trail. There he is. He's hurt himself. But either way, for Qatar, that time won't be fast enough, by the way. Also won't be fast enough for Italy. As the Belgians, they're just checking the results, I think, down on the track edge. But they don't need to worry. They are safely through. Another Belgian quartet qualifies. So with a couple of heats, one heat still to go here. It's Spain and Brazil who are in the box seat with time at the moment. So Netherlands are not going to be fast enough. Jamaica are not going to qualify in this event. They will have to come back tomorrow. And Italy, another one of those names who you might have expected to be in the shake-up. Standing by for our final event of the evening, and it's been an evening that has gripped those here in Guangzhou, wherever they've come from across the world. And there are two final places at the World Championships up for grabs here automatically in this Heat 4 of 4. 6 teams lining up, starting with India on the outside, who have a small team here in China. Tamaril-san, Saji, Kailvisi and Kumar are their quartet. Poland, they have Kijewski on the opening leg, Marcin Karolewski, Patrick Zgorzevic and Mateusz Rzeźniak on the final leg for them. USA, they're the Olympic champions. They don't have that quartet here. They have Javon O'Brien on the opening leg. Lance Lang is one of their debutants. Kennedy Leitner and Elijah Godwin, who was part of the World Indoor gold medal winning team in Nanjing. So already tasting success here in China. Kenya, Kevin Kipkorir on the anchor leg for them, has already run this evening. Their strongest athletes, including Boniface Moresa, who will run the second leg. So they are stacked in 2 and 4. France, they've got a good quartet here as well. Here in China, they've got all 4 of their Olympic final quartet, of which Mohamed Kunta was one. They fell on the final leg in France as the Paris crowd were roaring them on. They fell on the inside under pressure. And Zimbabwe, the African Championship bronze medalists, who are looking to end a 20-year wait for a World Championship qualification in this event, have Muishi, Leaford, Tafa and Hova to represent Zimbabwe. The French team are in the house, those who may have already run, those who are going to be running tomorrow. Kenya are here to support their team as well. There is the man with the French responsibility right now, Mohamed Kunta, on the first leg. But USA, an unfamiliar quartet. Godwin, the one there at the back, who has the major championship medal. The rest of them looking to prove something. When you've got the depth of talent the USA have, even those who don't have major medals are still pretty handy. The last of our action here in Guangzhou on day 1. Heat 4, men's 4x4. The starter's pistol sounds for the final time on this Saturday night in Guangzhou. Javon O'Brien for the USA out there in lane 7. 2 from the left of your picture. Poland with Kijewski running strongly, but again, pretty even through the first 200 meters or so. USA, and inside them, Kenya with Ekwam. And Poland making up some ground on India, right on the outside as well. So USA will be handing on to the debutant Lance Lang for the second leg, and maybe just have the advantage at the moment. From Kenya, France just starting to fade, Zimbabwe coming through on the inside. But USA coming up on the inside of Poland for this first changeover. USA and Kenya. France finished very strongly actually down the home straight in the end. Kunta ran a great final 100 metres as he hands the baton on to Loic Prévost on the inside in the blue of France. For the USA on the second leg, Lance Lang has moved back into third position now as Boniface Muresa moves Kenya to the front. And look at Zimbabwe charging from the back with Zuze Leford, who has thrown absolutely everything at this first 200 metres. Can he keep it going? He's got an all-action style. On his outside, the American athlete Lance Lang is similarly all action. But there are four in the hunt here, coming towards the halfway point. It's been a good leg for Muresa, who's judged it very well. USA starting to fade, Zimbabwe filling up with lactic as well. Kenya and France, Zimbabwe, USA, and Poland coming back into it.
And that is Tanega of Kenya who takes the baton on this third leg. France, Som for him just behind. Oh, the gap already, I think Kenya might be taking that a bit further in. It's in fourth place. We can see the USA just about hanging on to Zimbabwe. That is Leitner of the USA. Is he going to have him on the right-hand side? Yeah, he's just about to pass Tafa of Zimbabwe as we come round the bend into the home straight before the final leg of this final race here in Guangzhou. But it is Kenya who have held on to the lead. Tanega, but France, Som of France comes past to put France into first place as we go into the final leg.
France have the baton out in front. A good leg for them from David Som, and it's Adrien Koulibaly who has the baton for France. Out front, he's got Kevin Kip-Korea in pursuit for Kenya, running his second leg of the evening, having run in the mixed race a little bit earlier on. The USA with Elijah Godwin there in pursuit. That's in third place, and he's got about 7 or 8 metres to find. India have come through strongly up into fourth position, but have surely got too much to do with 200 metres to go. France and Kenya out front. The USA, can they possibly get themselves back in the hunt here? They almost swept everything at the World Relays last time around in Guangzhou. They've got to make the final here if they want to do the same. Kenya are fading, USA are closing. They're not going to get there. France are certainly going to get there. They're on their way to Tokyo, and Kenya, Kip-Korea, in the end held on despite the closing Godwin, and they take the second spot, and USA miss out for now. We'll wait and check their time.
Yeah, outstanding run there from France. Season's best in 3 minutes. 0.3. I think it's South Africa that hold the world lead at the moment from their run earlier. Kenya qualify, they're very, very happy with that. United States set a season best, but it won't be enough for automatic qualification. We'll find out soon if it is fast enough as one of the next fastest times, but we're not sure. If they don't make it through today, they will have another chance tomorrow when they go through to something equivalent almost as the Olympic repechage.
My mistake, in fact, Jess, of course, there aren't time qualifier spots in this. It's just the top two, so USA will have to come back tomorrow to find out if they're going to make it through. So slightly different rules depending on the event here. The earlier races had time qualifiers in. But it's a great performance from France. Looking at some of their splits, Loic Prévost on the second leg, 44.45. Kip-Korea turning in a 44.87 in his second leg of the evening. David Som ran a 45.2 here, making it up on Kenya in the home straight. There were some really impressive performances, and Elijah Godwin split a 44.45 for the USA on the final leg, but just had too much to do.
He sure did. USA will not be happy with that. They will be going through tomorrow and trying to qualify that way, but they won't be in the final of the 4x400 meters here, and they won't automatically be going to Tokyo, unlike the French team who smashed that. Job done for them.
It was the only title USA didn't win in the Bahamas, the men's 4x4, and they're not going to win it again. Botswana won it there. They won everything else to USA. But France, the winners of this, with 3 minutes .30, and will confirm all of the qualifiers for tomorrow's final and for the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo 2026. Thankfully, the rain has been blighting us most of the day here in Guangzhou. Held off for all but probably a couple of events, didn't it? I think the women's 4x4 got the worst of it. But it's been a spectacular night in a spectacular stadium. And we've got to do it all again tomorrow, Jess, where a number of other teams will try and book their places in Tokyo, and the World Athletics Relays titles and several $1,000s in prize money will be up for grabs.
It certainly will. We've had 6 events here. We had the world debut of the mixed 4x100 meters. And as the lights will go down here in Guangzhou tonight, what an evening it's been. What a start to the season. And this is what day 2 of the World Athletics Relays looks like. We will have the mixed 4x100 meter relay final at 7:05, followed by round 2 of the mixed 4x4, then the women's 4x4, men's 4x4. Then we move on to the women's 4x1, men's 4x1. Well, we really are set up for something special tomorrow, aren't we?
Some will go home from the Changnam Stadium celebrating this evening with their job done. Some will have to come back tomorrow, Sunday night here in Guangzhou. What an amazing first day we've had. We saw the first time we've ever seen the mixed 4x1. That had thrills and spills. Hope you've enjoyed it. From myself, Chris Temple, and Jess Silver. We'll do it all again tomorrow. From here, goodbye. Hello and welcome to China, where 40 teams from 14 countries have already booked their tickets to this summer's World Championships in Tokyo. We're in Guangzhou on the Pearl River in southern China, a home to nearly 20 million people, thousands of whom have gathered here to watch a night of thrills and some inevitable spills in the Changnam Stadium. There are 30 more places at the World Championships up for grabs, as well as coveted World Athletics Relays titles and healthy cash pots as well. Some teams are sitting comfortably, but others will be fidgeting nervously in the second and maybe final chance saloon. Hello, it's day 2 of the World Athletics Relays. Guangzhou 25, welcome to our live coverage from the Changnam Stadium over the course of the next 3 hours or so, in the company of myself, Chris Temple, alongside Jess Silver. The weather is much more favourable. If you were watching last night, you'll have seen a very wet track. We've had a bone-dry day here in China, thankfully, so conditions are near on perfect. Obviously, a bit of high humidity here, which can cause some difficulties for the 4x400 athletes, and that is the timetable with which we will be progressing through. The finals are those who qualified for Tokyo yesterday, and round 2 that you just saw there are those who will have another go at qualifying for the World Championships. And we get straight into it with the mixed 4x100 meters relay final. We're meeting the teams out of the gate. There are 8 of them lining up, and we'll meet them first of all from the inside, one of the time qualifiers from yesterday, Belgium, in this brand new event, the mixed 4x100 meters. This is an event where there are not qualification places up for grabs in Tokyo. This will be in the World Athletics Ultimate Championship as China get a huge roar from a big crowd here in the Changnam Stadium, and they will be looking to set the tone. We will see China in our last event, our last final of the evening as well. Lane 4 in this mixed 4x100 meters will be France, who are running the same team as they ran yesterday. We'll run you through all the individual names when the athletes get to the lanes very shortly. Lane 5 is Italy, who have changed their team quite significantly from yesterday's heats. And if you are new to the mixed 4x100 meters, the running order for this is woman, woman, man, man. Slightly different. There have been changes too to the Canada team from that which partook yesterday. Jamaica. Couple of kit changes from yesterday as well. And again, a couple of team changes that we'll run through in full for you very shortly. We saw Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce yesterday in the women's 4x1. We'd expect to see her again in the same race a little bit later on. Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The shush sound from them, but they love a bit of noise, really. One team change for them with Asher Phillip coming in on the first leg. And we welcome our final team into the arena, the Australians, who run the same quartet as yesterday. So they will make their way round and set up the blocks and get themselves ready. And it gives me an opportunity to welcome Jess Silver to the airwaves. Jess was with us yesterday, of course. And Jess, well, we saw some drama from the very first heat of this yesterday, this mixed 4x1 with the USA dropping the baton. Let's hope no one drops the baton, but we certainly want to see a bit of drama to keep us on the edge of our seats.
We love a bit of drama here at the World Relays, for sure. I mean, we're at the start of the season. This type of event is fun. The athletes, for one of the only times, they get to act as a team instead of individuals, which, of course, athletics is a very individual sport. And to have the global debut of the mixed 4x100 meters, I mean, oof, we love it. The next time we're going to see this take place is in Budapest next year, in 2026, in September, for World Athletics Ultimate Championships. And that's where we bring together the Olympic champions, the world champions, the Diamond League winners, and any other best athletes. And that's the next time we will have the 4x100 meter mix. But look at the Botswana team in the warm-up area, having the time of their life.
They certainly are. They are the next hosts, of course, of the World Athletics Relays in Gaborone next year. But these athletes, for these early events in the programme yesterday, they were warming up in nearly sideways rain. Such were the conditions. There's Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce in the warm-up area, pretending not to notice the camera. But, oh, there you go. Come on, Shelly, give us a smile.
Yeah, she was, I mean, it was exceptional to see her run on the second leg yesterday for Jamaica in the women's 4x1. Smiles, Canadian gold medal team here from the men's 4x100 meters. They put out that same team yesterday, and actually they didn't win their heat, which was a little bit of a surprise. So they're going to be hoping to do one better today.
Kashane Thompson is upside down at the moment. We just saw the Canadian team, as you say, the Jamaican team, well, they didn't even get the baton round yesterday. Kashane Thompson didn't get his hands on it. There was a faulty changeover between legs 2 and 3 for Jamaica in the 4x100 meters. USA, well, they looked a lot smoother than they usually do.
Absolutely, getting the massage in, all the important things here, and the weather, as you mentioned. Oh, Seb Coe, president of World Athletics. He's always at these events talking. Well, he welcomed the crowd yesterday, and yeah, the weather has been a lot more favourable. It's hot here. It's about 28 degrees in Guangzhou. We're at the Tianyi Stadium, and it is a really stunning stadium. One of the Nilsson twins from Great Britain. They'll be a little bit disappointed with their performance yesterday in the women's 4x4. They will be looking for qualification today for the World Champs in Tokyo. And that's what it's all about. It's the last chance for some of these athletes to get that qualification, and it's a bit nerve-wracking. We
saw Charlie Dobson, who's just disappearing out the left of the shoulder, have a bit of bumping and barging yesterday in the men's 4x4. Sam Lump, the debutant, who ran well yesterday as well for Great Britain in the mixed 4x4, and there is one of the Chinese team practicing that will be carrying the hopes of this big crowd in Guangzhou. Bigger crowd than last night already. I think the weather and the fact it's Sundays probably had something to do with that as well.
Yeah, we've got about 15,000 in the house tonight, and the atmosphere last night was really special, and we're going to be expecting exactly the same tonight here in Guangzhou for the World Athletics World Relays 2025.
Beautiful evening here in Guangzhou. Welcome to the coverage of day 2 here at the World Athletics Relays. Let's meet the teams then from the outside. Australia have Olivia Dodds on the first leg. As I mentioned a moment ago, this is the same team that ran in this event yesterday. Carla Bull will run the second leg. She'll be handing on to Connor Bond in that crucial woman-to-man changeover, legs 2 to 3, and Josiah John will bring them home. Lane 8, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They have 3 of the same team, but Asher Phillip, who ran in the women's 4x1 yesterday, will lead them off. To Kisiwa Mensah on her debut for the senior GB team. Jeriel Kwenu or run leg 3. And Joe Ferguson, we saw, nearly closed down the Jamaicans yesterday. He'll be up against a different Jamaican opponent this time. Jamaica have made a couple of changes to their team. Serena Cole, the 20-year-old, comes in here on the opening leg. Crystal Slowly will continue on lane 2, as will Javari Thomas, on leg 2, I should say. Javari Thomas on the third leg. And they brought in Brian Lavelle on the anchor leg to replace Rashid Foster, who held off Joe Ferguson yesterday. Canada, they've bolstered their team today. Both women have changed. Sadie McCreath coming in on the opening leg, and Marie-Eloise Leclerc on the second. Both male athletes continue in the team, Asamoah and Ajibi to run the anchor. Italy, well, they only retain one of the team that ran yesterday. That will be Gaia Bertello on the second leg. Melon to open up for them. There is Bertello to run the back straight, handing on to Roberto Regali. And then they bring in Stephen Awoua-Bafor on the anchor. And then we have some consistency because France, it's the same quartet for them. Lucie Jean-Charles on the opening leg, handing on to Naomi Denon, Dylan Vermont, and Antoine Toraval on the final leg for France. Stand by. China are in the house. Same 4 as yesterday. Huang Shuping to run the opening leg. Then Kongling Zhao, Chen Jingfen, and then Cheng Guanfeng on the final leg. Very, very popular team, as you can imagine here. This crowd is 99% Chinese. And Belgium also have the same quartet as yesterday on the inside. Yanni de Naya to lead them off, handing on to Lotte van Lent. Then Robert Torfs, and on the final leg will be Rendell Vermeulen. So there you have it, your 8 teams for the mixed 4x100 meters relay final. On a beautiful still evening here in Guangzhou. Remember, World Championship place is not up for grabs in this. $28,000 in prize money, this brand new event. Potentially the chance to set a new world best time as well in this new event. There's one direction in which this crowd support will be going. It will be in lane 3, China. Canada strong, with McCreath coming in there, handing on to Leclerc, 2 of their leading female sprinters. Cleanly away to start evening 2 here in Guangzhou at the World Athletics Relays, and Canada have gone out strongly. McCreath in the centre, handing on to Leclerc. Decent enough change by most of the teams. Italy weren't that fluid and lost a bit of ground there, in fact. Canada, with outside them Jamaica, handing on to the male half of the race. Jamaica was stretching but got the baton there. Great Britain on the outside, also going strongly. Great Britain with Jarell Quainu. Now Canada handing the baton on for the final leg to Eliza Ajibi. Jamaica on the final leg. Brian Lavelle looking to close him down. Canada, Jamaica, and then Great Britain. But Canada looking powerful and come home to become the first mixed 4x100 meter champions at the World Athletics Relays. Anchored home by Eliza Ajibi. They got out of the blocks quickly, they strengthened their team, and they got their rewards. 40.30, the winning time.
Absolutely exceptional there. Oh, what a debut for this event. We love it. We love the drama the relays bring. The Canadian team will be very happy with that indeed. Started themselves off for a good night here for the finals day here in Guangzhou. Great Britain looking on. They think they could have done a little bit better, but it was close, wasn't it? It was a great competition there. And yeah, the Canadians, oof, they'll be happy with that.
So those times, 40.30, you can see they're coming through for the Canadian team. The world records in this event will be ratified from the 1st of January 2026, so they will remain as world best times, unofficial world records if you like, through to the end of this year. And then any time that betters that world best will become the world record from the 1st of January next year. And as Jess was saying, this event will be in the World Athletics Ultimate Championship in Budapest next year, which is going to be a thrilling new addition to the athletics calendar. And Canada, well, McCreath got them off to a great start. Smooth change onto the second leg with Marie-Eloise Leclerc. Italy didn't have a great change there, and their chance was done with that first change, really. They lost a bit of ground there. Canada were pretty good again. Jamaica not that fluent from woman to man. That particular change there between Crystal Slowly and Javari Thomas wasn't quite as slick as they would have been hoping for. And Canada again, Jamaica much better on that final leg, which gave them an opportunity to stay in the hunt all the way down the home straight. But there was no letting up from a GB. Lavelle made absolutely no inroads into a metre or a metre and a half's lead for Canada all the way down the straight. The Olympic champions, of course, in the men's 4x100 metres relay didn't need to put any of that team into the two men's slots. These two athletes, Asimota and Ajibi, looking to put themselves next on the call sheet, if you like, Jess, when some of the more experienced Canadian relay runners in the end start to have to call time on their career, which let's hope is not anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that strong male quartet of the Canadian men's 4x1 team are all here. And yeah, they might not be making it to, you know, future Olympics, etc. So it's a real chance. And that's why we love the relays as well. It's a real chance for young blood to come in. We're at the start of a new Olympic cycle here. Canada absolutely lapping this one up. Leclerc, of course, was part of the Olympic team as well last year. But she'll be happy with a gold medal here, that's for sure. Kissing the gold medal, yeah, Leclerc. I think Canada are in 6th, the women's 4x1 at the Paris Olympics. So it's really great for her to get some silverware for McCreath as well. Jamaica, they didn't necessarily have the strongest day here at the World Athletics World Relays yesterday. They didn't really get going in some of the events. And so for them to start off day 2 with a silver medal, it's gonna boost some confidence for them.
Yeah, they only qualified their women's 4x1 team through to Tokyo yesterday. Jamaica, that was a disappointing day. Disappointing day. Great Britain, one of the teams to qualify 4 teams through yesterday. Canada, they got 3 teams through to Tokyo yesterday, both of the 4x1s. So I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that their mixed 4x1 have also come out on top as well. And they become the inaugural champions. In case you're thinking, well, where are the USA? Well, yesterday their baton change went wrong from legs 2 to 3, and that is why they were not in this World Athletics Relays final. There was a B final which took place to give the opportunity for some of the teams to run a second race, if you like. That was staged unofficially before we came on the air, and the USA did get the baton round successfully in that one. But Canada celebrating, and the first athletes to have the World Athletics Relays gold medals around their neck here in Guangzhou.
And don't they look nice indeed? Well, that was the mixed 4x100 metre final, and we move on to the mixed 4x400 metre final. But let's have a look at those legs, shall we? Just how fast were they? Well, Australia had the fastest first leg. There we go. Just reordering that overall time split.
These, of course, are interesting because actually they don't all run the same distance necessarily. So actually the 4x1 splits, and wait till you see the comparison on leg 4 coming up between Canada and Jamaica, by the way. Look at that, just 3/100ths of a second between those efforts. So they take the baton at different points in the changeover zone. So actually 4x1 splits, while they're interesting, don't tell us quite as much sometimes as 4x4 splits.
Yeah, well, here we go then. Mixed 4x400 metres. In the outside lane, it is China in lane 9. Liang, Mo, Zhang and Liu will run for them. There we go. There they are waiting in the pen. In lane 8, we have Spain. They are the favourites for this one, led out by David Garcia, followed by Aveles, Garcia and Hervas. Lane 7, Germany, the other favourites for this one. Sanders will lead them out, followed by Martin, then Agiekum, and brought home by Lackum. Switzerland in lane 6, Petrucciani will lead them out, followed by Vernley, Spitz, and Farr. Next, we have Jamaica. Brown will lead them out, followed by Beckford, then Kennedy, and then McGregor. Jamaica, here we go then. What are they made of? And Brazil then. Soares Lima will lead them out, followed by Barbosa, Mora, and Cassia Ferreira. So, your favourites in this one, we're looking at lane 8 Spain, Lane 7 Germany, and of course you can never discount Jamaica, who are running in lane 5. This is heat 1 of 2 here of qualifying round 2 of the mixed 4x400 meters. The first 3 here qualify for places at the World Championships in Tokyo. You can see the graphic there, right-hand side of your screen. This is what it means. If they mess up here, they will not be going to the World Champs. So this means a lot. Jamaica, Germany and Spain all expect and want to be there. So let's see how this one plays out. And just wait for the deafening roar of China. And we are off. And look at that. Storming down the back straight, China, but Jamaica having a very good first leg. That is Brown of Jamaica, but also on the inside, Switzerland having a very strong leg. That's Patriciani, and they all stay in lanes until the second leg here, where we eventually break into from the stagger. But coming down the home straight, China having an absolute stormer, I must say. Then Germany coming in next, but this is pretty even. Very good running from China here as they pass over. Good man, woman, and China might have the lead, followed closely by Spain. And the German athlete now on leg 2 is making up some serious ground, but absolutely astounding stuff from China there. What a first 400 meters. And now those cones signify the break in stagger, and we'll really say where we're at. But China out in front. That is Mo from China leading the field in this heat 1 of 2 of the mixed 4x400 meters. In second place, I think that's Germany there, or Spain. Spain followed by Germany, and in 4th place, that is Jamaica. Beckford of Jamaica. Is she going to come around the inside or the outside? As Mo, she just starts to falter there as a Spanish athlete overtakes. Oh my goodness, it's so close going into this third leg, but it's going to be Germany who just about take the lead.
We move back onto a male leg, and Emil Adjikum has the baton, but China sneaking up the inside, and the crowd go wild as Zhang Qining takes the baton for them. But Germany settled down back into the lead with Emil Adjikum from China. Spain in 3rd position with Samuel Garcia, vastly experienced runner, and Jamaica with Delano Kennedy down the back straight. Those 4 are away at the moment. 3 automatic places in the World Championships in Tokyo. And the 4 leading group are away from the rest at the moment. China, you understand the fact they go out a little bit hard, roared on by this crowd, but it's Germany from Spain, China, and now Jamaica finishing strongly. Germany have Jana Lackner coming on the final leg. Bianca Herbas for Spain, and Jamaica have Renisha McGregor, very experienced. Onto the final leg we go.
And here we go. It is the women who bring this home, and listen to that roar. It is Germany, Lackner for Germany out in front. Herbas for Spain in second. They're having an exceptional meet so far. Jamaica in third, and look at Li from China, absolutely storming. The ribbons in her hair flowing behind. The sound of the crowd here spurring her on as she's going a superhuman effort past Jamaica. Absolutely exceptional. Can she keep this up? It's currently Germany 1, Spain 2, China 3, and Jamaica 4. The top 3 qualify for World Championships in Tokyo. Who's it going to be? Germany doesn't lead. Spain overtaken. Herbas down the home straight. And China, here comes Liu. Is she going to take second spot? It's going to be Spain for the win. Who's going to have it? Who's going to have it? Oh my goodness. Wow, that is a photo finish. It will either be Germany or China who took the second place, but they will both be going to the Tokyo World Champs later this year, and Jamaica miss out in 4th place. What a start, and look at what it means to the Spanish team. They are having the meet of their lives. National record set yesterday, winning already tonight. Look at that confirmation. China are going to the World Champs.
Well, it was loud enough when they got introduced on the start line, but the roofs that we do have on parts of the stadium here were creaking on their foundations as China came down the home straight there. Brooks for 3rd place. They've run another national record. Spain have run a national record again. As you say, Jess, what a championships they are having. Spain had a great day yesterday, qualifying a couple of teams through and getting through to the mixed final as well. But Jamaica Mixed 4x4, it will not be here for them. Remember, there are 2 places available in every single event in terms of the world top list. So that's basically the standings across the year, and that will be decided at the end of August. So there are still a chance, but that is leaving it really to the gods and hoping that you can put things together later on in the year. But China, well, it's the perfect start from a home point of view to this evening.
Yeah, they really set this stadium alight. I mean, they were running out of their skins there. Look at this from Mo. It really was exceptional. And Spain, I mean, they're having such an outstanding championships. This is the first exchange. A lot easier than a 4x1 exchange, I must say. Germany there just trying to barge out the way of Garcia from Spain, but China on the inside line, arms pumping, and Jamaica, they just didn't have enough in the tank. We look here, this was the final exchange. The women bring it home in the mixed 4x4. Germany were out in front, but they couldn't maintain that lead. I'd love to see a photo finish between Spain and Germany. Our screen saying that Germany just took it, but it was mighty close. But it doesn't really matter because they're both going to the World Champs in Tokyo, and that's what really matters here. And it matters a lot to China. They are hosting the World Champs in 2027 in Beijing, and so to have exceptional performances here really bolsters athletics. And look at the determination, the grimace, the ecstasy on the faces of these athletes. Herbert, I mean, they are just running on fumes. My goodness, I would love to be a Spanish athlete tonight.
Well, if that's fumes, I'd like some of those fumes, because she's had a wide smile across her face. In the background, you could see Liu, imagine carrying the weight of the nation, a nation as big as China. You can see the relief here on the face of the Chinese athletes. So that's heat 1 done. There is another one to come. There are 2 heats of every single one of these round 2 World Championship qualifying events, and a second chance for these athletes to get themselves through. And those who got through yesterday, the World Athletics Relays final, they're up for $40,000 in prize money, as well as seedings for the lanes as well. Spain national record confirmation for them, and that is 3 teams qualified for Tokyo for them. The women's 4x1, the women's 4x4, and the mixed 4x4 for Spain are all through. So 3 out of 5 teams. Nobody's got a clean sweep of 5 out of 5 yet through to Tokyo. China now have 2. Their men's 4x4 yesterday, joined by the mixed 4x4 today. And Germany, they now have 4 of their 5 teams qualified for Tokyo as their mixed 4x4 joined both 4x1s and the women's 4x4 from yesterday. So the crowd at the moment engaged by the Chinese team, speaking on the PA system here in the stadium. As you can see, some good numbers inside the stadium, which holds 60,000, by the way. It is a spectacular arena, the Chane Stadium. The bright lights of Guangzhou, which we're very, very thankful to have better weather this evening. Not that it's hugely impacted competition last night. It was a little bit difficult for the women's 4x4 athletes who were stood out in some driving rain, but everybody else, apart from wet track, they had reasonably good conditions. A little bit humid. How good does the Canton Tower look there, Jess, in the background, multicoloured? Oh, it's beautiful, and the view from it, I mean, you can even see the stadium, and I have to see the branding tonight is looking absolutely top-notch. The Canton Tower is an icon of Guangzhou, and I know that even some of the teams went up it today to have a good old look. Oh, there it is, multicoloured. Here we go. I mean, it is a stunning skyline here in Guangzhou. I've never been in a stadium quite like it. The air is still, it is perfect sprinting conditions, if not a little bit warm. That's 600 metres tall, that Canton Tower, by the way. It wouldn't be for me, I've got to say. I think my legs would be gone a long way in the early floors going up the lift up there to the Canton Tower. But anyway, it is one of the world's biggest skyscrapers. Here we are, though, back in the stadium where we're standing by for heat 2 of the mixed 4x400 metres. Again, 3 places up for grabs here. And we start on the outside, first of all, with India, who only have 1 member of their team. That's Rupal, who ran yesterday. They changed the other 3. Now you can see, and a slightly new addition this year, you can see the athletes lining up in their individual team pens rather than they used to line them up leg by leg rather. So the second leg runners would all go in one pen, third leg in another, and fourth in another. Bit of team camaraderie as we see Canada, who are running exactly the same team as yesterday, with Cole, Marsh, George and Proctor. Italy have made some changes, as we might have expected. The European silver medalists, but they ran with a what you'd call an understrength team yesterday. Only Troiani there at the front retained from that team. They've brought in the experience of the likes of Scotti, Acchetti and Mangione. Botswana, they have a couple of similarities from yesterday on the first two legs. Moningatipa and Rante retain their places, but changes on legs 3 and 4 for the Botswanans, who ran very well. They're the African Championship bronze medalists, by the way. France were 4th in the World Championships. They're not messing around. They've changed the entire team. Mohamed Kunta on the first leg, Peltier on the second, then Andon and Louise Maraval on the anchor. Sri Lanka, this is their only event. They didn't finish yesterday, didn't get the baton round in the mixed 4x4. Kumaraga, Ramanayaka, Rajakaruna and Fernando are their quartet. And finally on the inside, the only Ugandan quartet who are here in Guangzhou. They have Chanwego, Banura, Adoli and Shida. So standing by then for heat 2 of the mixed 4x400 meters relay, with 3 automatic places up for grabs in the World Championships. And there are no consolation prizes. You've got to get the job done here, or you're relying on the world rankings later in the year. Top 3 qualify. So we'll be expecting France and Italy with their bolstered teams here, making some changes from yesterday to be towards the head of affairs here. And right from the outside, Canada have also started strongly. Austin Cole has gone out well, one from the outside in the red. Also Botswana right in the centre in the light blue through Mongantipa have also gone blazing through this first 200 metres. The 3 bend stagger, of course, in these 4x400 metres. So the first bend is run in lanes for the second leg runners as well. They'll break, as we just saw on the back straight. So Austin Cole went out hard. It's just paying the price a little bit for that in the home straight. Botswana have stuck to their work pretty well. France and Italy are coming through strongly at the end of this leg as well. And in fact, we're pretty even in the outside 5 lanes there. Look at that, almost a sink handover between all 5 there as we see the second leg runners heading out. And it's Fanny Peltier on the inside for France in lane 5, who just will get to the break with the stagger unwinding in her favour. Ranti for Botswana. Italy on the second leg have Virginia Troiani just battling with the Canadian Alyssa Marsh to get across. In fact, it's Gale on the second leg for them, coming across. That's a late team change from what we had written down here. Lauren Gale on the second leg for Canada. So Italy out front. From Canada, from France, India in 4th position, Botswana, and then Uganda and Sri Lanka at the back of the field at the moment. So this field is much more stretched out, coming down to this change onto the third leg. Italy leading from Canada. France are finishing the leg strongly as well as we move on to the third.
Oh, very close changeovers there. And look at Andon from France, out with intent, absolutely. Storming around their first bend. It is Italy 1, Canada 2, France 3. That is George for Canada, just storming around the outside of Acchetti. Acchetti, a very experienced runner, was part of the Olympic Italian team. Look at that, look at those arms go round this second bend. And George from Canada having an absolutely astonishing run here. And France, Andon is not going to be left behind. Here they come, the 3 men charging down the home straight as we go to the final changeover. It might be Italy that comes out. Oh, and it's just tying up. Acchetti, can he hold it as they pass over basically in unison?
Well, they know that there are 3 places up for grabs here, so there will be a bit of pride here. India aren't quite out of the mix yet in 4th position. They have now Subha Venkatesan on the final leg, but those 3 are away at the moment. And now it's the World Athletics Relay title, the gold medals and the prize money that is up for grabs between those 3. Mangione for Italy, out front Louise Maraval for France, and Canada in 3rd position, and India just closing that gap now. Remember, 3 places at the World Championships, and India have run a terrific first 250. Is there anything left in the tank for Venkatesan in the home straight, trying to close down on Canada and trying to close down on Shearer in 3rd position, but it's Italy and France and Canada who are holding it at the minute and are ready to stamp their passports and head off to Tokyo. And the strength prevails there. The strongest teams on paper have executed to perfection. France, Italy, Canada on the way to the World Championships.
Yeah, no trouble for them there. Job done. Pretty nerve-wracking on day 1 of the World Relays when you don't qualify, and all the pressure comes down to this. That just sums up what 400 meters can do for you. But yeah, Canada, they didn't win this one, but still very solid. Their mixed 4x400 meter team are going to the Tokyo World Champs. Italy, really strong from them, really led it from the off, and France, they held on to take that 2nd place. Happy, happy, happy. And now it won't necessarily be these athletes exactly that go to the World Champs, it's a team that goes, and they have qualified the Italian 4x400 meter team for Tokyo. Hopefully some of these athletes will be in that. Scotty, he was part of the Italian Olympic Paris team in the men's 4x100, and oh look, France, he's not up for it. He's not up for it. He's had enough. Ondon though, brilliant leg from him, really was, to secure 2nd place at a season's best.
Well, there is some, all of these heats, by the way, were redrawn midway through the afternoon. So the athletes all had their the lane lineups changed late in the day. And the Canadian team that have ended up running are 2 athletes different from the team that is on the computer in front of us here. Because we had Diana Proctor and Alyssa Marsh lined up as the Canadian athletes. And obviously, as you could see there, it was Lauren Gale and Zoe Shearer who ended up running. So apologies to the family of either of those athletes that we might have misidentified. But the list in front of us wasn't correct. Anyway, the job was done. And that is a good performance from those. And for Canada, that is 4 out of 5 teams now who are through to Tokyo. The mixed becoming their 4th. And for Italy, that is now 3 of their 5 teams through. And of course, the teams that aren't through have another opportunity here today. Who will be the first nation, I wonder, Jess, to keep a clean sweep of 5 out of 5, get all of their teams through to the World Championships? That, of course, is what they've come for.
Well, let's wait and see. But I mean, commentators curse. Well, maybe no one. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see.
Well, there's a few who can't. Obviously, there's a few who can't. Yeah. Jamaica can't. They can't get there soon now because they've had, well, they had a lot to do anyway. But you can just see that France, they brought in all of their big hitters there. Italy did the same. And the World Athletics Relays is all about giving other athletes a chance. And you know, there's a lot of 19, 20, 21-year-olds here who are going to be the next stars, either individually or in relays of the years to come. But these athletes here that you're seeing on screen, the Mangionis and the Maravals, have experienced Olympics, European Championships in their home nations in the space of those 2 at the front there, even last year. The Olympics in Paris, of course, and the Rome European Championships. But it's a great opportunity, but then that's where the tactical selections come in. How strong do we go on day 1? Do we try and get qualification done? If you go strong and you don't get it done on day 1, then you are under a bit of pressure because your senior athletes have got a race in their legs where maybe you might like to have saved them. So the relief when you do load your team in the end on the 2nd day and prioritise certain events, and the Team Italy coaching staff, I imagine there are a small pocket of probably a handful of Italian fans in the arena, most of whom will be athletes and coaches and physios.
But we are really filling up here. I mean, we have got about 15,000 in tonight. And here we go. Here are those who have qualified so far for the mixed 4x400 meter relay. In fact, that's the final list that have qualified for the World Athletics Championships. Australia, Belgium, Canada, France, Germany, Great Britain, Ireland, Italy, Kenya and Poland. Now, there is still a chance for the likes of Jamaica because the top teams, as per rankings, come August, there's 2 more spots up for grabs. And here are the other 4 teams: China, South Africa, Spain, Spain and the United States. They're locked in, they're loaded, they're ready to go to Tokyo. And now we have the women's 4x400 meters. Heat 1 of 2 coming up, and it's the first 3 that qualify for Tokyo World Champs. Beautiful shots of Guangzhou. We're in the southeast of China, not that far from Hong Kong. We're on the Pearl River. A population of about 19 million here in Guangzhou. And here we go. This is how the women's 4x400 meter Heat 1 lines up. In lane 9, we have got Botswana. Kenake lead them out, followed by Morocco, Basel and Chikani. Kenya, lane 8. Pretty strong so far this weekend. Mbagari will lead them out, followed by Chebet, Ayoko and Okech. There they are waiting. Poland in lane 7 will be led out by Rona Kuczczepa, followed by Sweti Ersetic, Formella and Bukvika. Looking serious there, Poland. Centering themselves before the 400s. And here we go, one of the Nielsen twins will lead them out. Lavia Nielsen for Great Britain, followed by Emily Newnham. Then twin sister Lena Nielsen, and finally Nicole Yergin, who had a sterling final leg yesterday in the mixed 4x4. Belgium, lane 5, they're the other favourites next to Great Britain. Van den Broek will lead them out, followed by Verveet, Laus and Ponnet. Ponnet was featured at the Paris Olympics, very prominent athlete for Belgium. And finally, Brazil on the inside. We have Debassi leading them out, followed by Marino. Then Dos Santos, Barreto and Lima will anchor the Brazilian team home. Well, Great Britain will be really wanting this one. They'll be bitterly disappointed with not having qualified yesterday. Can they do the job today? Let's wait and see. Belgium in lane 5 there, and Great Britain in lane 6. They're the favourites. They're the ones that expect to go through. But in relays, doesn't always work out like that. Brazil on the inside. And we are off clearly, and Nielsen has got a good start there. Experienced 400 metre, experienced relay runner. She's running well down the back straight. There she is, right hand side of your screen, chasing down Poland, who's outside of her in lane 7. Botswana on the left of your screen in lane 9, going well also. But Great Britain probably just has the edge. But look at Brazil on the right hand side of your screen. They're running in lane 4. This is a very solid run from Debassi, and it goes woman, man in the mix, but we are in the women's 4x400 now. So we're just going to go straight to a changeover, a stagger changeover here for this first one, and then the stagger unwinds, and it's Poland who will be coming in first in lane 7. Yeah, followed very closely by Great Britain as the second leg runners take off. Belgium, Great Britain, Poland, all very evenly matched here, but oh goodness me, look at that from Verveet from Belgium, absolutely taking the lead here. Those cones signify the break of the stagger, and that is Belgium in 1, Great Britain in 2, Poland in 3, and Kenya in hot pursuit in 4th place. They're going to come round the bend here into the home straight. The other runners are just getting ready. Oh, a real tussle going on there. Great Britain on the outside coming through to take the lead. Sterling run there, absolutely, from Emily Newnham. She's going to try and hold that position, make sure she's in first place as they pass over. It's Great Britain 1. It's going to be Poland handing over in second, and Belgium 3, but there's not much in it.
You have the Olympic bronze medalists, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with Lena Nielsen with the baton in hand now. Poland, the world indoor silver medalist, Alexandra Formella in second position, and Belgium in third with Camille Laus. Belgium, the European bronze medalist. So all of these teams, 3 European teams, are away here with the 3 automatic places available in Tokyo. Brazil and Kenya just on the edge of the shot there, but Lena Nielsen, the Great Britain team captain, who ran handed the baton on to her twin sister yesterday in the qualification round 1. Poland, of course, with a strong team, Świętosiec and Bukowiecka, the European champion, to come on the final leg as well. So they would have expected not to have to be here in this second qualifying round today. And Formella just starting to feel it in the home straight now, which will give the others behind a little bit of hope. But Lena Nielsen has run an excellent leg for Great Britain here, and they will hand over ahead of Belgium and Poland.
And it goes to Nicole Jürgen of Great Britain on the anchor leg. She ran expertly yesterday. Can she repeat it here now? They are the Olympic bronze medalists. They would have been disappointed with yesterday's performance. Can they get it in the bag today? But Jürgen is being absolutely chased down by Ponette of Belgium there. And Poland are not far behind. They streak it down the back straight. Jürgen, she can't quite see. Is she going to look behind her? And Brazil, they're in 5th place, with Kenya just overtaking into 4th. Remember, it's the first 3 that qualify for Tokyo. Great Britain, 120 metres to go as we come down the home straight. It is Nicole Jürgen in the lead. Ponette is not going to let her have it all her own way. My goodness, Ponette is coming up on her. Can Nicole Jürgen hold this? It's going to be so close, and Poland's coming through as well. Who's going to have it on the line? Is it going to be Great Britain? Oh, just about, I think. Goodness me, Great Britain take it. Belgium in 2nd and Poland in 3rd. Doesn't quite matter where they finish, except for bragging rights, but they are all going to Tokyo.
Nicole Jürgen looks about as cool as she did yesterday when she led the mixed team home to qualify. And Poland, as I mentioned, would not have wanted to have to come back and do this all again with the team that they had out. But Natalia Bukowiecka, the European champion, who thankfully has come back with some injury issues in the winter to full fitness, bringing them home in that 3rd position. And Belgium, as you say, getting over the line ahead of them as well.
Yeah, Belgium, they were 7th at the Olympics, so that is a really great run from them. They pushed Great Britain all the way. That was very strong indeed. And yeah, what a race! What an evening of activity we have got going on.
And that is Great Britain's full house, by the way. That is 5
ding, ding, ding.
out of 5 teams through. Women's 4x4 was the one that missed out yesterday, and they are through. So that is the full complement for Great Britain. No wonder they are smiling. For Poland, that is their 3rd team out of 5 that has qualified for Tokyo. And for Belgium, that is also now 3 for them as well. But a size of relief there. You definitely don't want to be the one team from your country that goes home without that place secured, do you?
No, and they were not looking that happy yesterday, I can tell you. We're going to get some slow-mos here of some of that action. But Great Britain, they did what they needed to do. They executed it expertly. And there we go, that is the first exchange there into Newnham. And it was very evenly run between Great Britain, Belgium and Poland all the way around, as we expected it to be, really. But these things, they don't always go to plan. Here we go. This was the 2nd exchange onto the 3rd leg. The Nielsen twins absolutely doing a job here. Brilliant run from Laus there from Belgium. Really exceptional. She made up so much ground on that 3rd leg, on that final 20 metres or so. And here they are. This is the photo finish we want to look at. Jürgen just straining somewhat. Ponette looking pretty relaxed, and Poland just making up inch by inch. But yeah, I wouldn't call it comfortable, but it was definitely a Great Britain 1, Belgium 2 and Poland 3. They would have enjoyed that.
They certainly will. She just had to work that little bit harder, Nicole Jürgen, yesterday than she might have done. She wouldn't have known, of course. She will have used the big screen, which is in advance of the runners beyond the finish line as they're coming down the home straight. So they can use that as a wing mirror as well. So she'll have seen that 3 of them were away there and gone. And it was merely for the bragging rights, the seeding points, the world ranking points, all the things that can make an impact as the GB team see themselves on the big screen here. And that 3:24.46, there was a national record, by the way, further down the field for Kenya. In fact, I was going to say that there was a national record, and as I look down at the computer for the next time, it's now got disqualified against Kenya. So we'll try and work out why you don't get many disqualifications in a 4x4. But there's obviously some kind of issue with potentially the changeover order there. That's one of the usual falling points for teams when they start shuffling around in the takeover order. Anyway, we'll confirm any news on that, but Kenya at the moment showing as disqualified. That means that will nullify their national record that they had just set. And a couple of their athletes had run 2 legs yesterday as well there. Mercy Chebet was definitely one of them. That's the site in the Tiana Stadium here in Guangzhou. Home straight is pretty packed away to the left, as you can see. And they are waiting. They've already seen China book their second spot in the World Championships, and they'll be getting ready to wave those Chinese flags as well, because we have China coming up in this heat. The second of the heats, chasing 3 spots in the women's 4x400 meters. Welcome if you're joining us. Our coverage here from Guangzhou as we see Sophie Becker of Ireland getting herself ready in a changed Irish team. They've again bolstered their team, having not qualified in the women's yesterday, but they did qualify in the mixed. I'll give you that full lineup. You might see at the top of your picture there in lane 8. Lane 8 is empty. That is Jamaica, who of course had some injury and availability problems yesterday, so those Jamaican fans will have nothing to watch in this particular round in terms of their own team watching. They'll appreciate the talents of everybody else. But we saw a strange run from Jadine Williams and the Jamaican team yesterday. There were talk of some unavailabilities. A couple of their athletes hadn't made it here, and as a result of that, we have an empty lane here for Jamaica in the women's 4x400 meters. So let's meet the rest of the teams then. From the outside, beautiful sight here at the Chani Stadium. And here are your teams. Zambia going to be running in a bit of isolation, certainly for the first 500 meters or so. They're on the outside. They've got 3 of the team that ran yesterday, including Mingalishi, who will lead them off, and Jobu Sapiso and Kalibwene, a new addition to their team on the 3rd leg. Jamaica then don't go in 8, so we move to lane 7, and Ireland. Sophie Becker on the opening leg and Rachel McCann on leg 3 are retained, but they've brought in Rashida Adeleke and Charlene Maudsley on legs 2 and 4. It's almost like bringing in the special team, joining Sophie Becker, who ran in the Olympics. Australia have Mia Gross on the 1st leg. They've only got 1 survivor from yesterday's team. That's Gemma Pollard on the 3rd leg. A shake-up elsewhere. Athletes ran in other events, but they are coming together, including Ellie Beer there. Their #1 individual 400-meter runner. Switzerland, they've made 1 change. They have Julia Niederberger again on the opening leg. Salome Husler, Karin Dish, and Anina Farr completing their quartet. Stand by, the crowd are already revving up. For China, who have such resources here, as you would expect, they've changed the entire team. A new 4 to run for them, try and chase the World Championship qualifying time. Their national record of 3:24 is going to put them in the mix here. Ireland on paper should be the strongest of these teams. Australia have looked good across the events so far. Can anybody else? Who's going to be in the mix for that 3rd spot? Of course, no Jamaica really does boost some of those teams who might have been contesting that 3rd spot. Top 3 qualify. Last chance for teams in the women's 4x400 meters. Well, the Irish team set the fastest ever 4th place finish time at the Olympic Games, and they were just edged out in this event. They ran a national record, and there is Sophie Becker, who, as we mentioned yesterday, actually found out she'd run with a stress fracture of the foot during the Olympic Games, but has often been a successful 1st leg runner for them. They've got a lot of open space ahead of them, and they have almost taken that empty lane stagger out of Zambia. Right on the outside, Australia have got Ireland as a target on their outside here, but it's Sophie Becker of Ireland who's out in the lead. Mia Gross of Australia just coming into picture there into the home straights, trying to stick to her tail. Pretty even on the inside lanes between Switzerland and China as well. Australia just taking a stride or 2 out of Ireland as they come up towards this first changeover, and Rashida Adeleke stands by to take the baton pretty much hand in hand at the same time there between Ireland and Australia as they run the bend and will break at the entrance to the back straight. The crowd are roaring on Gui Fen Huang of China, but it's Adeleke and the advantage of the stagger with Ellie Beer of Australia. This could be a good contest between these two. Zambia right on the outside are up in 3rd position. They've got Rhoda and Jobu on this one. The crowd trying to roar China on because they know that 3 go through and Zambia are gettable. Adeleke, with 200 metres of her leg remaining, moves across and ahead of Ellie Beer of Australia, who haven't qualified, by the way, since 1999 for the World Championships in this event, but they're well placed at the moment in this World Championship qualification round 2. As Beer works hard to stay with Adeleke. It's been a good battle, as we predicted it would be, between those two all the way around. It's really hotting up behind. That's the battle between 4th and 5th at the moment, China and Switzerland, as Ireland take the lead with Rachel McCann.
McCann does have it, and there it goes. Zambia and China, and you can hear China absolutely chasing after Zambia, who is the top three, but it is Ireland in the lead. McCann and Australia, it's Pollard chasing her down. Ireland would have been disappointed not to have qualified yesterday, so they will be absolutely gunning for this one. McCann down the back straight, and absolute drama going on behind. It is so close for third. China are just overtaking Zambia, and that's what that roar was. Oh my goodness, China move into third place. That is a World Champs Tokyo spot, but Switzerland, do not discount them. But here we go, at the front of the race, it's Ireland, McCann, but look at this acceleration here from Australia. Goodness me, Pollard pulling it out there in the last few metres, hands over to the final leg.
This could be a deafening 400 metres with China moving up into a world qualifying spot at the moment in third position. They're going to have challenges on behind by Switzerland and Zambia, but the crowd aren't even looking, the rest of the Chinese crowd, about what's happening up front between Australia and Ireland, because they are away and gone. Look at that gap, and China opening up a gap of 5 metres on Switzerland. Zambia's race is over, but it's Zukic and Maudsley who will battle this one out for the victory in this final heat. Their place in Tokyo is secure as Maudsley prepares to make her move. Lian for China, though, is fighting to hold off Switzerland. There's going to be an almighty roar coming down the home straight very shortly. It's Maudsley out front for Ireland, and Australia, Alana Jukic, confirming their places in Tokyo. But Lian now challenged by Fire of Switzerland. Lian roared on in Guangzhou, but Fire is ignoring the noise, and unfortunately for China, is going to silence their hopes of making it in the women's 4x4. Ireland have won it, Australia in second, and it's Switzerland. You can nearly hear a pin drop as they cross the line ahead of China. What a valiant effort from them. They got people out of their seats, but Switzerland came to spoil the party and did so. Excellent runs from Ireland and Australia, the favourites successfully through, and Switzerland got themselves in a battle royale.
Yeah, brilliant final leg there for Charlie Maudsley. We were kind of lost in the back of the pack somewhat. Commiserations to China, because the roof, if there was one, would have been taken off of the stadium if they had made that spot. But job done for Ireland and Australia. Season's best all round here for every single team. We are early in the season, so we don't take too much stock in that. China are gutted, absolutely gutted. They'll be reliving that final leg, and she'll be asking herself, what more could she have done? Well, it was Switzerland who spoiled the party. Commiserations to the Chinese team. Absolutely gutted.
Of course, it's not completely over for them. There are 2 remaining spots that will be available to be contested for throughout the rest of the season. So the top 2 teams in the world lists at the end of the qualification period leading up to the championship in September, with those ahead of them, of course, already qualified, not being counted. So that the top 2 non-already qualified teams in that list will be offered places to go. So teams will be trying to post times, keeping an eye on what's happening elsewhere. Of course, there's very few meets where teams will run as a country. So you may see some hastily convened relay meets or relay races if teams suddenly find themselves slipping out of the 2 places. But Ireland don't need to worry about any of that. Ireland will be at the World Championships. They've got a healthy contingent. As ever, they have the Irish Travelling Supporters Club out here watching Seamus and several of his crew who we bumped into yesterday, who make the trip to every major event. But certainly, we've already seen one China team qualify, and the fans here just got their money's worth for, well, 3 of the 4 legs, that's for sure. But very smooth job from Ireland. That is the kind of execution you'd expect from the class of runners that they had available there. A little side eye there from Ellie Beer as she saw Adeleke coming across to close her down. But that was a really good race as well, and that will, I think, give Ellie Beer some confidence, the way she was able to live with Adeleke, who never got more than a couple of metres ahead of her all the way around, as you can see here, right up towards the finish line of their particular leg.
Yep, Adeleke 4th place in the Olympics. Exceptional runner, having another very good season so far.
We've just got the splits in, actually. Charlie Maudsley, 50.01 on the anchor leg for Ireland there, which is absolutely outstanding. Nobody breaking 50 seconds. There were also impressive splits. Adeleke, 50.3. Ellie Beer, 50.7 for Australia. Those are the only athletes to post splits in the 50s. But Charlie Maudsley, 50.01 on the back of a similarly good leg yesterday in the mixed 4x4 as well. Some of the performances there individually, and the key sum of the parts for all of those teams getting themselves through. So we still have the round 2 of the World Championship qualifying to come in both the men's and the women's 4x100 metres. Next up will be the men's 4x400 metres. And then, of course, we get into the closing events, which will be the 5 World Athletics Relays finals, where it's all glory, ranking points, cash and medals up for grabs. But 3 more events still to decide who takes the final spots in Tokyo to complete a full list of 14 qualifiers for the World Championships in each event here, making a total of 70 across the 2 days.
Brilliant run there from Far of Switzerland, closing her eyes as she nears and crosses that finish line. But jubilation for Switzerland, Ireland and Australia. Smiles from Maudsley there. Australia, job done as well. Australia brought a very large contingent to these championships. They're not too far, all things considered, for Australia. So they brought about 8 athletes, which is the max amount you can have in each of these races. 8 athletes you can choose from. You can mix and match throughout the weekend. There we go, Ireland, all smiles. They might have had a little bit of a sleepless night last night after not making it through super smoothly yesterday. But a season's best sees them get the job done. Happy customers. Tokyo ticket booked. And there we go, China looking somewhat dejected compared to the smiles and hugs of Ireland and Australia. Next up, we have the men's 4x400 metres.
Well done, girls.
Charlene Maudsley's always a smiley character. As we see Australia, that's 26 years of hurt for them, not qualifying for the World Championships in this particular event. But we are ready now for the men's 4x400 metres. As we confirm that list of qualifiers, that's the first page of those who have booked their tickets through to Tokyo this time around. Of course, we should add Japan, who will qualify as the host nation in all of these events as well. They automatically get a place. The United States got the job done yesterday as well.
And it's dark here in Guangzhou in southeastern China. That is the Canton Tower looking over this event as we head into the men's 4x400 metres, heat 1 of 2. In the outside lane, we've got Poland, led off by Shved, then Karolewski, Jashinsky and Reshetsinagak. Lane 8, we have Brazil. Lemes da Silva will have the first leg. Carvalho, Oliveira and Lima follow him. Then we've got the Netherlands. Fifers, Omala, Schmidt and Klein-Ikink. Netherlands will be wanting to qualify here. Brazil, Netherlands and Jamaica are the favourites in this one. And you can't discount Italy in lane 6. Bianciardi, Benatti, Rossi and Raimondi. Lane 5 then, hasn't been Jamaica's night so far, but McDonald would lead them out. You can hear some shouts around here. Francis second leg, Barnes third and Roden fourth. India, they don't have loads of teams here, but they have loads of passion. Kumar will lead out this Indian quartet, followed by experienced Chowdhury on the second leg. Then Tekanali, Saji, and finally Joseph. Zimbabwe towards the inside lane 3. Mawishi, Leaford, Taffa and Hove. What can they do from the inside? And then neighbours, lane 2. Inside lane, Ndawi, Suma, Mendy and Diouf. 8 teams contest this men's 4x400 metres heat 1. The first 3 will qualify for those World Championship places in Tokyo this September. So, the pressure is on. Who will cope with it best and book their ticket to Tokyo? The starters take their marks. Hands placed behind the white line. Baton at the ready. Look around, seeing what we're waiting for. They get away well. Jamaica there towards the middle of your screen, quite strong. Towards the outside, one from the left. Brazil running very strongly on that first leg. You've got Italy here. Jamaica quite evenly matched. Netherlands and Brazil running very well in lanes 7 and 8. Poland on the outside just trying to keep Brazil behind, but he's not going to do that. Lemes da Silva is going to come past him, having a really strong first 400 metres. Netherlands not far behind with FIFA's. This is a really great start for Brazil. Oh, it looks like he's tying up slightly as we come into the staggered exchange here. It will be pretty even, but Brazil and the Netherlands handing over first. So there we go. Right, second leg of this men's 4x400 metres. Brazil came third in their heat. Netherlands came fourth in their heat as Amala takes the baton for them and has a sterling first 100 metres round the bend. The cones that we come up to means that the stagger has broken and we will all be going into one lane. And it is Netherlands 1. Brazil looks like to be in number 2. Jamaica in 3. And that is Poland coming through into 4th place. This is a right tussle. The African nations there absolutely battling it out into 5th and 6th position. But Netherlands cool at the front with Amala leading them. Then Carvalho in 2nd place. Jamaica, Francis or Jamaica, looks like he's just fading a bit as Poland come into 3rd place to take on to the 3rd leg.
What a battle this is. This is one of the most competitive heats that we've seen across the entire weekend so far, but Netherlands have stolen a march at the front on leg 3 with Nick Smit, the hurdler, who's got himself 5 metres of clear air behind Poland. The baton in the hand for them on this 3rd leg of Kajetan Dushinsky there. Brazil with Elias Oliveira, the South American champions, are in hot pursuit there. And Jamaica now making a move down the back straight with Zandrian Barnes, who's taken a wide course, a very wide course, almost into lane 3. Round the outside, 3 places in Tokyo up for grabs. Netherlands leading from Brazil. Poland now starting to fade as they're closed down on the home straight by Senegal as well. Italy from the back are trying to get involved. But Netherlands, Brazil and Jamaica in the box seat for the handover.
Absolute scenes here in China. And look at that. They're coming quick. Netherlands may not have that lead for long as Brazil, Lima for Brazil, absolutely hot on Netherlands' tail. It is Jamaica in 3rd. This is the most hotly contested race we've had so far in the 400 metres. My goodness, look, Netherlands 1, Brazil 2, Jamaica 3, but we have got Senegal, I think they're in 4th, followed by Poland, followed by Italy, followed by India, and then Zimbabwe. Who knows who's going to take that 3rd spot? Netherlands still strong, down the home straight, but here comes Lima of Brazil, passing the Netherlands. He's going to take it. Oh, it's going to be so good. Who's going to get 3rd place? Poland are coming. Will Jamaica hold it? It is Brazil 1, Netherlands 2. And oh my goodness, I was so distracted by the first 2. I don't know who made it into 3rd. I think it's Jamaica. Yeah, confirmation Jamaica, then Poland. What a race. What drama. What sport here at the World Athletics Relays. Whew.
Well, most of the teams were never out of that race at any point, really. A couple of them in the end got straggled off the back, but Senegal were chasing hard, trying to reattach themselves to the main group. Italy just got too far behind, and their runners in the second half of the race weren't able, Rossi and Raimondi, to make up for it. And Italy, of course, they used a couple of their stronger male runners in the mixed event to get through in that, which weakened their men's 4x4 team. So that is the kind of strategic choices that teams have had to make. And Italy earlier on confirming their place in the mixed 4x4 with the stronger team, but have missed out in the men's 4x4. But Brazil, they are the South American champions, as I mentioned, and running the same team that won that South American title. A tried and tested quartet. And Netherlands' Jonas Pfeiffer's ran excellently yesterday as well on the final leg for them. He ran the opening leg today in 45.4. And the Brazilian women's team standing there enjoying what they're seeing for their men's team.
Yeah, brilliant run from there. Oh, he's just going to take a call. He's going to say, calm down, it was all right. That's how Brazil, like, no, that was nothing to worry about, guys. We had this the whole time. Didn't look quite that way, Brazil. But here we go. We're going to get some footage there. Look, even at the first exchange, it was close. It was close. Here we go. This is where the stagger broke on the second leg. And just look at that tussle behind between Zimbabwe and Senegal. It was all to play for. I absolutely loved that race. And Netherlands had a real lead here. What happened? What happened?
Senegal, it's their only team here. They hadn't qualified for 26 years in this either, so the Senegalese fans watching will have got a bit excited coming in this stage of the race anyway. We're on the earlier legs here. Some of the splits, by the way, as we're seeing these replays. Oliveira 44.8 on the third leg for Brazil. Amala ran 44.9 on the second leg for Netherlands. The best of the Jamaicans was Zandri and Barnes, 44.78. And the Italians, well, they just had too much to do. There was a 44.9 clocking from Lorenzo Benatti on the second leg for them. But a really good team performance from the Netherlands. They all split in the 44s and the low 45s, so that's a really consistent contribution across all four legs for them, even though Klein Icking at the end of the line, at the end of the day, couldn't quite hold off the attentions of Mateus Lima, who is very proficient over the barriers and proving himself as well. Equally as adept at running when there are no barriers in his way.
We've got one more heat coming up in this men's 4x400 meters until we know who will be going to Tokyo and who will be finalizing that list. But for the South American champions, that is job done, seat secured.
And these are really competitive. You saw the number of teams that were involved in the shake-up there. There's a lot of teams in these round twos. There are, what have we got here, with 2 heats of 8. Looking at the 4x1s that are coming up, there's one heat of the women's 4x1 that's got 4 teams in it, and 3 of them will qualify. So from that point of view, there's going to be one unlucky loser when we get to that very shortly. But the athletes just setting their blocks at the bottom of your screen for this heat number 2. And in this one, we have the might of the United States, who couldn't yesterday with an inexperienced quartet hold off the attentions of France or Kenya, who qualified ahead of them. Oh, happy days for Brazil, look. Everybody's happy in Team Brazil. It's a long flight home, so at least they're going to fly home with a smile on their face.
And that is a season's best there, 301.14. They will be happy with that. Look at the smiles on those faces as the crowd quiets for
here we see some,
race.
Yeah, here we see some of the splits, Jess, and these do mean a little bit more. They have a little bit more gravitas, if you like, in the 4x4. So the European silver medalist Maximilian Schwed, the fastest on that first leg. That impressive sub-45 from Eugene Amala was the best of the second legs for the Netherlands. Zandri and Barnes with 44.78 on that third leg. And the best of the fourth legs was from Dziesieniak of Poland, 44.44. But it wasn't enough in the end to propel them into one of those crucial top 3 positions. Guangzhou by night, the Tianhe Stadium about to be lit up by the performances of these athletes. Australia drawn on the outside of the second of these heats with Cooper Sherman to open them up. Reese Holder ran an absolute flyer yesterday in the 43s. Aidan Murphy and Tom Reynolds complete their quartet. Zambia go in lane 8 with Sitali Kikeni, handing on to Kennedy Luchembe, David Malenga and Patrick Nyambe. Tried and tested quartet for Zimbabwe. There was plenty of incident involving this man yesterday for Qatar. Amar Yahya Ibrahim, who you might remember got his elbows out with Alexander Dome and with Charlie Dobson, ended up hurting himself and not qualifying. So Qatar find themselves in this. The United States of America have bolstered their team. Only Kennedy Leitner ran in yesterday's attempt. Elijah Godwin ran in the mixed race yesterday. Justin Robinson comes in and Caleb McRae completes their lineup as well. The Olympic champions in this event. Germany, they field the same team that ran yesterday. Klein, Rumpf, Krapper and Dammerman. They've had a few teams qualify already here, Germany. As we see Spain, who also, their women's teams have had a great weekend so far. And their team for this one has 3 of the same athletes. The one change for them sees Urta step down as Mexico, their only team here in Guangzhou, go in lane 3. Last qualified for the World Championships in 2001. And then on the inside we have Ireland. You might remember the pictures yesterday of Conor Kelly absolutely flat out on the floor with lactic filled legs after he ran and helped the Irish mixed 4x4 team to qualify. Chris O'Donnell and Jack Raftery both ran yesterday in this event. The other two team athletes, Conor Kelly and Killian Green, come in as Ireland, who last qualified in 2015. There is Seamus, I mentioned him at the front with the grey hair there, the Irish Supporters Club representative. So here we go then. First three, remember, qualify. This has been a wide open event. There were 4 teams in the final that only qualified in the men's 4x4. Botswana, China, Kenya and Portugal yesterday. This was their only qualification through to the final later. And that meant that all of these teams had to come back and try again. USA don't find themselves with many second round qualification heats, but Elijah Godwin has the baton for them to try and lead them into the top 3. So the Olympic champions USA, they were actually faster than 4 teams that qualified yesterday but didn't manage to get through. Such is the way that the heats were drawn, and Godwin has gone out strongly and he's already up on Germany and Niklas Klei outside him, and also Qatar as well. He's gone well past them. Look at Elijah Godwin through the first 200 meters for the USA. He was part of the USA's World Indoor gold medal winning team. Yahya Ibrahim, as we saw yesterday, doesn't like to take things lying down, has fought back there on the outside to try and close down some of that gap. Australia at the moment being overrun nearly by 3 teams inside them. Germany going pretty strongly. Mexico have had a decent first leg on the inside as well, and Ireland holding their own. But as we get towards the changeover, Godwin just started to run out of steam towards the end as he hands the baton on for this second leg to Justin Robinson. Outside him for Qatar is Bassem Hamida. Australia right on the outside with their in-form man from yesterday, Reece Holder, with a 43.4 clocking. Let's see what he can do to get Australia right in the shake-up. And as you can see, he's taken matters into his own hands, come right across into the lead down the back straight as Reece Holder for Australia. So Justin Robinson of the USA in second place, then Hamida of Qatar. Spain have moved up into 4th place with Manuel Guijarro. Then come Mexico in the green with Guillermo Campos. And as we move towards the back, Ireland at the back of the field at the moment, just behind Zambia. So Holder has run another strong leg. 2 back-to-back excellent performances from Holder of Australia. Robinson closing down to the handover. Qatar in 3rd.
And it's very close between Australia and USA as we go into this 3rd leg of 4. Look, USA, Leitner trying to take the inside lane of Australia's Murphy, and he's had his own way. He's nabbed that front spot as they go down the back straight. I think Australia will just sit on his shoulder for now. Then it is Spain in 3rd, Qatar in 4th, Mexico in 5, but they're not having it easy either. It's the top 3, remember, that qualify. America, yeah, Australia just coming back on their shoulder here, but it is Leitner for the USA who lead. Osman coming past Fernandez there as well. Oh, look at this from Murphy of Australia to take the lead as we go into the final leg of this men's 4x400 metres.
What a well-judged leg from Aidan Murphy of Australia, who really gives them the momentum over the USA. This would be a big upset if they can hold this over this remaining 400 metres. Qatar have got a little bit of clear space in 4th position. They've got World Championship medalist Abdurrahman Samba with the baton in hand for them. Can Spain there possibly close them down in 4th position with Julio Arenas, and the others are chasing? It would appear a lost cause, but the move made by Caleb McRae of the USA down the back straight. Tom Reynolds will look to rally for Australia when they come into the home straight, but Australia are going to end a few years without qualifying themselves as well, and Qatar have only ever qualified twice in their history. They look well booked as well, but the USA here, they don't like being in World Championship qualification round 2s, and they've made light work in the end of the rest of the field as McRae brings them home and gets it done. Australia are through to the World Championships, as are Qatar.
Brilliant run from Qatar there to make it comfortably into that 3rd place ahead of Spain. The men's Spain team will not be happy with that. The women's are having an absolute storm, but look at what it means to Qatar. They came here to qualify, and qualify they did. But United States with a world leading time there, 2:58.68. Australia also breaking that 3-minute barrier at 2:59.73, and Qatar at 3 minutes. 0.29. But wow, USA, they showed us what they were made of here. They don't like not qualifying first time, so they stamped their authority on the men's 4x400 metres by getting a world lead, and that is where we leave the men's 4x400 metres until Tokyo.
National record for Qatar. I mean, look at the times, 2:58 there from the USA. And we're not seeing world record times here, of course, but anything sub 3 minutes is a really good run from a not full-strength quartet. But the likes of Justin Robinson coming in there. Elijah Goldman has a world gold medal indoors. Qatar's national record. It's the first time they've qualified. They qualified, of course, for Doha in 2019 as the host nation. The only previous qualification before that was in 1991. But what a great job from Australia, who continue. They came here with, as you said earlier, Jess, with some confidence. First time they've ever sent a team in every event to the World Relays. And that quartet for Australia, that's a super performance. Reese Holder, again, 44.16 today, to follow up with a 43.44 yesterday, as we see him here bringing it home. Justin Robinson, 44.21. Caleb McRae on the anchor for the US, 43.86. That's an outstanding performance with lots of 44-second clockings on various legs. The best of the Irish athletes, for those watching on from Ireland, was Jack Raftery on the final leg with 45.88. But the USA just bolstering like we've seen many teams do. But I've mentioned the word quite a lot this evening, bolstering their team. And the result was that they are safely through to Tokyo. And that completes the set for them as well, by the way, matching the achievements of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who achieved 5 out of 5 earlier on. All 5 US teams are now through to the World Championships.
Yeah, and we have 6 events here at the World Athletics Relays Guangzhou. We've had the mixed 4x1, we've had the mixed 4x4, we've had the women's 4x4, and that is the end of the men's 4x4. We now move on to the women's 4x1, and this is where some drama will undoubtedly unfold, as the baton exchange is where it gets spicy. It certainly does. We will be having 2 heats coming up, and this is the final chance for these athletes to qualify for the World Championships in Tokyo later this year. And then after that, we'll be moving on to the finals here of the World Relays of each of those events which qualify. Look what it means to Qatar to secure that spot on a national record. Real applause to them. Absolutely outstanding. 400 metres, you wouldn't catch me doing it, that's for sure. Look, USA team, cool as you like. They knew they had it under control. They knew it, they knew it.
It's a good mark of that time as well for other teams to try and qualify, to try and surpass over the course of the rest of the year. Confirmation then of the qualifiers through to Tokyo from this weekend here in Guangzhou. Additions to that list from that particular heat that we just saw there. Australia at the top of that list, and as we move on to the second page, Qatar and United States booking their places in Japan.
Next up, we have them on the track already. It is the women's 4x100 metres. Look at that sensational shot from the sky of the Tianyi Stadium here in Guangzhou, China. And this is how the 5 teams line up for heat 1 of 2, the women's 4x1. On the outside lane, lane 8, Chile, Hernandez, Montt, Jimenez and Ramirez. There they are. Lane 7, it's France. Rimlinger will lead them out, followed by Richard, Paraso and Gallet. An experienced team there. They were 4th in the Olympics in Paris. What can they do here? Côte d'Ivoire in lane 6, led out by Dennis, followed by Kone, Deji and Clark. Italy will be the other favourites, coming on your screen shortly. They were 4th in their heat, but what can they do here? Fontana would lead them out, followed by Kadari, Siragusa and Pavas. Looking serious. Inside lane, Portugal, men's team did well yesterday, but Andrade will lead them out, Bazola, Gandula and Silva. That is the Portuguese team. That is how we line up for the women's 4x100 metres here. It is the top 3 that qualify, so only 2 of these teams will be missing out going to Tokyo. But in a 4x100 metre relay, anything can happen with the baton. So the favourites, being France in lane 7 and Italy in lane 5, mean absolutely nothing if they can't get that baton around safely. Chile 8, France 7, Ivory Coast 6, Italy 5, Portugal 4. Oh, starter maybe not happy. Wait and see what's going on there. We don't think it was a penalty, but we will wait and see. Maybe some noise. We will find out shortly, and we'll be getting underway. Very happy fans in the audience here. The starter with his gun. Yep, green card shown, which means no athlete was at fault. We go again. Nothing like an almost full start for a bit of a tension builder. Here we go again. Deep breath out from Fontana, who will lead out the Italian quartet. Rimlinger for France, experienced. Lane 5, Italy. Lane 7, France. Keep your eyes on them. And they're away this time, and they all get away fast. Rimlinger from France doing pretty well there, making inroads on Chile on the outside. Here's the first exchange. How clean is it? Yeah, they're all away. France, Italy, away clearly. France already making some time up on Chile on the outside, but look at Italy there, coming through, exchanging in first place. It's Italy in lane 5, but look at the acceleration from France there on the 1, but 2 on the outside of your screen. And here we go. It is Italy and France down into the home straight. France just have the advantage. France have it at the moment. It's the top 3 that qualify for the world champs. Oh, goodness me. Portugal and Chile are absolutely fighting for it behind. Italy are going to take this one. Oh my goodness, France. I think just France, Italy, and then Chile secure a world championship qualifying position. Wow, they will be absolutely buzzed with that. France in first, Italy in second, Chile, they can't believe it.
You have to get the baton round, Jess, and Cote d'Ivoire would have been one of the favourites. They didn't get it round, and that opened up the possibility for the likes of Chile and Portugal, as you say, 2 of the maybe lesser fancied nations in terms of the global stage here. But you have to get the baton round as a team, execute. Cote d'Ivoire are holding an inquest further back around the stadium, but France, unsurprisingly, celebrating there are 2 of their most experienced athletes. Italy again seeing it through. They've both had a good night in terms of taking second opportunities, and here are the celebrations for Chile.
Yeah, they're ecstatic. Portugal, on the other hand, they look absolutely gutted. But France, yeah, Gallet, job done for her. She was part of the Paris Olympic team where they came 4th. Wasn't to be for Portugal. No qualification for them like the men. Paraso there, another experienced French athlete. Oh, and here we go. Beautiful close-up there of the pink spikes. And here we go. This was the first leg out of the blocks fast. First exchange. Pretty textbook, I think, but let's have a look at this close-up. Oh, beautiful work there from the French team. That's how you do a baton exchange. Here we go, exchange 2, absolutely rapid, pushing on. Again, France, brilliant. But look at Cote d'Ivoire, what happened? Maybe they ran out of time, you have to pass the baton in the box, and who knows? But it wasn't to be for Cote d'Ivoire this time. Absolute determination there on Paraso's face as they passed Chile, pumping the arms. Grimace as coming into the final leg, and just look, yes, brilliant exchange from Italy and France there. Just look at Portugal on the right hand side, they can't do enough to keep up with Chile. Gallet all the way, firing the arms, dipping for the line, has it over Italy. They'll be happy with that.
First time for Chile, first time ever in the World Championships in the 4x100 metres, which is why they were celebrating so wildly. They have one world-class 400-metre runner on the women's side, Martina Vale, who is the daughter of the former athlete and now very high up at World Athletics, Ximena Restrepo. And Chile and France celebrating. The roar here in the arena, you might be here behind us, is because the qualification confirmation has just gone up on screen. Look at the Cote d'Ivoire athlete top left there, just walking away to start the inquest. But those changes As you see there, that's the line coming up now, which is where they have to change within. You can see they're all well inside that, just in case you've been watching and wondering where that zone is. There's lots of markings on the track, but it's that sort of gold-yellow coloured line as they enter the home straight that is the exit to the changeover box. And as you say, Jess, that's where the takeovers have to be executed. I've got to say, we haven't seen too many disqualifications for takeovers outside the box. We've seen a few battens go awry. Touch wood, we haven't had any false starts at all yet from anybody.
Don't
which is
say
immediately
that.
cursed. I mean, I've literally just cursed the next race, haven't I? But
Chris,
so
you know better than that.
Bad news for all the athletes lining up in race 2 now for the women's 4x1. So if you're watching on from any of the nations taking part in this next one, look at Chile. They're absolutely nice. They're trying to find the camera. So it's round to your left. Turn this way.
Turn around. But they'll dance anyway. Has she got a phone attached there? She didn't run with that, did she?
I think she had a microphone attached to her for a TV interview, maybe there. You don't run with a phone clipped on your bottoms. Those spectacular sights of Guangzhou by night here Sunday evening, here in southern China, on the Pearl River, across those buildings and residential areas and further sprawling, with the Canton Tower shining bright. In the middle of it all is the Chiane Stadium, and here are the athletes for the second. There's only 4 teams in this, and 3 of them will qualify. Poland have got exactly the same team that they ran yesterday, with Piotrowska leading them off. Niemczyk, Stefanovic, and Szymanowskaja. China. I mentioned not many disqualifications. Well, China were disqualified yesterday because they dropped the baton. They tried to pick it up and finish, but they didn't do so within the rules. They didn't go back to where they dropped it from correctly. So they find themselves in this second race today. And the fans of all ages are giving them a huge roar. Here at Switzerland, who are running exactly the same team as yesterday. They didn't get the baton round it yesterday either. Gutschmidt, Burgi, Pointe and Von Kamp. So there's 2 out of these 4 teams that didn't get the baton round yesterday. And Australia, meanwhile, were the fastest team that didn't qualify yesterday. And as a result, they run the same quartet of Georgia Harris, Brie Rizzo, formerly Brie Masters, Christy Edwards and Tubela Philp on the final leg. Australia would be the favourites for this, clearly. But there are 3 places up for grabs. There are 4 teams. It's going to be heartbreak for one. And a trip 3,000 kilometres to the east of here to Tokyo for the 3 others. Australia and Poland on the outside lanes. You would, if you were having to stake some money on it, on paper would be the 2 that you would have in the top 2 positions. But China, with this crowd, could be inspired. Last chances in the women's 4x100 metres. Well, a bit like the Polish women's 4x400 metres, their 4x1 team will probably have a point to prove here. They've gone out relatively modestly on the outside, with China roared on by the home crowd, getting things moving down the back straight. It's China who just about have the advantage at the moment through that first leg. Up on Poland on the outside, who have Niemczyk about to hand on to Stefanovic. As we watch the changeovers, Australia were very slick on the inside. The stagger will unwind in their favour as Christy Edwards has the baton around the final curve, but China are right in the mix as well. Poland have got some work to do here. Australia, their final change, that's going to be close. It went badly for Australia, but Guangzhou roars China. It's China heading for Tokyo. Feel the goosebumps all the way down your arms and down your legs as the best part of 25,000 people here celebrate China qualifying in the 4x1. Switzerland take the second place, Poland third, and once again it all comes back to execution, and Australia, the fastest non-qualifiers, are the only team from that heat who don't make the World Championships.
Drama, drama, drama. That is what the relays deliver, and that is why we love it, and that is why the Chinese fans here love it too. Commiserations in the last qualification section for the female Chinese athletes, but not now. Season's best for every single one of those, and wow, it did deliver, didn't it?
Not only a qualification, but the beauty of the victory as well for China, who we've got to credit them, have come out in their numbers this evening. Chen ran the first leg for them, got them off to a great start, and they never looked back from there. Switzerland have run a blinder as well to hold off Poland in that second place. They're both going to Tokyo ultimately, but Switzerland to finish ahead of Poland is an excellent performance from them as well. Poland not quite as strong in 4x1s as they are in 4x4s, but Australia, I'm just desperate to look back at that replay, because the final changeover for them between Christy Edwards and Tuba Phillip. Brie Rizzo had run a 9.98 back straight for them. An absolutely terrific second half of the race. A sub 10-second relay leg for a female athlete is absolutely outstanding, as Edwards, Rizzo gets the baton here down the back straight. So it's not this change for Australia, it's the one afterwards that you need to keep an eye on. But China, well drilled, look, left hand to right hand, the athlete right on the inside of the lane, saving as much ground as they can without stepping on the left hand line. But keep your eye on Australia here on the inside with the green and gold, because the stagger should be unwinding in their favour. The athlete for the final leg, Tuba Phillip, takes off. I hope we're going to see it there, not going to disappear out of the shot. There's the hand as we see China get it right. We're going to see Australia get it wrong in a second. The baton is just not coming. And Phillip here is probably starting to think, where is it, where is it? She starts to turn, has to slam on the brakes. Edwards runs in the back of her. And in the end, well, it was just a disaster that she's nearly pushed her over as well.
Yeah, that is just timing gone all wrong. Whether Phillip set off slightly too fast, or whether Edwards just wasn't running fast enough in those final few meters, it just, that's going to give them nightmares, isn't it? Absolutely gutting to see Phillip just stuttering there, what might have been. But gee, look at that, down the back, home straight. She absolutely smashed that out of the park. Oh, they deserved that. Textbook execution from the Chinese. Brilliant, brilliant race.
And that's a comfortable winning margin as well in a 4x1. Look at that. A 0.3 of a second victory margin for China. And it just shows you that the form book counts for absolutely nothing in a relay, because the two favourite teams in that ended up finishing 3rd and 4th out of 4.
Yep, and that's why we love the relays. Some of the slower teams, for example, can make up for speed in execution of the baton exchange. And
Australia have actually been disqualified on the computer, so that 9.98 split from Brie Rizzo unfortunately counts for nothing, but an official disqualification for Australia for a baton infringement there. But China celebrating, and they still have, by the way, their men's 4x100 meters team, 4x400 meters team to come in, our final event of the evening in the final, and that would really, you see the Australia team in the background there. Switzerland, credit to them, they're not at their strongest, by the way. They don't have Kambunji here. Either Kambunji would be a valuable asset to them, either Mujinga or Ditaji. They don't have Ayla Del Ponte either, so it's not their strongest team. But to get through to the World Championships, where presumably those athletes will be available to them, they have won a World Championship medal previously. They were disqualified in Paris in the Olympics, Switzerland, so that's a good bounce back for them in relay action as we mop up the women's 4x100 meters. Chile, one of the surprise names there, their first ever qualification for a World Championships in this event. Some of the big names that you'd expect, Jamaica, of course, in the United States qualified yesterday. And added to that list today, China and Switzerland.
And our next event is getting ready on a track, and it is the men's 4x100 meters. We have 3 heats coming up, and that is the last time that any athletes tonight can qualify. Look at China go there. Oh, they're absolutely loving it. It's great to see a home win when the fans are so invested. We love to see it. Flags are waving, hands are pumping, voices are singing as the scene is set for the final chance to qualify for the men's 4x100 meters at Tokyo World Championships in September this year. 3 heats coming up. Top 2 qualify from each heat of this, and this is what the first heat looks like.
So on the outside we have Korea in lane 9, who have Show on the first leg, Namalmadi, and then Lee and Lee. In to Switzerland, who finished 5th at the European Championships. Jonathan Gomez will lead them off. Mumenthaler, Lestrada and Bachmann. Lane 7 of Ghana, who were just edged out of it yesterday. They've made one change to their team. They've replaced Sean Safo Antwi on the third leg. They've brought in Mustafa Bokpin in the centre of your picture there to run the third leg. The rest of the team is the same as yesterday. France, they are strong, and they have the same quartet as yesterday. Pablo Mateo to Jeff Arius, Ryan Zeze and Emeric Priam for France. The Olympic finalists, they were third in this last year. Netherlands also field the same quartet, the European silver medalists. They were the fastest non-qualifiers yesterday with this quartet of Adigida, Burnett, Moajok and Afrifa. And there'll be a good reception for Chinese Taipei. This is the only event in which they are entered here, and three of the team from, in fact, the whole team from yesterday, my apologies, line up again for Chinese Taipei. Qualification rules are slightly different in this men's 4x100 meters. I hope you're concentrating, because only the top two qualify for Tokyo from these three heats of the men's 4x1. This is competitive. Some very strong teams, and only two of them can make Tokyo. Ghana have gone flying out on the opening leg with Barnabas Aga. Changes. Ghana, no, not the best change. They have still got the baton. The athlete is juggling the baton down the back straight there. He's still just about got hold of it. Trying to make up the ground now on France, who are going strongly. Not a smooth change from France. Not a smooth change on the outside either. Switzerland have gone. France and Ghana outside them. Korea right on the outside as well. And the Netherlands have gone too, by the way, as France into the home straight with Emeric Priam. The second place up for grabs. Ghana against Korea. Only one of them will qualify. Ghana storming through. And it's going to be tight on the line who got there. They're both off to Tokyo. France and Ghana. Lots went wrong in the race, but for the French and for the Ghanaians, everything they set out to achieve went right. Tokyo ticket booked. I want to see that Ghanaian back leg, Jessica, because yes, I'm pretty sure there was some juggling of a baton going on down the back straight there. We'll see that again. It's a national record, by the way, in third for Korea. Great run. They nearly got amongst it. Netherlands got it wrong on the final bend. Look at Korea, national record celebrations. They might not have qualified, but they have got a national record, so they'll take that. And there's still a chance that they could make it through by August if they are top rated in the world then for those last two qualifying spots for Tokyo. France, job done, season's best. They just nabbed Ghana on the line. I'd love to see that split of Fusini on that last leg for Ghana, because that was outstanding. Korea, absolute huge smiles all round. I hope they don't think that they're through to Tokyo. I think it's hopefully national record celebrations, as someone has told them the rules that only two go through in this particular event. The bar, the goalposts have moved slightly, but effective job from France. I do hope someone has told them that it's only two. Yeah, the Koreans are happy, as are the French. I'm just looking for this replay. The replay yesterday of the Tanisha Terry and Kayla White handoff, where they held, Kayla White had to hold Terry's hand and put the baton in it, has done millions of views on social media. Now let's have a look here. This is Ghana getting the baton down the back straight here. Now, it wasn't a smooth pickup there. Look, they've missed a couple of times. Now watch when he eventually gets the baton here. The athlete, Amoa, down the back straight there. I'm watching him here. Is he trying to change hands? I thought, there we go. Look, he's changing hands nearly, trying to get hold of the baton on the back straight. I think he probably never left his hand, but he was really trying to get hold of the baton with some sort of grip, and it wasn't smooth, so they've done well. Look at Switzerland here in the red, by the way. Goes wrong for them here. Had about 3 goes to get it in, and the Netherlands have already gone by this point. Yeah. The baton rules can be quite strict, can't they? And if Ghana hadn't have had that little fumble, imagine they might have beaten France. Yeah, good contest in the end. Strong finish for Ghana by Ibrahim Fusini on the home straight, because Korea at this point were right up with them on the outside there. So Fusini, he did split 9.04 on that final leg, by the way. As you mentioned, it was an impressive clocking from him for what we can take from 4x1 splits. But fair play to Joseph Amoah of Ghana on the back straight, because he never looked fully in control of the baton for 3/4 of his leg. But as long as you keep hold of it, doesn't matter what you do with it. Hold it in both hands if you want. It's just keep hold of it.
Brilliant slow-mo shots here as France power to victory in heat 1 of 3 of the men's 4x100 meters here on day 2 of the World Athletics Relays in Guangzhou. This is the first time the World Athletics Relays has ever been in China. This is the 7th edition of the competition. Next year, we head to Botswana for it. Next year, of course, anything can happen. We're at the beginning of a new Olympic cycle now, and we've got the World Ultimate Championships coming up next year as well in September in Budapest. The World Athletics Ultimate Championships, where the ultimate champion will be crowned. It's all about bringing together the Olympic champions, the world champions, Diamond League winners, and the other best athletes in the world. Will this French team be there? We'll have to wait and see about that.
What is interesting about the World Athletics Ultimate Championship, by the way, is there's no restriction on the number of athletes from a certain country. So you could have 8 or 9 athletes from the same country. If they are the champions, the Olympic champions, the Diamond League champions that you speak of, or the top-ranked athletes, it's not like these championships or major champs where you can have 2, sometimes 3 from each team. So we're going to see the best of the best there. No restriction on countries. But Ghana, that's a great qualification from them. Benjamin Azamati is one of their stronger runners. He's not here. But as we look at the leg splits here, and that Ghanaian final split, as you mentioned, from Fusini down in the low 9s, but it was Sio who got him off to a great start with that 10.23 out of the blocks. Chen 8.49 down the back straight. Ghana 9.28 while juggling a baton. And then Bokpin round the bend for them, 9.36. And 9.04 for Fusini on the last leg, the quickest. Again, if you weren't with us earlier on, a reminder, those splits, athletes take the baton in different positions within the takeover zone, so it's not an entire science there. But what you don't need any science to know is that a DNF next to your name in the shape of Netherlands and Switzerland is the worst possible result.
Yeah, and here we go. That was shots of some Jamaican fans, because this is heat 2 of 3 of the men's 4x100 meters World Championships qualifying round 2. 6 teams, this is how they line up. On the outside, we have got Paraguay, Wolk, Salazar, Maidana and Almiron. Loving their kit, their casual ambiance of the Paraguayan team. Love it. Kenya, lane 8. Marisa Ominyalo, Babu and Odihambo. They've been putting in some good performances so far this weekend. What can they do here? Top 2 qualify, remember. Lane 7, Colombia. Abello leads them out. Palacios, Agualimpia, Flores and Gula will bring them home. Belgium, they've got to be favourites here alongside Jamaica. Van der Bendem leads them out, followed by Snyders. Vlemeniks and Verheustraten will anchor them home. Jamaica, they weren't in the Olympic final. They dropped the baton here yesterday. Rohan Watson leads them out, followed by Julian Forte. Johan Blake, second fastest man in the world ever on the 3rd leg, and Kashane Thompson, silver medalist in the 100 meters Paris Olympics. Can they get the baton around? Well, Denmark in lane 4. We try to chase them down. Jensen will lead them out. Charles Nielsen, Frond and Lobago will bring them home. Massive cheers in here for Jamaica, who have got to be the favourites, followed by Belgium. There are just 2 qualifying spots though, and as we've seen, doesn't matter how fast you are, but it does matter how you exchange that baton. So who's got it here in the 4x100 meters men's heat 2 of 3? Can Jamaica hold it together? With a team with the likes of Johan Blake and Kashane Thompson in it, you've got to fancy their chances. Just resetting here on the start line. Nerves are aplenty. Noises are plenty too. I think after China, Jamaica are absolutely the favourite team here in terms of popularity, for sure.
exactly the same Jamaican team, Jess, that didn't get the baton round yesterday.
Let's see if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We don't have long to find out. Drama will undoubtedly unfold, and two of these teams will book their ticket to the World Champs. A World Champs without a Jamaican 4x100 meter men's team in it, though, would be quite a shock. And we're off first time here in Guangzhou. We are go. And it's a solid first leg. Jamaica will come in first, but let's have a look at this exchange. Yes, it's very clean there for Jamaica. Two from right field screen, but Kenya on the outside. Look at them in lane 8, absolutely storming it down. What's happened to Jamaica? Oh my God, they're out. It's over, it's over. So what's going on in the middle? Belgium tearing round on this bend. Absolute commiserations for Jamaica, but Kenya are in the lead. Down the home straight we go. It's Belgium, it's Kenya. Who's going to get this ball? And absolutely, you can see Colombia coming through, but it will be off. Belgium take it. Kenya in second. Absolute shocker for Jamaica there. I said it at the beginning, you can be as fast as you like, but Shane Thompson, he didn't even get the baton in hand yesterday, and neither did he tonight. My goodness, the World Relays does deliver drama.
National record for Belgium, 38.49 on their way to the World Championships. Kenya as well, Colombia just miss out. But Julian Fort, who yesterday couldn't unfortunately get the baton into the hands of Johan Blake today, unfortunately the same fate befalls him, and this time unfortunately is not leaving the track in full fettle either. But there are Jamaican fans who are wincing and hiding and saying, not again, we haven't managed to get a baton round when it really counts. And as it stands at the moment, there won't be a Jamaican men's 4x100 meter relay team at the World Championships. They will now have to rely on making it through the top 16 positions in the world lists. But Julian Fort making his way off in a wheelchair as Belgium celebrate a national record and a place at the World Championships.
So dramatic, so dramatic. Jamaica looking dejected there. We hope he's okay, we really do. But gutting not to see Blake run here and Thompson barely even getting any steps in. Oh, gutting for them, but they could still make it through because they might be in the top qualifiers come August. But let's look at the replays. There we go, twiddling the baton there.
Well, there is a baton in a Jamaican hand.
Not for much longer. Right, first leg. Let's look at this. Brilliant first leg from Watson. And this goes pretty smoothly. Look, hand outstretched. Yep, no problems there whatsoever into Fort. What happens, hey? He's running, he's running, he's running. It's fine. Belgium are going strong on the outside, but he is catching them. Oh, he just ties up. Oh, it looks like a hamstring. Looks, he's just in pain, and he pulls up. Gutting. We hope he's okay. Oh, and he's trying to limp on to, then he falls, and it's just absolutely gutting to see. Jamaica, they have not had it their way in the men's 4x100 meters. But look at this. Oh, we're looking at it from a different angle here. Yes, he just ties up there. It looks like a hamstring or something has gone, Chris.
Well, I'm just fascinated. I'm transfixed on that at the top of the shot there because Johan Blake was looking at him all the way through, saw that he'd pulled up, still started to move away from him. I'm thinking, Johan, stand still and at least get the baton in your hand and then rely on yourself and Shane Thompson to try and run down some of these athletes. But with Jamaica gone, the contest on the home straight here, Colombia were the only ones who could spoil the party, the South American champions. But Kenya, again, they're sprinters with Steve Odehambo coming down the home straight in 9:09. Kenyan sprinting, and I know they're very keen to, they've got obviously the name for distance running and road running, but the Kenyans are very, very keen that everybody continues to take them seriously. With the likes of Ferdinand Omanyala, the African record holder, who ran a brilliant back straight for them, flying the flag for Kenyan sprinting and using all these other guys to help him continue to raise the profile. Now, Shane Thompson on the left there hasn't had the baton in his hand all weekend.
No, I know, and we did say, was it a good or bad omen? That it was the same quartet for Jamaica as yesterday, and it turned out to be a bad one. Really gutting for them. It has not been their weekend. I think Johan Blake and Shane Thompson probably need to go do some laps, get out some of that energy that they hope to lay down on this track. Wasn't to be very solid from Belgium. And yeah, Kenya sprinters are coming stronger and stronger. Yeah, they're chuffing. That national record as well. We are seeing some records be smashed here at the World Relays. We're at the beginning of the season, beginning of a new Olympic cycle, so season's best don't count for that much, but national records, they might have been standing for a very long time, and it's brilliant to see these athletes in form so early in the season. So let's have a look at those leg splits. Well, Paraguay, Walk had a sterling first one, 10.45. Leg 2, it was Snyder's for Belgium. That was exceptional from him. Belgium again have it for leg 3, the fastest split there. And it was Kenya with leg 4. He was coming back all along at 9.09. Right, this is the final heat in the men's 4x100 meters.
On the outside, Thailand with Yamudom, Himaid, Kongprasit and Boonson. Boonson, their strongest athlete on the anchor leg for them. Thailand, who last qualified in 2011 for the World Championships. Botswana, Matibi to lead them off, Mayana, Lobak Lamang and Van Wyk, who've never qualified. Botswana in the men's 4x100 meters relay. Lane 7. The 2015 World Silver medalists, China. One of their athletes who ran in the heats, Xi, who's not running in this one, actually was part of that team. He ran yesterday, but he's not running here today, Xi. They've changed their team up, China. In lane 6 is Brazil. They have the same team as ran yesterday. Rocha Moraes, Dos Santos, Cardoso, and Felipe Bardi, the South American champion over 100 meters. Australia also have the same quartet. Lachlan Kennedy was one of the fastest starters yesterday out of the blocks. They've set an Oceania record this year. Australia, they were the world leaders coming into this as well. They have Joshua Azzopardi, Christopher Hughes and Prince Jackson. And finally, on the inside, we have Spain, who are running the same quartet as well. Alejandro Rueda, Juan Carlos Castillo, Adria Afonso and Ricardo Sanchez. Spain on the inside complete the lineup. Their women's team qualified yesterday. Their men's 4x1 team roared on by the Spanish fans in amongst the Chinese locals here. It's heat 3 of 3 in the men's 4x100 meters, with only 2 automatic places up for grabs at the World Championships. It's now or never. Away smoothly again. Botswana out strongly. China, of course. Brazil are struggling through this first leg. Australia with Lachlan Kennedy is right up on them. Good change from Australia. Botswana roared on, and China the same as well. Australia going really well with Joshua Azzopardi down the back straight as they get their change absolutely right, but so did China as well. This is really competitive. Only 2 places in Tokyo. Australia with the advantage of the inside lane. Prince Jackson on the final leg for them. They just about get the baton in time, but it's China away. China pursued by Prince Jackson, but China moving away here. Another famous victory in Guangzhou, as China not only book their ticket to the World Championships, but do it in spectacular style as he brings them home.
Everyone in this stadium was on their feet for that. Outstanding from China so far this evening. That was absolutely brilliant. Gutting for Botswana, who are missing 200-meter Olympic champion Letsile Tobogo from their squad, and they could have done with him in that quartet tonight. Might have been the difference. We'll never know.
Well, China, they've taken some inspiration, I think, by a couple of the performances yesterday. They're certainly taking inspiration from this home crowd here in the Chaney Stadium. And as Australia's final change again they've been brilliant all the way around Australia. They've been absolutely superbly efficient with the naked eye, and that last one there, unfortunately, in terms of denying them the victory, at least it hasn't cost them a place in the World Championships for Australia. Botswana, as I mentioned going into that, had never qualified for the World Championships. They were 2/10 and a bit away from doing so. Brazil, well, they paid the price for a poor start there. Felipe Bardi on the final leg couldn't rescue it for them. It was a 10.7 opening leg from Vinicius Rocha Moraes there of Brazil on the opening leg. As we see Lachlan Kennedy with a fantastic first leg, again out of the blocks. Of course, the World Indoor silver medalist. You put your best starter usually on the first leg, starting out of the blocks. Here, all good with Australia's changeovers, and China, well, with the advantage here. That was slick between the two Australian athletes as well. And Botswana using China as the target. Thailand ran well for a long way on the outside as well, but this final change for Australia, in fact, it's not this one, it's the next one. That's a repeat of the previous change from legs 2 to 3. But as we look at the final change coming up in a moment between Christopher Yuss and Prince Jackson, keep your eye on the edge of the box as well, the front edge of the box for Australia there, as Jackson has to look behind. In fact, they're well inside the box, I think, in the end there. But having to look behind is the worst thing you can possibly do, because it, of course, checks your momentum and your forward body dynamics, if you like. If you're having to turn your shoulder, you want your hand out and trusting the athlete behind you to put that baton in your hand. So Jackson, to be fair, wasn't fazed by it, looking up at the screen to check what was going on around him as he pursued all the way to the line. And for some of these athletes, particularly the Chinese athletes, this will be the biggest kind of athletes environment and home crowd that they have ever competed in, roared on by the home crowd. Celebrations for Zheng. And that is all of our World Championship qualifying rounds done, Jess. Everybody's places in Tokyo, the 14 teams who are booking their places in the World Championships. Everyone's done what they need to or what they can do. And now, as you can see, inside the stadium, as we prepare for our 5 remaining World Athletics finals, we have a spectacular light show.
We certainly do. This is absolutely brilliant. The fans loving it. They're getting the lights out on their phones. Look at the city of Guangzhou, lit up spectacularly. These shots we're seeing are absolutely outstanding as the tension begins to build here in the Tianyi Stadium, Guangzhou. And the tension has been high as we've seen thrills and spills so far. And next, coming up, the reason for this light show is because we're now at finals time. This means that all of these teams have already qualified for Tokyo World Championships later this year in September. So what they're racing for now is glory, money, and seeding at the World Championships in Tokyo. We have 8 teams taking part in the mixed 4x400 meters relay, but what we can see on the screen now is the qualified men's 4x100 meter teams who will definitely be going to Tokyo. Brilliant music, brilliant display here in the Tianyi Stadium as athletes prepare to come out of the tunnel. As we see the Canton Tower, 600 meters tall, looking out over the largest city in southern China. The roars go up from the Chinese crowd here as we get ready to welcome the finalists of the mixed 4x400 meters relay here in Guangzhou for the World Athletics Relays 2025. Eight teams will compete. As we said, there's no jeopardy in terms of who's going to be going to Tokyo. They're all going there, but they're all going to be going there in style. Poland inside lane 2. They were 7th at the Olympics, and they were 3rd in their heat yesterday. Kenya, they were 3rd in their heat yesterday too. They come in lane 3. Next up, emerging through the tunnel, we see South Africa. They were 2nd in their heat yesterday. All smiles for the South African team. brilliant, enjoying their moment in this brilliant stadium. And lane 5, they were second in their heat. Australia take lane 5, big squad here, wanting to do well. Beer has already run this evening. Let's see what she's got left in the tank. And United States, they were silver medalists at Paris Olympics. They are the favourites here. What can they do from lane 6? Great Britain take to the stage next. They will go in lane 7. They took the bronze medal at Paris behind the Americans. What can they do here? Very different team from that, but here we go. Belgium also got a good shot of it in lane 8. They were 4th at Paris and they won their heat yesterday. They mean business. They're having a great night so far. And finally, out in lane 9, it's Ireland. They were second in their heat yesterday. Different team as they put some of their other runners to make sure the women's team made it through earlier. We're using lanes 2 to 9. We, where possible, don't use the inside lane of lane 1 because it's a tighter bend, harder to run on. So we give the athletes the courtesy of running slightly further out, a little bit kinder to them. Here we go then, a tempo change in the Tiani Stadium as the men line up for the start of the mixed 4x400 meters. Testing the blocks there, Poland. And this, it goes man, woman. If you're just joining us, welcome. You have got myself, Jess Silver and Chris Temple here guiding you through day 2 of the World Athletics Relays.
If you're just joining us, where have you been? Where have you been for nearly 2 days? The Americans there just fixing up their blocks in case you're thinking, oh, Chris Robinson, he's already run today. It was Justin Robinson who ran earlier in a similarly cool pair of shades. So 2 Robinsons are the athletes preparing for the women's 4x100 metres there in the cool room. I can tell you, by the way, just while we've got this little build up towards our final coming, that Jamaica's 4x1 women's team, you can't quite see them there. They'll be a little bit further around the corner. It has Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price in it. It has Sharika Jackson in it. It has Natasha Morrison and Tina Clayton. It's a very, very powerful women's 4x1 Jamaican team who will be somewhere in and around there.
Stop it. That is naughty. That is a very tasty Jamaican team as well. There they are. That is Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, multi-Olympic medalist, gold medalist, world champion, everything basically. And she's still going and some. Can't wait to see her run again tonight. And Sharika Jackson in that team, reigning world champion in the 200 metres, but struggled with injury at Paris last year. So with the men going out as they did, the Jamaican team in the women's will be wanting to do one better. But back to the next event at hand.
Chris Robinson there, a 44.20 split yesterday out of the blocks for the USA, the world champions, the Olympic silver medalists. We haven't seen a lot of South Africa so far this evening. That's because most of their teams made it through to the finals, so they haven't needed any of the qualifications. In case you're thinking, where have South Africa been all night? They were so good yesterday, they haven't needed to turn up until these next 5 races. But Team Kulu will lead them off here, the African champions. And again, they will have a huge battle in the men's 4x100 metres final coming up a little bit later on as well. In fact, their men's 4x14 ran very well yesterday as well. China still have hopes to come this evening. They have a final. The local fans here will know that China are still to line up in one of our closing events. In fact, the closing event for the Chinese fans will be the men's 4x4 final. And it's the kind of thing lots of young fans in tonight as well. We're not too late. It's 9 o'clock local time here, so what have we got? Another 40 minutes or so of action to come here. So the athletes providing the entertainment, hopefully hooking a few into this amazing sport as well, Jess, with all the amazing innovations happening at the moment across the sport, including the World Athletics Ultimate Championship next year as well, where we'll see lots of different things.
Here's the Great Britain team lining up. Yeah, and China will be hosting the World Championships in Beijing in 2027. And at the moment, we heard in the press conference, President of World Athletics Seb Coe say that athletics is currently the 9th most popular sport for Chinese children. They want to get it to 5th most popular. Why isn't it that already, hey? Well, events like this really do help it. And it's evening here in Guangzhou. And we are ready for the mixed 4x400 meters relay final. This is how we line up. Lane 9, Ireland. Raftery, Healy, Keane and Cadden. It goes man, woman, man, woman. No choices in that. They were second in their heat yesterday. Some big Irish fans in the house. Belgium, lane 8. Watrin, Hansens, Mabil and Damares. Lane 7, the bronze Olympic medalists. Not quite this team, but in this one goes Lunt, Malik, Swift and Kelly. What can they do here tonight? They are favourites next to United States of America in lane 6. Cheers go up in the arena. Robinson, Okolo, Blockberger and Irby Jackson, who was exceptional yesterday. They are the Paris silver medalists. They are the ones to beat. Australia, lane 5. Van Rantingen, Beer, Thorne and Bull. Beer's having a busy night. They were second in their heat yesterday. What can they do tonight from lane 5? Here we go, South Africa having a brilliant weekend so far. They were second in their heat yesterday. Muthin Makulu will lead them out, followed by Van Staden, Shezi and Van Niekerk. Finalises the South African quartet. And Kenya, what can they do from lane 3? Caparante, Chebet, Tenega and Okech in this man-woman formation for Kenya. Lane 2, 7th at the Olympics, 3rd in their heat yesterday. It is Poland. Kidreski, Bartanowska, Sołtysiak and Losowska is the Polish quartet. Deep breath there. The scene is set. The 8 teams are ready. Nerves aplenty. Glory is up for grabs here. All these teams are going to the World Championships. But which will go there as the World Athletics Relay Champions? All teams wait nervously there in the pen as we start the mixed 4x400 meters in a stagger. Poland 2, Kenya 3, South Africa 4, Australia 5, USA 6, Great Britain 7, Belgium 8, and Ireland 9. And we are off. Look at the middle of your screen. A strong start there for the silver medalists from the Paris Olympics. That is USA. Robinson going strong there. Also, on the outside left of your screen, Belgium. Watrin having a really good first couple of 100 meters here as we come round the bend. America already overtaking Great Britain. Lunt has lost that advantage as we come down into the home straight. America are definitely in the lead as we pass over into a staggered exchange. But Ireland coming back very strong from Raftery there. But it will be the USA who hand over in first place. Oh no, Australia, absolutely outstanding pass over there. They take the lead. That is Beer on the second leg for them. Where did they come from? Goodness me, they're having a stormer. Can Beer maintain this? She's had a busy night already, going down the back straight, and the stagger will unwind, and we'll really see where we're at. So that is Australia 1, USA 2, Kenya 3, and then it's anybody guesses behind that. I think it's Belgium, followed by a pretty close back for Australia, extending that lead at the moment. Beer having an absolutely outstanding run. Okolo for the USA, just coming round onto her shoulder as we come into the home straight, going into leg 3 or 4. Kenya having a brilliant run as well. Oh my goodness, look at that. Okech from Kenya, absolutely sterling job. Australia will pass over in first place, Kenya second, USA third.
3 medals up for grabs here, and 3 teams are away at the moment. Great Britain in hot pursuit in 4th position, as South Africa well down at the moment, and it's Australia onto this 3rd leg with Terrell Thorne being challenged now on the outside by Kenya as Brian Tanega goes storming down the back straight. Johnny Blockberger for the USA staying cool in behind at the moment and just starting to ease himself up, and Belgium in the background leading the chasing pack. USA, Kenya and Australia away here. USA the defending champions, and they will have on the final leg Lina Irby-Jackson, who was part of their quartet that won in the Bahamas 12 months ago as they look to defend their title here. Blockberger has moved away. Thorne is rallying well for Australia. The rest at the moment have got plenty to do. The medals look between these 3.
And Irby-Jackson take the baton for USA and streaks ahead. It's anyone's guess at the back. They're very tightly knit, but USA storming ahead. Australia in 2nd place with Bull. Kenya in 3rd with Chebet. 3 medals. They're all going to the world champs, but who's going to go there with the most glory? Stretching out behind that, we'll get images in a second, but USA absolutely sterling run here from Irby-Jackson. Australia just behind. Irby-Jackson making it look nice and easy. This is what the USA mean by business when it comes to a relay. Mixed 4x4 100-meter silver medalist at the Olympics. Irby-Jackson tearing down the home straight. It'll be a win for America. Australia are just fading, but they'll take it home in 2nd, and a brilliant run by Kenya to 3rd. Disappointing for Great Britain there in 4th place. Woo! And we are off with the finals, and there you have it. USA World Athletics Relays champions. Kenya season's best. Oh, and an oceanic record for Australia. They're going to be chuffed with that.
It's a 2nd Oceania record of the weekend for Australia. In fact, they set one yesterday, and they've just beaten it again by 14/100ths of a second. USA, the big favourites in that race, with a strong team, a loaded team, and comfortable winners. But what a performance from Kenya. Mercy Chebet, by the way, and Mercy Okech have had quite the weekend. They've run in nearly everything. As Team Australia celebrate quite rightly some of the athletes who were here running a little bit earlier on, now up there supporting. And of course, not only the Oceania record, a silver medal as well, but $40,000 to the winner, and the small matter of $20,000 to the Australians for coming 2nd. Kenya get $10,000 as well. And the USA celebrate the fastest time we've seen here at the World Athletics Relays with that 3:09.54.
Yeah, brilliant run from there, and brilliant run from the Kenyans. What you were saying earlier, Chris, about them not just being known for their long distances, they are really showing up on the global stage of sprinting right now as well.
And they have a 2019 bronze medal already at the World Athletics Relays in this event. That is their 2nd bronze medal in the last few editions of this. And no wonder they are smiling. Mercy Chebet, I'm not surprised she needs a bit of help to stay upright. She really has, but she ran the 2nd leg and she's still recovering there now. She's put it all in. And what a great bronze medal for Kenya. That will be celebrated very well, I'm sure. A great performance earlier on as well from the Kenyan 4x100 metres men's team. Just looking at some of the splits for the Australians. Ellie Beer 50.33, Terrell Thorne 45.50, Luke Van Rattigan out of the gate with 45.1 for them in 2nd place. And the Americans, well, Chris Robinson again, very impressive, 44.97 out of the blocks. Johnny Blockberger 44.16. It was a brilliantly judged leg from him as well down the back straight. Poppy Malik was the fastest of the British pair of female athletes, 50.60 for one of their more inexperienced British relay runners. But at the moment, the team changes that Great Britain and Northern Ireland made, unfortunately putting their stronger athletes elsewhere, meant that they weren't able to quite compete as they would have liked to do in this mixed 4x4. But great experience for the likes of Sam Lunt on his debut out here, and for Poppy Malik and Bailey Swift in that quartet as well. And for Ireland, well, again, they had plenty to do. They did have quite a bit of experience, actually, in that team, with the likes of Phil Healy and Lauren Cadden. Several major championships between them. But again, prioritising other events in World Championship qualification. So that's the first of our 5 finals that remain. Remember, we had the mixed 4x100 metres final a little bit earlier on. This was a look at the camera, by the way, going down the back straight. The gimbal. It's one of our cameramen. I've forgotten his name now, but rather he does that job and I do this one, to be honest with you.
It does look quite fun though, doesn't it? Full of jeopardy, full of fun. The camera work here, the shots we are being shown are outstanding. The level of athletics that is being shown across the world right now, I mean, athletics really is in a brilliant place off the back of an exceptional Olympics. All eyes on Tokyo later this year, then the ultimate championships next year. Oh, it really is an exciting time. Superstars left, right and centre. But what we love about the relays at this time of year is it's the start of the season. It's a chance to see who's been quite busy in the off-season, you know, who's put the work in, and a chance to try out maybe some younger athletes. We heard with the Chinese team, they're going through a transition at the moment, phasing out some of their more mature athletes and bringing in some youth, and it's a really good opportunity for that. And it's really brilliant to see, absolutely outstanding there from USA. Easy as you like it. She's had a great weekend, and yeah, wow.
It was funny, just off the shot, as the Australian team, as Bull was, by the way, that's Bull's second leg of the night as well, so you can wonder why she's looking a little bit tired coming down that home straight, keeping her eye on the screen to make sure she knew that there was only going to be a threat from Kenya and nobody else. In fact, Mercy Chebet there, she was listed to run the second leg and ended up running the anchor, didn't she? So some of the teams have been, we get the team declarations very late anyway, but some of those have been changed at the last minute as well from what has been officially submitted. But Bull just out of shot were her teammates who were encroaching further and further onto the outside of the track, the nearer she got to the finish line, with their arms in the air, jumping, roaring her on. And the Americans with Lynette Irby Jackson. And there you go, Ellie Beer, second leg of the night for her as well. And a medal to take home to Australia. As you say, one of the more local journeys here, something like 9 or 10 hours to Australia from here by flight, which is relatively local.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely chuffed with that. Really great weekend out for that Australian team. Oh, Chebet. Oh, she looks how I feel at the end of this commentary.
It makes more sense now how tired she was looking when she ran the anchor and not the second leg as she was listed for. But there's the Kenyan team and some of their supporters and coaches. Ellie Beer is absolutely delighted with her silver medal. Lovely medals as well here at the World Athletics Relays in Guangzhou 25. As you mentioned, Jess, a big series of events here. Of course, the two Diamond Leagues have just gone past in Xiamen and in Shanghai as well. The World Championships here in Beijing in 2027. The World Indoors were in Nanjing. A few hours flight away from here, where a lot of these, not a lot of these athletes, but some of them were there. Confirmation of that championship record for the United States, the fastest time we've ever seen in the World Relays in this event. Another Oceania record for Australia, their second of the weekend, and Kenya, another bronze for them after the 2019 repeat. So 4 finals to go. We're into 4x1 territory next. That is the South African men's 4x1, which will be the event after this one, so they are in the cool room at the moment.
Yeah. That's set to be a really spicy heat. But we've got another one coming up first. And again, it's for glory, it's for money here at the World Relays, and it's for seeding. Because when it comes to the World Athletics in Tokyo later this year, they want to be in as good a heat as possible.
Here are the teams then from the outside, and it's a change to the British team. We saw Asher Phillip run earlier on in the mixed 4x1. Well, Naya Wedderburn-Goodison, who led that quartet off yesterday, is tasked with the first leg in this. They've also brought in Success Edouan on the final leg as well. Hunt and Williams ran legs 2 and 3 yesterday. And here is Edouan, who comes in for Desiree Henry on the anchor leg. The world silver medalists, Jamaica, go in lane 8. Natasha Morrison comes in on the opening leg for them. She'll hand on to Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price. Tina Clayton gets the nod from the Clayton family. Her sister Tia is rotated out of this one. And Sharika Jackson, the two-time World 200-meter champion, is on the anchor leg for them. What a team. Spain ran a national record to surprise Jamaica yesterday in their heat, beat them into second place. They have Bestue on the second leg, Paula Sevilla, and then Maria Isabel Perez. They were 5th in the world final in 2022. 2 of this quartet ran in that race. USA field the same team as yesterday. Micaiah Briscoe, world indoor medalist, great starter. That's the reason she's on the first leg for them. Kezia Chandler at her first major championships for the US runs the second leg. And then Kayla White and TT Terry will be hoping to execute a handover that doesn't go viral on social media today. In 5 are Belgium, who last qualified for the World Championships in 2009. It's their same team from the first round yesterday. Rani Vinke, Rani Rosius, who again had a great indoor season, Lynn Torfs And Delphine and Kanza ran a storming anchor yesterday to come past Great Britain in their heat. They were disqualified in the Olympics. Again, looking to end on a high. Canada were 6th in the Olympic final. They make one change to their team. They bring in Jacqueline Madogo, who ran earlier on actually in the mixed race, as did Marie-Eloise Leclerc, and Audrey Leduc will anchor them home. The Olympic bronze medalists Germany are in 3. Sophia Junk to lead them off, handing on to Nella Jaworski, Jessica Bianca Vesely, and Rebecca Haase, who anchored them home to Olympic bronze, anchors them here in China. And on the inside are the Netherlands, the European bronze medalists with the same team as yesterday. Anne van der Wiel on the opening leg, Mariah van Hoenenstein on the second leg, to Minke Bischops and to one of the up-and-coming youngsters, Britt de Blauw. Last time they went to the World Championships, they didn't get the baton round. World Athletics Relays Women's 4x100 meters final. $40,000. The title of champions. The USA are the defending champions. They're the Olympic champions. They're the world champions. But Jamaica, with Fraser Price et al., will challenge. So all eyes on Jamaica, one from the outside, and for USA as well. It's a fast start from Micaiah Briscoe with the USA, who's up on Spain. Outside her already, Briscoe handing the baton on for the USA to Kaiser Chandler. Down the back straight, Fraser Price ran a brilliant back straight yesterday, not taking too much at the moment out of the teams outside her. Fraser Price as the baton moves on for Jamaica. Great Britain and Northern Ireland right on the outside. USA at the moment, Spain are running another absolute stormer. This is wide open for the medals. Coming into the home straight, it's Spain who get the baton in their hand first. Sharika Jackson for Jamaica. TT Terry storming down the home straight, and Success Edouan for Great Britain on the outside. What a run from Edouan, who takes it for Great Britain ahead of Spain and Jamaica. Wow! What a run from the great British athlete, Success Edouan. Her name is Success, and she brings success. It's gold for Great Britain here. What's coming up on the screen is clearly incorrect, with Jamaica having been listed as the winners, but Spain coming home in second place. What an unbelievable run. And I've got to say, Jess, when the baton came into the home straight, Great Britain are just having a panic at the moment, because the same results you saw on the screen have come up on the board here in the arena. But it will eventually get corrected. They're looking around at the moment going, what's that all about? What a last 80 meters that was.
I mean, that was absolutely outstanding. Oh, I mean, what more can you want from a championship? Spain beside themselves. They are having the weekend of their lives. Sharika Jackson there, not so much, not having the time of her life. But Spain, I mean, can it get any better for them? They absolutely loved it. They have been outstanding all weekend. We're going to wait for 100% confirmation there. Pretty sure that was Great Britain crossing the line in first, but let's see what happened with second, third and fourth. Amy Hunt there. She was fifth at the indoor 60 metres earlier this year, having an outstanding season. Tina Clayton had a good run there. Pretty solid on the exchanges, but I'd like to see some replays of those.
Well, just to say, you're not missing anything here, because we don't have any information on the result system. I think it is finally coming through now as we see the teams in the arena being coming in for the next race. But it is now coming up on the computer, confirmed that Great Britain and Northern Ireland have won. There you go, that is the correct result. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with two relatively untried youngsters on the opening and anchor legs there, with the experience in the middle. What a fantastic victory that is for them. Running down, holding off Sharika Jackson in the home straight. And a word for Spain, by the way, who, again, have beaten Jamaica and the United States.
I know. With, you know, they had some big names in there, Jamaica and the USA, with Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price. And then, oh, my goodness, I mean, Spain, wow. Silver medalists here at the World Athletics Relays. Absolutely exceptional.
Well, these finals, I mean, we might have been talking about World Championship places for a lot of the time, but you can see what it meant there to the teams who had success. I mean, that is such such a massive result for, not only for Great Britain, they've had medal success, but for Spain to fit. And we're not talking Jamaica second, third, fourth string teams here. United States second, third, fourth string teams. That's Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, who's got a bag full of World Championship and Olympic medals.
And it's also Shericka Jackson, the current world champion at 200 metres. But Great Britain were like, nah, see you later. We're going to take this one. And Spain, look at this. Look at the power from these athletes. And that exchange there wasn't actually that 100% smooth for Spain. Look at Perez, though, down this home straight. And keep an eye on the left-hand side of your screen with Edouin, who just stays calm, has it, accelerates. Perez just about passes her as we go across the line. Torso over first. Great Britain, thank you very much.
Well, Success Edouin will be watching this back. I imagine her family and friends are watching this back in the UK right now, or wherever around the world they may be. And she's just seen her. She was behind those athletes when she got the baton, or at least level. She's just come past Shericka Jackson and TT Terry. So it was an incredible run from Great Britain, and the story there of the nations, Great Britain and Spain, overhauling Jamaica and United States.
Exceptional, exceptional racing. TT Terry didn't quite have enough in that final leg. They had a stormer yesterday, but it wasn't to be USA tonight. They are the Olympic champions in the 4x100 metres, but they're going to have to settle for 4th place here at the World Athletics Relays. Spain, though, hello to a new team in the mixed in sprinting. Absolutely gutting. I mean, if a picture says 1,000 words, Shericka Jackson's face there says it all.
Yeah, and there is the Spanish success. Yeah. And it's not often in 4x1s that you're talking about, you know, the European athletes, and you know there'll be inquests being held again in Jamaica and US, and I guess it's back to the drawing board on a few things for both of those countries, but certainly the Spanish drawing board. They have been painting very, very pretty pictures. Great Britain and Northern Ireland teams still celebrating here in the arena, as all teams are.
Yep, season's best for them. We are early in the season, as we've mentioned before, but still nothing to take away from this team here, who can't quite believe it, to be honest, can they? Wow, and the Spanish team, they are just beside themselves. What a weekend for these women. It really has been brilliant. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, though, she's taking that bronze medal, adding it to her collection. You know, she seems happy enough with that. She really is a superstar in more ways than one. If you haven't seen it already, the footage of her storming her son's school sports days, 100 metres, is really worth a watch across social media. But here we go. Here is the confirmation of the women's 4x100 metre relay final. Great Britain take 1st place, Spain 2nd, Jamaica 3rd, and the Olympic champions down in 4th. A national record, though, for the Canadians. Belgium came in 6th, Netherlands 7th, and it was a do not finish for Germany.
We have 3 more finals to go here, and it's now the time of the men's 4x1.
Right, men's 4x100 metre final here at the World Athletics Relays. Outside lane, Italy, Desalu, Maluzzo, Pata and Tortu will bring them home. They were 4th at Paris. South Africa, lane 8. Walaza will lead them out. Dambil, 2nd leg. Unkawana in 3rd, and Simbini will bring them home in the anchor. He's been exceptional so far, and they are the silver medalists from the Paris Olympics. Japan, lane 7. They were 5th at Paris. Okami leads them out, followed by Nishioka, Atago, and Inoue will bring this Japanese team home. Bronze medalists, Great Britain in lane 6, led out by Glaive. Olympian Mitchell Blake, part of that bronze medal winning team, in 2nd leg. Efaloko runs the 3rd, and Amo Darzi will take anchor leg. Lane 5, United States. They were disqualified in the Olympic final at Paris. Norris, can they go better here? Courtney Lindsay leads them out. Kenny Benararek in second leg. Kyrie King in third. And Hicklin in the final leg. Canada take lane 4. They are the Olympic champions, and this is their Olympic winning team. Brown, Blake, Rodney takes third leg, and DeGrasse will bring them home. What will they do here? A roar goes up for DeGrasse in the stadium. Inside of them, Poland in lane 3. Krupa will lead them out, followed by Vodvik on the second leg, Zach on the third, and Kopech on the anchor leg. And finally, the 8th team in this final, Germany, lane 2. Kranz leads them out. Ansa, second leg. Wagner in third, and Ansa Pepra will bring them home. This is a stacked field, make no mistake about it. There's no Jamaica in it. Anyone could take it. But Great Britain, USA, Japan, South Africa, and of course, the Olympic reigning champions in Canada in lane 4 have got to be in with a very good shout. Here we go then. Men's 4x100 meter final here at the World Athletics Relays, Guangzhou 2025. Full start. We're going to wait and see what our computer screen says, but someone, it may seem, may have gone early. It's all about reaction times when it comes to a full start. Let's take a look here. If they're too early, ooh, it looks like it could be Japanese or South Africa potentially.
It looked like a little movement from Malaza of South Africa. He stayed in the blocks, but there was ever such a slight movement there. That's where the camera has gone at the moment, but we'll wait and see for the starter's decision here.
Oh, you can see on your screen, South Africa, they are under the threshold for reaction time. It looks like they've got a red mark against their name. Let's wait and see. Confirmation.
Yeah, the minus figure means there they've gone ahead of the gun. 0.1 is the allowed limit. Let's see what the officials are going to do here. Well, Laza, the youngster, the world under-20 champion. It's actually a green card, so good news for South Africa and everybody else that we have everybody staying in.
Very good news indeed. No one likes to see a team go out of a false start. Here we go again then. Second time lucky. 8 teams on your marks. To remind you, inside lane 2 Germany, lane 3 Poland, 4 Canada, 5 United States, 6 Great Britain, 7 Japan, 8 South Africa, and 9 Italy on the outside. And we're away this time as they power around this first corner of the men's 4x100 meters. Exceptional running there from South Africa. It looks like as we go into the exchange, clean from South Africa, clean from America. Look at Japan storming ahead as well. USA, Kenny Benararek storming down that. Absolute seamless change there. Great Britain just behind. South Africa on the left of your screen going well as well. As we come round into the home straight, it's South Africa, it's USA. Who's going to have it on the final leg? Simbini for South Africa. USA, Hicklin going well. Can Simbini make up the time? I think he can. He's going to take it. And Simbini for South Africa takes on the line. Diamond League winner so far this year. Exceptional form. He's really showed us what he's made of here. USA second.
USA look booked for 50 metres of that final leg, and then Simbini engaged the afterburners, and everything that he's been producing so far this season on the circuit came together, and he powered past Brandon Hicklin. What a brilliant contest on the final leg. And Simbini, buoyed by that first global medal in the World Indoor Championships, of course, over 60 metres for South Africa. Again, their hero over 100 metres. gets them home.
Certainly does. And we barely spoke about Canada in that. I mean, they were in it. They were all in it. But the Olympic champions couldn't quite do it here in Guangzhou tonight. They came in a very respectable third place. That Olympic team was exactly the same, unchanged for them, but it's all about South Africa. Simbini down that. Oh, he's a happy man, isn't he? Look at those smiles down the home straight, and so they should be, especially after that kind of jittery potential false start that was going on. They held it together and they were seamless.
Yeah, it's a great point. Balaza put that behind him, and Simbini certainly would have had a nervous moment as he was watching up the screens, waiting on that anchor leg to see what was happening. But a world-leading time for South Africa at this early stage of the season as the Olympic champions. Aaron Brown comes to congratulate them. Another bronze medal for Canada as the South Africa quartet are reunited. And USA, well, they were denied in the women's 4x100 metres, and they've been denied certainly the gold medal. It's a second place performance for them, again with the quartet that they had out. That will be, I imagine, below their expectations. But sometimes when an athlete is in form and all of the momentum, I guess, and psychology is with them, like it is Simbini at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, USA certainly better performance than they did in the Olympic final last year, where they did drop the baton. None of that's here tonight for them. Here we go, Canada. Oh, that, you see, that will have cost them. Oof, oof. I'll try once, I'll try again, and I'll try a third time. Thank you very much, and I'm off and running.
Not what you come to expect from Brown and Blake. I don't think there was a brilliant change from Great Britain on this bend either in a moment. This one here, no, that was not the bad one. The last one I don't think was too good from them. But anyway, look at USA. And South Africa, a well-oiled quartet. And when you've got Simbini waiting, it's such a great position, such a great feeling.
Yeah. Again, it took a couple of seconds there for Simbini to get it in his hand, but once he did, and the USA, yeah, Hicklin there, he's looking strong, but Simbini just gets into his flow. Absolutely beautiful, cool as you like it. There's the line, thank you very much. Looks across at Hicklin as he comes across as well. Very tasty from Simbini indeed.
Japan running well again, their only team that are here. Remember, they qualify automatically for the World Championship, so they have not sent a huge team here. But Simbini, those shots will be beaming across South Africa right now. Great Britain didn't finish, by the way. They got one of their changes wrong and then got the last one completely wrong and never got the baton to their anchor leg runner. But Simbini, and there is Walaza. And if Simbini is the one who's been around for many years at the top level, as we see the frustration from the Great Britain team, Bayanda Walaza, that is a name that you should have in your notebook if it's not already, the double world under-20 champion. Some great battles with Gout of Australia, who's going to be appearing on the Diamond League circuit coming up in the next few weeks as well. What an exciting talent they are, and what a man to learn from for the guy at the front of your shot there, Walaza, and the rest of the team, of course, as well. But when you've got Simbini, who's spoken all about the team camaraderie leading into this and how it's such an important part of it. Team camaraderie has clicked pretty well for Canada down the years, the Olympic champions, who weren't that impressive yesterday, and I read some quotes from them saying we've just got to clean a few things up and we'll come out and perform tomorrow. Well, as we just saw from that replay a moment ago, from the Brown to Blake change, not that clean today, but still with a medal around their neck.
Yeah, and those smooth changes really can make all the difference. You can be the fastest team on paper, but if that exchange is not on point, then you're not going to get that medal, not when the field is as stacked as this, with this many brilliant world-class athletes taking part. Canada will be somewhat disappointed, though, I think, what could have been if there had been a smoother changeover, but they're still Olympic champions. We're still at the start of the season, and all of those teams are off to Tokyo later this year for the World Championships.
The Chinese fans here in Guangzhou in the Chinese Stadium on day 2, coming towards the close of the program. 2 more finals, 2 more World Athletics Relays finals on the way. As Jess says, where the athletes, so the teams have already qualified for the World Championships in Tokyo in September, and now it's all about the lane seeding. And when we talk about lane seeding, it means that the better teams here, so the winners would be separated in the heats there. You wouldn't have quite such strong opposition to run against in the early rounds of the relays at the World Championships. That's what we talk about when we talk about lane seedings. Confirmation of that win for South Africa, led home by Akani Simbini, overhauling United States in the closing stages, with the Olympic champions Canada taking the bronze.
It really has been a brilliant couple of days so far. 2 more finals coming up. We've been absolutely loving it, guiding you through proceedings here at the Tianyi Stadium in Guangzhou. That is the Canton Tower, and this is the women's 4x400 metre final.
And we meet first of all on the outside Germany, who have had some illness problems in their camp. A couple of their team were laid up for over a week with illness, couldn't train, but still perform well. It's the two of the teams, Shi and Maya, from the opening round. As we see South Africa, who have three of the team. They've brought in Miranda Kurtzseyer there on the second leg, who's the African champion over 400 metres. Zene van der Walt anchored South Africa home to 2 World Championship qualifications yesterday, the 400 hurdler. France in lane 7. They've made a couple of team changes and a bit of a shake-up of the order as well. Emma Montoya will lead them off, having run the third leg yesterday. There's the French Supporters Club. United States, the Olympic champions, are in lane 6. It's the same quartet, the world indoor champions, the defending champions as well, but they've shaken up the order as well. Paris Peoples will lead them off. She ran the third leg yesterday, with Bailey Lear, the world indoor gold medalist in the relay, will bring them home. Spain, Power Sevilla. You may be thinking, Power Sevilla on the left, I've just seen her. You're right, she just ran in the 4x1. That second place finish, she's back out again. The rest of the Spanish team is the same one who ran very well yesterday. They'll split in the 51s. Italy are in lane 4, same quartet. Sorry, one change in fact to the quartet. Mangione has been replaced by Borgia on the final leg in terms of the team that ran yesterday and qualified. There's the rest of Italy. Norway in 3. Only the third time they've qualified for the World Championships. They're into this final as one of the 2 time qualifiers, and they will run the same quartet as well. They've got the hurdler Amelie Yule on the second leg, and the world indoor bronze medalist Henrietta Jaeger on the anchor. She ran 49.79 split yesterday, the only athlete to break 50. And Canada, who took the bronze medal last year, and they've got a couple of athletes who were also in action in the mixed race earlier on, Gale and Shearer. They'll be led off on the opening leg, Canada, by Misha Powell this time. So our penultimate final here in Guangzhou, the World Athletics Relays 2025, is the women's 4x400 metres. The USA are the Olympic champions and the defending champions. Spain are on the crest of a wave. Oh, the full start bug is catching. We have another recall. Don't get them so often in 4x4s. You obviously get them on 4x1s when every 100th of a second is crucial, as it is, of course, in 4x4s. But athletes tend to be a little bit more conservative in the blocks when you've got another 399 metres there or thereabouts to make up for any sluggishness in the blocks. So let's wait and see what happens when we see a replay here. It may just be there's a bit of noise around, there's some enthusiasm amongst the fans around the stadium as well. And sometimes there's a bit of noise that could have been distracting. The starter will recall it. Let's have a little look here to see if we can see anything with the naked eye. Not easy to see there, is it, either, with the athletes spread right around the corner, but let's see what the officials say here. As you can see, the graphics showing up as Canada. Here come the officials. In fact, that's not an official, that's the timing official. So it's a green card, so Canada are okay. They're just coming to reset the timing mechanism on the blocks there. So no fault of Canada and their lead runner Misha Powell on the inside. And once again, as per the last race, it's a faulty start, if you like, no one at fault, and we go again. The women's 4x400 metres World Athletics Relays final. Right on the outside, Germany, South Africa, France, USA there with Peoples, Spain, Italy, Norway, and on the inside, Canada. This is one of the more inexperienced USA quartets that they have fielded here across these championships so far. Performed well in the opening round yesterday. Paris Peoples, who ran the third leg in that, has gone out very strongly and has already, the United States, gone storming past France outside them. One from the outside, South Africa, with Nakuri have also started very strongly, as you can see there, coming through on the inside of Shia of Germany. So South Africa and the USA, the standout performers through this first 300 metres or so, as they come in for the first change. And again, that first bend of the second leg will be run in lane. Spain also clinging on to the USA. Paula Sevilla, fresh off the back of a 4x1 leg, is running a great leg in the 4x4 just less than about half an hour later, if that. So people are just starting to tie up here as South Africa and Spain finish the leg strongly. Italy also was strong in the second half of the leg there, as they hand on to Anna Pollinari for the second leg. Just lost a bit of ground actually at the changeover. Italy, as they prepare to break in the back straight from their lane. Spain on the inside of the USA, who've come through strongly here with Kamira Davis on the second leg for them. Spain just settling in behind in second place. Then Miranda Kurtzea, who should be fresh, the African champion over 400 metres, wasn't involved yesterday, but starting to cluster up in behind. I would expect this to be another of the competitive heats. But the USA, with Kamira Davis, just managing things out front here as Kurtzea finishes strongly. Amelie Yule in the white of Norway, the 400-metre hurdler, as well in fourth position, as the athletes fan out and prepare, with the USA, South Africa and Spain in the medal positions.
Third leg of the women's 4x4 here, and it is as close as you like. Look at that determination from Mara of Germany there. And goodness me, at the front then, it is USA, Singletary holding firm. Fra of Spain having a brilliant run. The Spaniards so far tonight, the women have been absolutely outstanding. South Africa in third place there, Malepo. And look at what's coming behind. You've got France, Italy, so close, and Norway all fighting it out there. So we've got USA 1, Spain 2, South Africa 3. Woof, this is tasty indeed. And look at Malepo, looks like she's about to make a move. Singletree just looks to the screen to see how close Fra of Spain is coming as we come down the home straight, going in to the fourth leg. The crowd going mad for Fra of Spain. What a run by her and the Spaniards.
There's absolutely no stopping Spain at the moment. They are riding high. Bianca Hervas takes the baton for them as all the countries just negotiate the traffic through that final changeover. Hervas in pursuit, Bailey Lear of the USA, who ran a very fine anchor leg yesterday. Zene van der Walt, who ran two good legs for South Africa, the 400-metre hurdler, pursuing Spain now again, measuring their effort. It's important that Hervas doesn't panic here with the US athlete going past. 200 metres to go. Jaeger, just out of shot for Norway, is storming forward as well, trying to bridge the gap to those leading three. The USA, and here comes Spain again. A second bite of the cherry for Bianca Hervas, who did stay calm, but now Bailey Lear tries to put her foot on the accelerator. She can't quite shake off Spain just at the moment, and now Hervas rallies her challenge, and the USA are under pressure, and it's Spain again. Spain reigning Guangzhou once more. Another unbelievable performance from the Spanish quartet, who become the World Athletics Relay champions from the USA, and South Africa take the bronze. Is there anything this Spanish squad here in China cannot do? What a fantastic run.
Wow, I have no words for the Spanish women's teams right now. That was absolutely outstanding. South Africa, they're absolutely overjoyed as well. They've got a national record, as have Norway. And a season's best coming in for Italy. I mean, exceptional. Someone needs to give these athletes a raise. I mean, the Spanish women's team have run out of their skin this weekend. Other members of the team going to meet them. They can barely believe it.
Have you noticed there's only 3 members of the team coming to greet them? That's because one of them ran in the race. Incredible from Paula Sevilla, who's just won, what does she win? $20,000 for second place. Just won another $40,000 for first place with Spain, as the USA charge off. And another upset involving the USA, and another one involving Spain finishing ahead of the USA again. National record for Norway. Again, no thanks in small part to Henrietta Jaeger. Sub 50 run from her again, 49.71 on the anchor leg from them. Couldn't quite get them into the medals, but a national record. But South Africa, 2 medals in the space of 10 minutes.
Indeed, indeed. You can see what it means to them. And this is why the World Relays is so brilliant. Look at the emotion, the joy, the ecstasy from the women's Spanish team. They are ecstatic. I want to be wherever their hotel is tonight for a bit of a party. Look, medals galore. They're coming, Spain. If this is them at the start of the season, what are they going to be like come Worlds?
Well, the squad lining up. Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant for them. Well, celebrating their their moment. Just doing a quick count up there. Yeah, there is only 7. I thought for a minute there was 8. Paula Sevilla, double money, double bubble. As we see the shots of what was another thriller. I tell you what, I mean, if you thought the pressure was off, or these finals didn't count or whatever, think again from what we've seen. I mean, we knew that these athletes would be coming out, and national pride and personal performance, obviously prize money, the prestige of a medal, etc., all these other things that go with it, and professionalism, which they all are. You don't get loads of chances to run as a national team and to perfect team tactics, particularly in this. I'm just so impressed on that final leg, which we'll see in a minute, from the calmness shown by Bianca Hervas, who, when the USA went past, didn't start to panic, just knew what she had in her legs, and she knew that if I've got enough, I think I've got enough to win. And stayed calm.
It's just so important that athletes have the chance to perform on such a global stage against others from around the world. And you can tell that, performances, world-class, exceptional performances come out at moments like this. This leg from Fra was outside of the acceleration she had. Where did she get it from, hey? Where did it come from?
And it's the judgment you see there. Spain have again finished that leg really strongly. The USA had tied up, and exactly the same happened here, where Hervas saved a little bit. Leah, when Leah went to the front here, I've no doubt in her mind she thought, we're away, we're going to win. I don't worry about what's behind me. I'm fast enough to win this. And then Leah here, all of a sudden, the legs went. And Hervas would have sensed that. She'll have seen the flailing arms from Bailey Leah. And Van der Vault was probably thinking, I can get her as well for silver here.
If she kept her eyes open, she would have thought it anyway. Really exceptional. Oh, the pain, the anguish, the joy that comes with sprinting, that comes with Rio. You can see Shera in the background for Canada. And this is the one opportunity where these athletes who compete all year round, individually, against their teammates, come together as a team. And that's what it means. Look at the smile on Hervas's face. Oh, we've got one more event coming up. Tears, hugs, joy and sadness. Oh, they can't believe it. The emotions running through the women's team at the moment from Spain is just, I mean, I don't think they expected any of this, did they?
Well, that's the ones watching. They can't contain themselves, let alone the ones who actually ran. It's such a proud moment for Spain. It's a long way from Europe to here, and it's they've obviously been working very, very well behind the scenes. And it's all coming together for them, and they are going to be big contenders when it comes to the World Championship. Albeit said, at the start of a long season, we're in May, and the World Championships are in September, and you hear that a lot from people, to say they've got to sustain it all the way through. A multitude of national records at the top end of the women's 4x4, but another upset as the United States, the Olympic champions, were beaten by Spain, who continued their fine weekend, and South Africa also rewarded with a national record as they take the bronze. And
here we go then, the final event of the World Athletics Relays, Guangzhou 2025, men's 4x4 100-meter relay. Great Britain go in the outside lane 9, Toby Harries, Efekomo Okoro, Joshua Folds and Rio Mitchum. Belgium are next to them. They were 4th at the Paris Olympics, whereas Great Britain were bronze. Secure, Van der Bemdem, Segers and Dum. South Africa take lane 7. They were 5th at Paris. They were the fastest qualifiers here yesterday. Gardio Isaacs leads them out, passes on to Ocon, Kokomoa and Nene. They mean business. France, they were 9th at Paris, but they won their heat yesterday in the 2nd fastest time. They're also tipped to do well here. Led out by Koulibaly, then Prevo, Som and Sudril. Botswana are next in lane 5. French fans in the house. Here we go. Olympic silver medalists, led out by Epi, Oratil, Rangwe and Scotch. They are missing Tobogo, 200-meter champion at the Olympics, but the Botswanan fans are in the house. They're excited to cheer on their teammates. Kenya down on their knees. Lane 4, Tonui, Ekwam, Morisa and Kip Korea will see the Kenyans home. To the inside lanes then, we go to lane 3. Portugal, outstanding result yesterday. Never qualified for a World Champs before, this team, but Tavares will lead them out. Then Dos Santos, El Khatibi and Franco. And here we go then. The final team. Lane 2, it is China. Bao will lead them out, followed by Yu, Zheng and Li will bring them home. Ready for the crowd to be very loud indeed. China, the crowd here has hung around to see the end of this 2 days of competition through, because China did an outstanding run yesterday to book their ticket to Tokyo, to the world champs this year. What can they deliver in this final of the men's 4x400 meters? It's all to play for. 8 teams, glory at stake. China on the inside, Portugal 3, Kenya 4, Botswana 5, France 6, South Africa 7, Belgium 8, and Great Britain on the outside in 9. This is the final men's 4x400 meter relay. Botswana are out strong, but it really is anyone's. Look at the centre of your screen. Look at Epi of Botswana already making gains on France in lane 6 there. But it's a long race. 4 laps of this 400 meter track. And look there, Belgium almost on the shoulder of Harry's from Great Britain. Both running strong. But yes, secure from Belgium, 4th at Paris, just missed out on the medal, will come round in the lead here as we go into a staggered changeover into the second leg. It is not until, oh look, Harry's coming back for Great Britain. The first changeover will happen for secure at just about the same time as South Africa and Botswana, and Great Britain on the outside. Botswana now really in the race. South Africa, Ocon for them having a really strong run, and this is where the stagger unwinds. They all go into one lane, into the left-hand side. Lane 1, and you can see Botswana, yep, Oratilda Botswana is slightly in the lead, followed by South Africa, followed by what looks like Great Britain and France, then Belgium. Great Britain back in 5th, about to go on to the 3rd leg as we come through onto the home straight. Really beautiful running here, very close for the top 4. Great Britain just flailing there in 5th, but Botswana 1, South Africa 2, France 3 so far.
12 months ago, there was an absolutely thrilling battle all the way to the line in the men's 4x400 metres between Botswana and South Africa, an all-African battle, and they are in positions 1 and 2 right now as Botswana with Kabu Rangwe down the back straight. South Africa in pursuit with Linda Kukamoa. France in the 3rd leg with David Som, one of their experienced relay runners. Just in behind them, Belgium, Daniel Sagers, who had a great leg yesterday, and Kenya closing in 5th position as well. It's Boniface Mareza who has the baton for them. That's the battle for 2, 3, 4 and 5 at the moment as Botswana 2 or 3 metres clear, but South Africa finishing strongly down the home straight here and will hand the baton over in front. Botswana, the defending champions, going backwards at the moment. South Africa, France, Botswana and Belgium.
And that is Nene for South Africa that leads them out on the final leg of this men's 4x400 metres. France in hot pursuit. That cheer that just went round the stadium was because China have got the baton on their final leg, and there's going to be cheers all along. But at the front of this race, it's Nene for South Africa, Sujo for France, Botswana in hot pursuit, Scotch there, part of the Olympic team, and Belgium do not discount Dome, and Kenya kicking hard. 5th position, that's Kip Korir of Kenya, and here we come, down into the home straight for the final 100 metres of this competition. South Africa leading, Nene, he's got the legs, he's got the acceleration. Botswana coming in 2nd, but look at Dome, is he going to take 2nd? South Africa crossing first, and oh my goodness, Dome for Belgium takes it on the line. Botswana in 3rd, what an exceptional race to finish on. Portugal cross the line, and China finish off that brilliant 4x400 metre relay.
I hope South Africa have got some excess baggage booked for their flight home, because they've got a lot of money going back in their baggage. Another prize pot and another world-class performance from South Africa, who reversed the fortunes against Botswana from 12 months ago. Botswana are delighted, by the way, because as we know, it's a much-changed team for them. Yes, Leongo Scotch on the anchor leg and Leo Epi on the opening leg, but there'll be some really important medals for members of their team there as well, which is why they are celebrating there as well. So Africa dominating the podium, that sandwiched by Belgium with the world indoor champion of former year, Alexander Dome, coming home strongly as well in their experienced quartet but Nene looked imperious coming down the home straight there. Again, ran a 43 clocking yesterday, I think, and didn't show any sign of that in his legs at all.
And the bronze medalists from the Olympics here, Great Britain, that was a good first exchange, but it wasn't enough. They weren't really in it. It was not their Olympic team. Oh, look, a little bit of arm tussling there between France and Belgium. Neighbours in more ways than one. And look, Botswana, South Africa, really exceptional running there as we do this exchange. Look at the intent on their faces. Oh, it was so close.
And it was actually the end of that leg. Here's Kirkemo coming down the home straight. The momentum with which he finished is what propelled South Africa forward, and Nene was able to then move away. Great leg here from France, although they couldn't maintain it on the final leg. But that was that little move there from Kirkemo really set the platform for that final leg.
Certainly did. And here we see Nene, cool as you like, looking in control, looking relaxed, shoulders not hunched. Beautiful running style as he comes down that home straight. He never looks like there was any trouble going on at all. Didn't care what was going on behind him. Scotch from Botswana really reaching. And look at the tall figure of Dome on the left-hand side in the white top. Brilliant finish from him. Absolutely exceptional to take it on the line and do Belgium very proud indeed.
Zakiti Nene, 43.64 on the anchor leg for them. Kirkemo, 44.23. Ocon, 44.24. And just to complete the set, Isaacs, 45.39 out of the blocks as well. There were some fantastic legs. Boniface Mureza for Kenya, who finished 5th, 43.59 for the third leg for them as well. So some really outstanding performances across that. But South Africa, well, everyone that's won a medal for South Africa can barely fit in. There we go. I was going to say, we need a bigger picture than that for every South African who's performed well this evening. There they are.
Oh, wow. What a brilliant race to end on here at the World Athletics Race. Look what it means to the Belgians as well. Absolutely. They've had a good couple of days. They really have. Oh, brilliant from them.
Shirley McIlbury, that's a great cackle. It's the soundtrack it should be for South Africa as well. Laza, again, that will be the start of I imagine a big collection probably of senior medals for him to add to the medals he's won at junior championships as well. Belgians are pretty happy as well. Sakur and Van der Bende and Alexander Dome have won many major medals between them before. And the Botswanans, as you said, we've talked a lot about those who aren't here, but the ones who are here. The next hosts, of course, of the World Athletics Relays in Gaborone this time next year, Botswana. Looking forward to that one. And they go home with a medal as well. This time, for them, it's bronze compared to gold last year.
And here it is then, official confirmation of the results of the men's 4x400 metre relay. World leading time from South Africa there, 2:57.5. Belgium in second with the season's best. Botswana in third. France in fourth. Kenya setting a national record. They'll be happy with that. Great Britain in sixth. Portugal seventh. And China in eighth. Really brilliant note. All of those teams we will see at the World Championships in Tokyo later this year. What a couple of days. Guangzhou World Athletics Relays 2025 has not disappointed. We have absolutely loved bringing you all the action live from the Tiani Stadium. It's been hot, it's been humid, there's been thrills, there's been spills, but it's been an absolute joy.
Well, the fans have certainly had their entertainment. We've had Chinese success, and they will remember their night here at the Tiani Stadium in Guangzhou as well, where athletes came thousands of miles to make sure they put their ticket back to Asia for the World Athletics Championships in September. South Africa, Spain, some of the shining lights. There were some disappointments elsewhere as well. From the whole team behind the production, we hope you've enjoyed it over the last couple of days. From myself, Chris Temple and Jess Silver on commentary from Guangzhou, it's goodbye for now.